Chapter 2080. I'll agree to your request. Qiu Muqing glanced at Xueqi, who was kowtowing and begging for mercy, before she looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby. In the end, she finally agreed to Xueqi's request when she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her. Xueqi's body trembled when he heard Qiu Muqing's reply. "Thank you, Sister Muqing. Thank you, Sister Muqing." Xueqi finally stood up and stood behind Qiu Muqing. Soon after, he became Qiu Muqing's servant. "Clan leader, I apologize for offending you earlier. After this incident, I, Xueqi, won't even blink an eye if you punish me," Xueqi said to Qiu Ping after he stood behind Qiu Muqing. In the past, as the second elder of Qiu clan, he was much stronger than the clan leader of Qiu clan. He did not think much of the clan leader of Qiu clan. This could be seen from the fact that he had injured Qiu Onping when he fought with him earlier. However, things were different now. In Xueqi's eyes, Qiu Ping was no longer the clan leader of Qiu clan. He was the father of Qiu Muqing. As for Qiu Muqing, she was under the protection of the sectless cultivator who called himself Li Feng. After all, Li Feng could easily kill Qiu Ping. Since he had become Qiu Muqing's servant because of Li Feng, he did not dare to treat Qiu Ping as he did in the past. Whoosh! The great elder of the Qiu clan was standing not far away. When he saw that Xueqi was not dead, he couldn't help but feel relieved. At the same time, he felt cold sweat on his back. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat. The truth. When he first saw Li Feng and heard Li Feng was only a sectless cultivator, he did not think much of Li Feng at all. Later on, when he came to the main hall and heard the conditions of the clan leader of Dongfang clan, Dongfang Qian, he was willing to hand Li Feng over to appease the enmity between the Qiu clan and the Dongfang clan. After all, Li Feng was not a member of the Qiu clan. He did not think it was necessary for the Qiu clan to fall out with the Dongfang clan for Li Feng. Falling out with the Dongfang family would only be bad for the Qiu family and not good for them. If the clan fell out with the Dongfang clan, the Qiu clan would be destroyed, the Dongfang clan before the Qiu clan. Qiu Ping and the Dongfang clans and the Qiu clan. Compared to the overall situation of the clan, a mere rogue cultivator was insignificant. However, since Li Feng was Qiu Muqing's friend, and he treated Qiu Muqing as half a granddaughter, he did not express his opinion even though he had such thoughts. However, the development of the situation was completely out of his expectations. First, Xueqi, the second elder of the Qiu clan, had secretly betrothed Qiu Muqing to the second young master of the Dongfang clan without the permission of Qiu Ping and Qiu Muqing. Then, Li Feng, the sectless cultivator who had been inconspicuous since the beginning, stepped forward and reprimanded Xueqi. Xueqi was furious and wanted to make a move on Li Feng. At the critical moment, Qiu Gangyi, the second master of the Qiu clan, made a move on Li Feng. However, he was instantly killed by Li Feng. Although Qiu Ping's cultivation base was close to the peak of the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, he did not see Li Feng's sword strike that killed Qiu Gangyi. It was to the extent that when the short-lived sword whistle sounded, waves of coldness involuntarily rose in his heart. At that moment, he had a feeling he was certain of. Even if he had been in Qiu Gangyi's position, he would have been killed by that sword strike. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage. This Li Feng must be at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. I'm certain even a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to cast such a terrifying sword strike. This was the thought that came to the Grand Elder of Qiu clan when Duan Lingtian killed Qiu Muqing. He was not the only one who had such thoughts. The clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu Ping, the second elder of Qiu clan, Xueqi, the clan leader of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Qian, and the Grand Elder and second elder of the Dongfang clan shared the same thoughts. For this reason, Xueqi had a mental breakdown when he saw Duan Lingtian approaching him menacingly. For this reason, the other 5 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses, including the Grand Elder of Qiu clan, did not find it embarrassing when they saw Xueqi begging Duan Lingtian for mercy. In fact, they thought it was normal. The Qiu clan's main hall fell silent again. In the end, Duan Lingtian was the first to break the silence in the Qiu clan's main hall. Duan Lingtian turned around abruptly and looked at the group of people standing nearby. He just looked at them calmly. The group of people Duan Lingtian was looking at was none other than the people from the Dongfang clan. When the people from the Dongfang clan saw Duan Lingtian looking at them, they could not help but panic even though they were mentally prepared. Their expressions changed drastically. Thud, thud, thud. At the same time, Duan Lingtian slowly walked toward the people from the Dongfang clan. This scene was similar to when Duan Lingtian walked toward Xueqi, the second elder of Qiu clan. However, when Xueqi saw Duan Lingtian walking toward him, he immediately knelt and kowtowed to apologize. In the end, he even agreed to become Qiu Muqing's servant in order to save his own life. Will the people from the Dongfang clan kneel and kowtow to apologize like Xueqi? At this moment, the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu and Ping, and the grand elder of Qiu clan had the same question in their hearts. Thud, thud. Every time Duan Lingtian took a step forward, a soft thud would ring in the air. When the soft thuds entered the ears of the people from the Dongfang clan, it was as though thunder had struck them. It caused their hearts to tremble. At this moment, only the second young master of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Zhu, and the two ordinary elders from the Dongfang clan were in a better state. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was very strong, they did not know if Duan Lingtian was stronger than the three Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Dongfang clan. At this moment, whether it was the clan leader of Dongfang clan, Dongfang Qian, or the grand elder and second elder of Dongfang clan, all of them were on the verge of breaking down when faced with Duan Lingtian, who was approaching them step by step. Naturally, they were different from Xueqi, who was alone and helpless earlier. Since the three of them were standing together, it was as though they were huddled together. Although they were wary of Duan Lingtian, they were still slightly better off than Xueqi. Even when Duan Lingtian was close to them, they did not kneel and beg for mercy like Xueqi did. However, the fear in their hearts was not any less than what Xueqi felt at that time. It seems like the clan leader, grand elder, and second elder aren't afraid of Li Feng. The calmness of the three Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Dongfang clan misled Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Dongfang clan, and the two ordinary elders from the Dongfang clan. They thought Dongfang Qian and the other two were not afraid of Duan Lingtian, causing them to heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, they felt Duan Lingtian was not as scary as they thought. Dongfang Qian and the other two were unaware of Dongfang Zhu and the other two's thoughts. Otherwise, they would have vomited blood from anger. Were they not afraid of the purple-clad young man? At this moment, they wished they could kneel and beg for mercy. They hoped Duan Lingtian would not look for trouble with them and the Dongfang clan. However, since the three of them were standing together without anyone taking the lead, they did not make a move. Earlier, Duan Lingtian's calm gaze instantly landed on Dongfang Qian, the clan leader of the Dongfang clan, and he said indifferently, "Clan leader of the Dongfang clan, it seems like you want the Qiu clan to hand me over to you. Are you going to invite me back to the Dongfang clan as a guest? Since the Dongfang clan's clan leader is so kind, it's difficult for me to refuse. I'll invite the Dongfang clan's clan leader back to the Dongfang clan. What do you think?" A hint of mockery could be seen in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. When Dongfang Qian heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. He almost fell to his knees. Dongfang Qian was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. He wished he could slap himself twice and reprimand himself for saying those words. "Li Feng, in your dreams." A loud shout suddenly resounded in the Qiu clan's great hall. It startled everyone in the Qiu clan's great hall and attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their gazes to the person who had shouted. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. As for the others, apart from the two ordinary elders of the Dongfang clan and the person who had shouted, they were all shocked. The person who had shouted was none other than Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Dongfang clan. Dongfang Zhu mustered his courage and looked at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. When he saw everyone looking at him, he straightened his back and said sternly, "My father asked the Qiu clan to hand you over because he wants to kill you." Bang! Ah! Dongfang Zhu was interrupted before he could finish speaking. At the same time, a loud sound rang in the air, followed by a shrill cry. Two sounds rang in the air almost at the same time. Boom! After about half a breath, another soft sound rang in the air. It was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Before Dongfang Zhu could finish his words, he was kicked away by the panicked Dongfang Gon. From the beginning to the end, Dongfang Gon didn't even have the time to reprimand Dongfang Zhu. He only had the time to stop Dongfang Zhu. When Dongfang Qian kicked Dongfang Zhu away, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This bastard! Can't he see that this sectless cultivator is not to be trifled with? Can't he see that the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and I have to act like cowards in front of him? Father! Dongfang Zhu, who had been kicked away and suffered a superficial wound, was furious. However, when he discovered that the person who kicked him was his father, he was stunned. Father! You! What are you doing? Chapter 2081. Dongfang Zhu did not suffer any injuries when he was sent flying because Dongfang Qian had held back. However, Dongfang Zhu was still dizzy from the fall. He did not know why his father would do this to him. However, he was stunned again in the next moment. At the same time that he was dumbfounded, the blood completely drained from his originally dumbfounded face. What replaced it was a deathly white sheet of paper. This was because a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life had suddenly appeared before his eyes. He saw bang. Dongfang Qian, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang family, followed Xueqi, the second elder of the Qiu clan, and knelt in front of Duan Lingtian as though he was a lowly servant bowing to his master. My lord. My son is not sensible, please forgive him. Dongfang Qian's voice trembled as he knelt in front of Duan Lingtian. His voice was filled with fear and dread. It was as though the person standing in front of him was not a person, but a god of death who could take his life at any time. If I didn't hear wrongly, your son said you wanted to kill me by asking the Qiu clan to hand me over? Duan Lingtian's tone was as calm as before as he looked at Dongfang Gon who was kneeling on the ground. However, there was a hint of killing intent in his voice at this moment. No. There's no such thing. Dongfang Qian was so frightened that his body trembled violently when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he hurriedly denied it. Since there's no such thing, then, you'll have to swear on the lightning penalty oath that you've never thought of killing me from the beginning until the end. Duan Lingtian obviously did not believe Dongfang Qian's words. When he spoke again, he made a request. When Dongfang Qian heard Duan Lingtian's request, not only did Dongfang Qian's expression change drastically, but the expressions of the people from the Eastern Fang family, including Dongfang Zhu, changed drastically as well. Their purpose in coming to the Qiu family today was to force the Qiu family to hand over the purple-robed young man and kill him. In that case, how could Dongfang Gon dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request? Once he made such an oath, he would be killed by the lightning punishment in the blink of an eye. The patriarch of the Eastern Fang family, Dongfang Gon, is finished. Xueqi, the second elder of Qiu clan, who was standing behind Qiu Muqing, was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's request. He knew Dongfang Gon was doomed. Sir, I was confused for a moment. It was a moment of folly. Please forgive me. Please forgive me, my lord. Sensing that Duan Lingtian's calm gaze had become increasingly cold, Dongfang Gon also realized the danger. He immediately begged for mercy as he kowtowed. Bang, bang, bang. Once Dongfang Gon started kowtowing, there was no end to it. He had no intention of stopping for a long time. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. His expression gradually turned cold. He did not feel any better because of Dongfang Gon's kowtowing. I have a principle. At the same time, Duan Lingtian said coldly, as long as it's someone who wants to kill me, I won't let him live in this world. In just one sentence, Duan Lingtian had stated his principle. He would not let anyone who tried to kill him go. Then you can go to hell. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Dongfang Gon realized Duan Lingtian would not let him go. Not only did he stop kowtowing, but he even shot up like a cannonball toward Duan Lingtian. Based on the surge of saint origin in his body, it was obvious he had been accumulating his strength for a long time. It was impossible for him to mobilize such a terrifying amount of saint origin in such a short time. Hua! However, the moment Dongfang Gon shot up, a turbulent vortex appeared with Duan Lingtian as the center. It once again devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Cho family's main hall. It also caused the Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body to rise rapidly to its peak. As the Sun Saint energy rose to its peak, Dongfang Gan had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He was only a short distance away from Duan Lingtian. If you want to kill me, you have to have the strength to do so, Duan Lingtian said calmly when he felt the gusts of wind that were stirred up by Dongfang Gan's arrival. Almost at the moment he opened his mouth. Xiu! Just like before, the sound of the sword whistling could be heard once again. Then, everyone saw Duan Lingtian stomping on the ground and leaping 3 meters into the air. As soon as Duan Lingtian leaped up, Dongfang Gan, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang family, followed in the footsteps of the Cho family's second master, Xueqi. His body was severed into 2 and he was sent flying by the inertia. He slammed hard against the wall of the Cho family's main hall, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Boom! Boom! When the 2 halves of the body fell to the ground, the sound entered everyone's ears. Their hearts trembled in fear. After all, the person who was killed was not a quintessential saint stage martial cultivator like Xueqi. He was a true saint celestial stage powerhouse, one of the top powerhouses in Clarity City. However, such a powerhouse had been killed in just a blink of an eye. He had died in front of their eyes. The Cho family's main hall fell silent again. So weak. Everyone only regained their senses when Duan Lingtian spoke again. Father. When Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang family, regained his senses, his face turned even paler. Fear could be seen in his eyes. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect his father, who was like an invincible god of war, would die just like that. His father had died in the hands of this sectless cultivator who called himself Li Feng. At the same time, a sense of regret rose in his heart. He regretted that he had tried to seduce Chiu Muqing in the past. Why did he continue to pester her even after she had rejected him? If he did not do that, he would not have gone to the restaurant with Chiu Muqing. If he did not go to the restaurant, he would not have encountered this fiend. If he did not encounter this fiend, he would not have gotten into a conflict with this fiend and escalated the conflict to such an extent. Run! Dongfang Zhu's expression changed a few times when he saw Dongfang Gan's body. Then, he moved like a bolt of lightning and charged out of the Cho family's main hall. At this moment, he only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. His father had kowtowed and begged for mercy, but he was still killed by Li Feng in the end. He didn't think that Li Feng would be merciful to him. However, would he be able to escape? Trying to escape? When Dongfang Zhu made his move, Duan Lingtian raised his brows. The Sun Saint energy in his body calmed down immediately. He did not make a move. He did not make a move because someone else had already made a move. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled in the air. Before Dongfang Zhu could escape from the Cho clan's main hall, he was caught by someone like an eagle catching a chicken. Grand Elder. Why? At the same time, Dongfang Zhu, who was being carried like a chicken by an eagle, was shocked when he saw the person who had grabbed him. At the same time he asked in disbelief, "Who are you?" This was because the person who caught him was none other than the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family. The Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family was a tall and sturdy old man. He was almost 2 meters tall. Now that he was holding Dongfang Zhu in his hand, it looked like he was an eagle catching a chicken. Lord Li Feng. The Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family ignored Dongfang Zhu's question and brought Dongfang Zhu to Duan Lingtian. He asked Duan Lingtian respectfully, "This Dongfang Zhu. How does Lord Li Feng want to deal with him? How should I deal with him?" Duan Lingtian looked at the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family indifferently and asked, "Didn't you hear what I said earlier?" When the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at Dongfang Zhu sharply. No. When Dongfang Zhu sensed the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family's sharp gaze, he seemed to realize something. His expression changed drastically, and he cried out in panic, "Grand Elder, you can't kill me! You can't kill me!" Crack! In the end, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family directly broke Dongfang Zhu's neck and killed him. He acted decisively and without any hesitation. When the people from the Cho family saw this, their hearts skipped a beat. They felt that the Grand Elder of the Eastern Feng family was ruthless. Lord Li Feng, I came here because I was misled by Dong Fenggan and his son. I didn't mean to offend Lord Li Feng. I hope Lord Li Feng can forgive me. After killing Dong Fengzhu, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Feng family looked at Duan Lingtian respectfully and apologized. Lord Li Feng, just like the Grand Elder, I didn't mean to offend you. At the same time, the second elder of the Eastern Feng family also expressed his stance. Bang! Bang! As for the two ordinary elders of the Eastern Feng family, they kneeled on the ground as they trembled. Lord Li Feng, please spare our lives. Lord Li Feng, please spare our lives. Just like that, a shocking scene played out in the Cho family's main hall. A purple-clad young man who looked extremely young stood there motionlessly. In front of him, two old men with extraordinary bearings bowed respectfully. Their faces were filled with fear and anxiety. They looked like criminals who were waiting to be judged. Two old men kneeled on the ground nearby as they trembled in fear. Duan Lingtian. Who is he? Qiu Muqing's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement when she saw the scenes in front of her. She could not help but look at the scenes in front of her. At the same time, Qiu Muqing became even more curious about Duan Lingtian's origin. Wait, Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian. Qiu Muqing suddenly recalled something. Her eyes widened in shock. Don't tell me he's the prodigy from the Zoroastrianism called Duan Lingtian? Chapter 2082. In fact, before she returned to the Qiu clan and went to look for her father, Qiu Muqing was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's name. This was because the name Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar to her. Perhaps, it was even familiar to people from the western region of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although Clarity City where the Qiu clan was located at the border of the western region, it was still located in the western region. News of the major events in the western region would spread to Clarity City. Most of the major events in the western region came from the fire worship sect, the saint sect of the western region. Apart from being the religion of many people in the western region, Zoroastrianism was also one of the three great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was one of the three most powerful sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, many people in the western region paid attention to Zoroastrianism. Not long ago, a shocking piece of news had spread from Zoroastrianism. Not only did it shock the entire western region, but it had also spread to the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. This piece of news came from a new prodigy in Zoroastrianism. Ever since that prodigy was born, there were 8 new prodigies in the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. The 8 new prodigies in Zoroastrianism were all powerhouses who had entered the Supreme Saint ranking at a young age. The weakest among them was at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, they were all elites at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian? Isn't that the name of the new prodigy in Zoroastrianism? This was the first thing that appeared in Qiu Muqing's mind when she heard Duan Lingtian's name. Before today, Qiu Muqing had already remembered Duan Lingtian's name in her heart. This was because it was the name of the 8th prodigy in Zoroastrianism. Qiu Muqing knew Duan Lingtian, the new prodigy of the Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian, one of the 8 heavenly sons of Zoroastrianism, was also a newly born heavenly son. It was said that he had joined Zoroastrianism for less than a year. And it was in this less than a year's time that Li Shiqiang and the others had arrived. Duan Lingtian had made a name for himself in Zoroastrianism. He was ranked 4th among the 8 great Zoroastrianism prodigies. His ranking on the Zoroastrianism true ranking was second only to 3 true disciples whose cultivation bases were at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, he had entered the Supreme Saint ranking and was ranked 537th on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was Qiu family's Muqing's understanding of Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Zoroastrianism. However, Qiu Muqing was unaware of this. Not long ago, Duan Lingtian from the fire worship sect had defeated Buhong, a true disciple at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, who was ranked 2nd on the true ranking. He had replaced Buhong and became the new 2nd person on the true ranking. Currently, Duan Lingtian was widely acknowledged as the second strongest prodigy among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. Apart from that, Bu Hong, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian, was ranked second on the Zoroastrianism True ranking, and he was ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking as well. Since Duan Lingtian had defeated Bu Hong, it meant Bu Hong was now ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. The reason Qiu Muqing was unaware of this was because the news had not spread to Kongming City yet. They're both called Duan Lingtian, and they're both so young and so strong. Could it be that he's really Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Zoroastrianism? The more Qiu Muqing thought about it, the more certain she became. She had met the purple-clad young man in the restaurant earlier. He was indeed Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Zoroastrianism. If he's really Duan Lingtian, then it makes sense why he asked me to conceal his real name. It's said that he has offended many people in Zoroastrianism, including high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism. He must be worried the high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism would harm him if they found out he's in Clarity City. Qiu Muqing was very smart. Based on the information she had gathered, she was able to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts. She only guessed half of what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Duan Lingtian did not want the high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism to know he was in Clarity City, because he was worried the high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism would harm the Qiu clan and Qiu Muqing after he left Clarity City. Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. After all, he had only stayed in Clarity City for a short time. By the time the high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism learned he was in Clarity City, he would have left Clarity City. All of you don't want to die? When the four elders from Dongfang clan were waiting anxiously for Duan Lingtian's judgment, Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth and asked the four of them if they did not want to die. The clan leader, grand elder, and second elder of Qiu clan were rendered speechless when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. If they did not want to die, would the four elders from the Eastern Fang clan be so cowardly? They felt Duan Lingtian's question was unnecessary. Naturally, they only thought about it in their hearts. They did not dare to say it out loud for fear of angering Duan Lingtian. Based on the strength displayed by the sectless cultivator who called himself Li Feng, it would be easy for him to kill all three of them, let alone a few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Eastern Fang clan. Lord, I don't want to die. The Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang clan was the first to speak. He had a panicked expression on his face. If he did not want to die, he would not have worked so hard to capture Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, and bring him to Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's strength, Dongfang Zhu would not have been able to escape. However, he had done this because he wanted to show off to Duan Lingtian. Lord, I don't want to die as well. The second elder of the Eastern Fang clan chimed in a panic. Lord Li Feng, I don't want to die. Lord Li Feng, I don't want to die. The other two elders from the Eastern Fang clan who were kneeling on the ground also expressed their stance. At the same time, they felt even more anxious. At this moment, their lives were in the hands of this purple-clad young man before them. If he wanted them to live, they would live. If he wanted them to die, they would die. It's not difficult for all of you to live, Duan Lingtian said indifferently before he paused for a moment. The eyes of the four elders from the Eastern Fang clan lit up immediately. It was as though they had found a life-saving straw. However, you'll have to show me your sincerity. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he continued to speak. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from the four elders from the Eastern Fang clan to Qiu Muqing, the eldest daughter of the Qiu clan. He remained silent after that. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the four elders from the Eastern Fang clan were staring at Duan Lingtian. For this reason, they immediately noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. They followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and saw Qiu Muqing standing in the distance. I, Dongfang Pa, swear on my blood. The Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang clan immediately regained his senses. He quickly pricked his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood before he said in a loud voice, From today onward, I'll become the eldest daughter of the Qiu Muqing. From today onward, I, Dongfang Pa, will acknowledge Qiu Muqing as my master. I'll only obey Sister Muqing's orders and won't do anything to harm Sister Muqing. If I violate this oath, I'm willing to be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Dongfang Pa, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang clan, said. Boom, 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 boom. 9 claps of thunder descended from the sky in response to the lightning penalty oath that Dongfang Pa had just sworn. Qiu Muqing was dumbfounded. Did she have another servant? Moreover, this servant was even stronger than Xueqi, the second elder of Qiu clan. His strength was comparable to the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. Qiu Muqing and the Grand Elder of Qiu clan were stunned. He did not expect Dongfang Pa, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang clan, who was as powerful as him in Clarity City, would willingly acknowledge Qiu Muqing as his master and become her servant in order to survive. However, if he was in Dongfang Pa's shoes, he might have made the same decision as well. After all, it was not easy for him to attain his current cultivation base. If he died, he would lose thousands of years of his life. In order to survive, it was not important for him to maintain his dignity. Xueqi, the second elder of Qiu clan, was not surprised when he saw this. It was as though he had expected this to happen. On the other hand, Qiu Ping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, was dumbfounded. Dongfang Pa, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang clan, was as powerful as the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. In the past, Dongfang Pa was someone whom Qiu Ping had to look up to. However, he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge his daughter as his master? I'm not dreaming, am I? Qiu Ping was initially stunned. Later on, after confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he couldn't help but be wild with joy. Dongfang Pa had become his daughter's servant. This meant Dongfang Pa was considered a member of the Qiu clan. If the strongest clan in Clarity City, the Feng clan, attacked the Qiu clan, Dongfang Pa would not hesitate to help. Soon after, the overjoyed expression on Qiu Ping's face froze. This was because he heard Dongfang Pa's words. Dongfang Liang, the second elder of the Eastern Fang clan, had also sworn on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge his daughter, Qiu Muqing, as his master. Qiu Ping was excited again. Qiu Ping was not the only one who was excited. Even the Grand Elder of Qiu clan was excited. In the past, the reason the Qiu clan was afraid of the strongest clan in Clarity City, the Feng clan, was because the Feng clan had 5 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. The 2 strongest Saint Celestial stage powerhouses were on par with the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. The other 2 were on par with the second elder of Qiu clan. The Qiu clan had joined forces with the Eastern Fang clan in hopes that the Grand Elder and second elder of the Eastern Fang clan would help the Qiu clan fend off the Feng clan. The Eastern Fang clan was the same. They hoped the Grand Elder and second elder of Qiu clan would help them at a critical moment. Chapter 2083. The clan leader of Qiu clan and the Grand Elder of Qiu clan were excited because of this. Now that the Grand Elder and second elder of the Eastern Feng clan had become Qiu Muqing's servants, they did not have to worry about the Feng clan coming to look for trouble with them as long as Qiu Muqing was in the Qiu clan. I'm willing to acknowledge Sister Muqing as my master as well. Me too. At the same time, the 2 elders of the Eastern Fang clan who were kneeling on the ground swore on the lightning penalty oath as well. Another 2 waves of thunder resonated in the air as the 2 elders swore on the lightning penalty oath. In just 15 minutes, 5 waves of thunder resonated in the sky above the Qiu clan's main hall. Each wave was made up of 9 claps of thunder. For a time, the Qiu family's elders and disciples, as well as some servants and maids, were alarmed. What's going on? It's already the 5th wave of thunder. Who dares to swear on the lightning penalty oath 5 times in a row? It seems like the 5 waves of thunder came from the Qiu clan's main hall. It seems like the Eastern Fang clan has come to look for trouble with us. Sister has gone overboard this time. The clan leader and the others must have sworn on the lightning penalty oath to promise the Eastern Fang clan something. I think so too. When has the Qiu clan ever been so humiliated? I hate it. In the Qiu clan mansion, whether it was the Qiu clan's elders, disciples, maids or servants, they all thought that the 5 thunderclaps were in response to the lightning penalty oath that the Qiu clan's clan leader and other higher-ups had sworn. Under the threat of the Eastern Fang clan's high-ranking officials, the Qiu clan's high-ranking officials had sworn on the lightning penalty oath 5 times. If news of this spread out, how would they be able to face anyone when they went out? For this reason, the Qiu clan's members felt extremely humiliated. Fortunately, the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu Ping, and the other high-ranking officials were unaware of their thoughts. In the Qiu clan's main hall, Duan Lingtian looked at Qiu Muqing and said with a smile, "Sister Qiu, let's go back." Qiu Muqing was stunned for a moment before she nodded. However, after noticing the ambiguous gazes of everyone present, her beautiful cheeks flushed red again. In the end, she shyly followed Duan Lingtian out of the Qiu family's main hall. After Qiu Muqing left with Duan Lingtian, everyone in the Qiu clan heaved a sigh of relief. In front of Duan Lingtian, they could feel an invisible pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. Now that Duan Lingtian was gone, the pressure was naturally gone. Congratulations, Patriarch. At the same time, both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder of Qiu clan, Xueqi, congratulated Qiu Ping. First Elder, Second Elder. What's the good news? Seeing the two elders of the Qiu family congratulate him, Qiu Ping couldn't help but be startled. Patriarch, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the relationship between Sister Muqing and Lord Li Feng is not ordinary. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the two of them become a couple. Xueqi smiled. However, when he mentioned Lord Li Feng, the fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul appeared in his eyes. As soon as Xueqi finished speaking, the Grand Elder of Qiu clan nodded as well. Patriarch Qiu, congratulations. At the same time, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Feng family, Dong Feng Po, the Second Elder of the Eastern Feng family, Dong Feng Liang, and the other two elders of the Eastern Feng family congratulated Qiu Ping as well. There was a hint of envy in the depths of the four people's gazes. They envied Qiu Ping for having a daughter who could become a couple with Lord Li Feng. Everyone, isn't it a little too early to celebrate? At this moment, Qiu Ping finally regained his senses. He could not help but smile wryly. He was not as optimistic as he thought. After witnessing the strength of the sexless cultivator who called himself Li Feng, he knew Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. Would his daughter be able to tie down such a person? Perhaps, even if Li Feng was really close to his daughter, he was just putting on an act. Patriarch Qiu, the fact that Lord Li Feng is willing to do this for Sister Qiu shows how much he values Sister Qiu. You'll be a grandfather soon, Dong Feng Po said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement as well. Soon after, Dong Feng Po changed the topic. He looked at Qiu Ping and said, Patriarch Qiu, from now on, Dong Feng Liang and I are Sister Muqing's servants. I've already discussed this with Dong Feng Liang. From now on, as long as Sister Muqing is in the Qiu clan, and as long as we're in the Eastern Feng family, the Eastern Feng family will be the Qiu clan subsidiary. After we return to the clan, we'll support an obedient person to become the new patriarch of the Qiu clan. From now on, both of our clans don't have to fear the Feng clan anymore. Qiu Ping's eyes lit up when he heard Dong Feng Po's words. Even the Grand Elder of Qiu clan was overjoyed. However, the Feng clan, the most powerful clan in Clarity City, did not expect this at all. On this day, the structure of Kongming City underwent a great change. In just a day, the Qiu clan had become a clan that could contend with the Feng clan. Because the Dong Feng family had become a subsidiary of the Qiu family. Of course, even in the future, no one would know that the Eastern Feng family had become a subsidiary of the Qiu family. They will only know not only did the Eastern Feng family not fall out with the Qiu family, but their relationship with the Qiu family was getting better and better. They even formed an impregnable alliance, which made the Feng family fearful. For many years to come, the Feng family would not dare to think of annexing either of the two clans again. Of course, these were all matters for the future. The Qiu clan's main hall was quite a distance away from Qiu Muqing's residence. However, when Qiu Muqing followed Duan Lingtian back to the main hall, she felt the journey was too short. It felt like only a moment had passed. She did not even have the time to speak to Duan Lingtian before she returned to her residence. Naturally, she did not speak to Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian did not take the initiative to speak, and she could not muster up the courage to do so. The reason such a situation had occurred was because she had guessed and confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. Duan Lingtian was one of the 8 great prodigies of the Zoroastrianism. She had to look up to him. In front of Duan Lingtian, she was just an insignificant woman. Why didn't you speak during the journey? After Duan Ling Tian returned to Qiu Mu Qing's independent mansion, he walked to the pavilion in the front courtyard and sat in front of a stone table. He looked at Qiu Mu Qing, who followed him in, and asked with a smile on his face. After Qiu Mu Qing entered the pavilion, she stood on the other side of the stone table and did not sit down. However, a complicated expression could be seen in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Sister Qiu Yu. Duan Ling Tian was slightly puzzled when he saw Qiu Mu Qing's expression. Could it be that Qiu Mu Qing was so frightened by the strength he had displayed earlier that she no longer dared to interact with him like before? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, although he was slightly puzzled, he knew it was understandable. However, the smile on Duan Ling Tian's face froze when he heard Qiu Mu Qing's words. "You're Duan Ling Tian, the prodigy of the Zoroastrianism, right?" Qiu Mu Qing's question shocked Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. How did you know?" Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath to calm himself down. He did not deny it. He looked at Qiu Mu Qing in shock. "Your strength and your name. Moreover, you didn't allow me to reveal your real name." Upon hearing Qiu Mu Qing's words, Duan Ling Tian finally recalled something. Currently, he was no longer invisible when he had just entered the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Currently, not only had he made a name for himself in the Zoroastrianism, but he had also made a name for himself in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was one of the 1,000 powerhouses on the Supreme Saint ranking. "It seems like I'm right." Duan Ling Tian's reaction told Qiu Mu Qing that she had guessed correctly. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian gestured for Qiu Mu Qing to sit down. After she sat down, she immediately thanked Duan Ling Tian gratefully. "Brother Ling Tian, thank you." Naturally, she was thanking Duan Ling Tian for helping her and the Qiu clan out of their predicament. "It's nothing to me. You don't have to thank me for this since we're friends." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "Perhaps it's nothing to you, Brother Ling Tian, but it's something very important to me and the Qiu clan." Qiu Mu Qing said solemnly. "It doesn't matter. Since you've thanked me, there's no need to mention it anymore." Duan Ling Tian shook his head again before he changed the topic. "Sister Qiu." Before Duan Ling Tian could finish his sentence, Qiu Mu Qing interrupted him. "Brother Ling Tian, you can just call me Mu Qing. Sister Qiu doesn't sound like a friend at all." In the end, Qiu Mu Qing's beautiful face flushed red again. She looked as shy as a young girl. "Then, I'll call you Mu Qing." Duan Ling Tian readily agreed. "Brother Ling Tian, what were you thinking about earlier?" Qiu Mu Qing asked apologetically. She was, naturally, apologetic because she had interrupted Duan Ling Tian before he could finish his sentence. It was very rude of her to do so. "It's nothing much." Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he asked. "I just wanted to ask you if you know where there are many villains in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? For example, where is a large group of evil men gathered?" This was the reason Duan Ling Tian had come to Clarity City. He wanted to find a place where villains gathered so he could devour their innate spiritual roots to strengthen his own innate spiritual root. Chapter 2084. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian had never forgotten the reason he left Zoroastrianism. He could devour other people's innate spiritual roots and improve his own innate spiritual root so that he would possess a stronger innate talent and improve his strength in a short time. Only by improving his strength would he be able to save Kerr and their daughter from Zoroastrianism. Today, apart from the innate spiritual root of Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang family, who was killed by Dongfang Pe, the grand elder of the Fang family, Duan Ling Tian had already devoured the innate spiritual root of Dongfang Zhu. However, he did not devour the innate spiritual roots of Qiu Gang Yi, the second master of Qiu clan, and Dongfang Qian, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang family. Naturally, there must be a reason for this. When he was in the Qiu clan's main hall, he had killed Qiu Gang Yi and Dongfang Qian to intimidate everyone. At that time, his actions were clean and efficient. His image was lofty and cold. At that time, if he were to devour their innate spiritual roots like how he devoured Dongfang Zhu's innate spiritual root in the restaurant today, it would undoubtedly affect his domineering aura. He would not be able to achieve his desired effect. If that happened, his lofty and cold image would have been damaged. Apart from that, Zhou Gangyi and Dong Fengqian's innate spiritual roots were also useless. Even if he had devoured their innate spiritual roots, they would not be of much help to him. Their innate spiritual roots were green at most. In fact, Zhou Gangyi's innate spiritual root might only be yellow. Even if he had devoured their innate spiritual roots, his dark blue innate spiritual root would not have any obvious improvement. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not devour their innate spiritual roots after weighing the pros and cons naturally. This was because he had other concerns. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have devoured their innate spiritual roots. After all, a mosquito was still meat. A place where villains gather? Qiu Muqing was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Immediately after, her pair of beautiful autumn eyes involuntarily revealed some fear, as if she had suddenly thought of something. What? Do you know where I can find it? Duan Lingtian, who had been looking at Qiu Muqing since the beginning, had noticed the change in Qiu Muqing's eyes. He could not help but ask anxiously. After all, he was eager to find a place where villains gathered so he could devour their innate spiritual roots without any restraint. As long as the person was weaker than him, he would be able to devour their innate spiritual root. Of course, he had his own principles and would not casually devour other people's innate spiritual roots. I don't know if that place can be considered as a place where villains gather. However, according to what I know, the people in that place are extremely terrifying. It's normal for them to injure and kill others because of a disagreement. Qiu Muqing's beautiful face stiffened slightly when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. She only replied after a while. Qiu Muqing's voice was filled with dread when she mentioned that place. Is it normal to hurt and kill people because of a disagreement? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Qiu Muqing's words. He asked, "What kind of place is that?" That place is located in the central region. It's adjacent to one of the three great sects, the Xuanzi Buddhism. Naturally, that place has nothing to do with Xuanzi Buddhism. Even Xuanzi Buddhism's disciples might be killed if they enter that place without the accompaniment of a senior. Moreover, the Xuanzi Buddhism can't even find out who killed them. Qiu Muqing continued to speak. The fear in her eyes grew even more intense. Xuanzi Buddhism. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Qiu Muqing's words, he changed his opinion of her. The Xuanzi Buddhism was one of the three great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was aware of this. However, the reason he became agitated when he heard the word Xuanzi Buddhism was because of the person who had come to the Debussy subterranean, intruded the Azure Cloud Mansion, killed Elder Ku, and snatched the Devil Seal tablet from him. He was Elder Xuezong of the Xuanzi Buddhism. He was also the only son of the Golden Lion King, one of the four kings of the Xuanzi Buddhism. Xuezong. In just a blink of an eye, a figure dressed in a long gray robe appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was a middle-aged man with cross-eyed and a ferocious expression. This person was none other than Elder Xuezong of the Xuanzi Buddhism, who had intruded the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. Duan Lingtian still remembered Xuezong's actions. At that time, Xuezong had not only snatched the Devil Seal tablet from Duan Lingtian, but he had also killed his father's right-hand man, Elder Ku. Not only that, but a group of black-armored guards had also died in Xuezong's hands. Duan Lingtian and Xuezong had long formed an irreconcilable enmity between them. When Duan Lingtian heard the place Qiu Muqing mentioned was adjacent to the Xuanzi Buddhism where Xuezong was, he could not help but become agitated. Big brother Lingtian, what's wrong? Qiu Muqing, naturally, noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's emotions. It's nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he regained his senses. Then he said to Qiu Muqing, "Muqing, tell me more about the place you mentioned earlier." "All right." Qiu Muqing nodded obediently before she said slowly, "The place I mentioned is located in the central province. It's called Sin City." A hint of dread could be seen in the depths of Qiu Muqing's eyes when she heard the word Sin City. Although she had never been there before, However, just hearing others mention that place was enough to make her feel apprehensive. Sin City? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He did not interrupt Qiu Muqing and waited for her to continue. Sin City is a city that has existed since the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. It has a long history. Duanling Tian explained. Qiu Muqing continued to say, it said that Sin City was founded by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That powerhouse was a sectless cultivator. For this reason, most of the sectless cultivators in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are gathered in Sin City. Many of the powerhouses among the sectless cultivators usually stay there. Apart from that, I also heard that many of the sectless cultivators in Sin City are on par with high-ranking officials from the three great sects. There are even sectless cultivators who are on par with the sect leaders of the three great sects in Sin City. I agree. There must be sectless cultivators who are on par with the sect leaders of the three great sects in Sin City. Otherwise, how could Sin City be located so close to the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate? All these years, the Zhuangzi Buddhism hasn't done anything to Sin City at all. Qiu Muqing paused for a moment when she reached this point. She wanted to give Duanling Tian some time to digest her words. Sin City? A city founded by a sectless cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? It has existed since the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Moreover, Sin City is located so close to the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate. Even the Zhuangzi Buddhism has never done anything to Sin City. If that's the case, there must be powerhouses on par with the sect leaders of the three great sects in Sin City. Otherwise, with the Zhuangzi Buddhism's strength, how could they allow others to sleep beside them? Soon after, Duanling Tian digested Qiu Muqing's words. Muqing, please continue. Duanling Tian reminded her after he finished digesting Qiu Muqing's words. Qiu Muqing nodded before she continued to say, I'm sure Brother Ling Tian can guess from my words that there are many sectless cultivators in Sin City. As for these rogue cultivators, they don't belong to any forces. Since they've gathered in Sin City, they naturally have all sorts of evil characters. It's because of their existence that the city of Sin is in chaos. That's how the name Sin City came about. A long time ago, Sin City didn't have this name. Due to the large number of sectless cultivators in Sin City, all sorts of conflicts are unavoidable. It's very common to injure and kill people. Moreover, in Sin City, those who aren't at the Saint Celestial stage or above don't dare to go out at night. Even if they want to go out, they have to be accompanied by a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage or above. This is all I know about Sin City, Qiu Muqing said as she looked at Duanling Tian. After Qiu Muqing finished speaking, she looked at Duanling Tian and said, although I don't know why you're looking for a place where villains gather, I'm sure Sin City is the place with the most villains in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Listen, there are many people who eat the flesh, bones and blood of their own kind in that place. Qiu Muqing's face turned slightly pale when she heard Duanling Tian's words. It was apparent she was shocked by the actions of these people. Humans ate the flesh, bones, and blood of their own kind. Normal people would not be able to accept this. Naturally, Duanling Tian could not accept this as well. His expression turned grave when he heard Qiu Muqing's words. He knew this was the place where Sin City was located. Sin City was the place he was looking for after he left Zoroastrianism. I've decided. I'll go to Sin City. Soon after, Duanling Tian made up his mind. He would go to Sin City to pick villains and devour their innate spiritual roots. If it was the same as Qiu Muqing, there was no lack of villains in Sin City. Muqing, have you been to Sin City before? Duanling Tian asked Qiu Muqing after he took a deep breath and regained his senses. No. Qiu Muqing shook her head when she heard Duanling Tian's question. She did not want to go to that place at all. No. Then why do I feel like you know Sin City so well? Duanling Tian asked in surprise. Chapter 2085. I've only heard about it from the sectless cultivators in the city when I go out for a meal, Qiu Muqing said when she saw Duanling Tian's surprised expression. Apart from that, I've also heard that the alliance leader of the sectless cultivators alliance in Clarity City is from Sin City. Duanling Tian had heard about the sectless cultivators alliance in Clarity City when he was in the restaurant earlier. He knew it was an alliance formed by sectless cultivators. The alliance was formed to protect the rights of sectless cultivators, so the three major clans in Clarity City would not dare to bully sectless cultivators. It was said that the alliance leader of the sectless cultivators alliance in Clarity City, was also a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. What a joke! If his strength was weak, how could he threaten the 3 major clans in Clarity City? I don't know about the details of Sin City, but I think the alliance leader of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Clarity City should know about it. Qiu Muqing continued to say, if Brother Ling Tian wants to know more about Sin City, you can look for him. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had the same intention as well. Muqing. Duan Ling Tian looked at Qiu Muqing and smiled faintly. I'm very happy to have met you in Clarity City. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Brother Ling Tian, why you're leaving? Qiu Muqing knew Duan Ling Tian intended to leave when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Her beautiful face tensed up immediately. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Didn't I tell you that I have something to do in Clarity City? The reason I came here is to find out where the villains are gathered. Now, I already have the answer. Qiu Muqing did not expect Duan Ling Tian to come to Clarity City for this. Due to this reason, her expression turned solemn. Big Brother Ling Tian, why you're not planning to go to Sin City, right? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. There was nothing to hide. Qiu Muqing's expression changed when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Brother Ling Tian, although you're strong and almost invincible in Clarity City, however, there are powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City. There were many powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage as well. You. In the end, Qiu Muqing was so anxious that she did not know what to do. Duan Ling Tian felt warmth in his heart when he heard the concern in Qiu Muqing's voice. He said solemnly, Muqing, I know you're worried about my safety, but I have to go to Sin City no matter what. My wife and daughter are now imprisoned in a dark place. Only by going to Sin City can I save them in a shorter time. Duan Ling Tian told Qiu Muqing about his intention to save his wife and daughter. Naturally, he did not mention his wife and daughter were imprisoned by Zoroastrianism. There was another reason he brought up his wife and daughter. Based on how Qiu Muqing addressed him as Brother Ling Tian and how she acted like a young girl when she spoke to him, Duan Ling Tian could tell she had fallen in love with him. Even if Qiu Muqing did not fall in love with him, he was certain she had fallen in love with him. Duan Ling Tian brought up his wife because he wanted to cut off Qiu Muqing's thoughts. It was undeniable that Qiu Muqing was outstanding in all aspects. As a man, he was naturally attracted to her. However, as soon as he thought of his 2 wives and his lover, Feng Tianwu, whose whereabouts were unknown, he could not bring himself to have any thoughts of romance with other women. A man could be sentimental, but he could not be promiscuous. Duan Ling Tian had always thought this way and had always abided by this principle. You have a wife? As expected, Qiu Muqing's face turned pale when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Her bright eyes dimmed as though they had lost their luster. At this moment, Qiu Muqing looked like she had lost all interest in life. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he said, For this reason, it's time for me to leave. Muqing, the 3 old fellows are my gifts to you before I leave. As long as they're here, you won't have to worry about anyone forcing you to do things you don't want to do in Clarity City. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he disappeared before Qiu Muqing's eyes and left the Qiu clan's estate in just a blink of an eye. With Duan Ling Tian's speed, it was only natural that Qiu Muqing could not catch sight of him. When Duan Ling Tian disappeared, Qiu Muqing finally regained her senses. The words Duan Ling Tian said before he left still reverberated in her ears. You won't have to worry about anyone forcing you to do things you don't want to do in Clarity City. Duan Ling Tian's words touched Qiu Muqing's soft spot. Before Duan Ling Tian appeared, she had been troubled by the marriage between her and Dong Fangzhu. However, after Duan Ling Tian appeared, not only did he help her solve this problem, but he even gave her 3 super guards, allowing her to become one of the most powerful people in Clarity City. Currently, her status in the Qiu clan was even higher than her father and the Grand Elder of Qiu clan whom she used to idolize the most. Brother Ling Tian. Qiu Muqing muttered under her breath. Her eyes were filled with determination as she stared in the direction Duan Ling Tian had left. No one knew what she was thinking. Qiu Muqing was certain Duan Ling Tian had left in the direction Duan Ling Tian had left because the flowers and plants in the area swayed violently as though a gust of wind had blown past them. Duan Lingtian had come and gone like the wind and disappeared before Qiu Muqing's eyes. Although Duan Lingtian had disappeared from Qiu Muqing's sight, Qiu Muqing still remembered him deeply in her heart. It was as though he was branded in her heart. Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw Qiu Muqing again. However, this time, it was not in Clarity City. Naturally, this was a matter for the future. After Duan Lingtian left the Qiu clan's estate, he went to look for the leader of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance, a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Emerald Cloud Pavilion was the largest brothel in Clarity City. It belonged to the Feng clan, the strongest clan in Clarity City. There were the best dancers, the best musicians, and the best prostitutes in Clarity City. Those who had a high status in Clarity City would occasionally come here to relax and enjoy themselves. They would either watch the dancing, listen to the music, or talk about life with the prostitutes. In the Emerald Cloud Pavilion, a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance sat in front of a stone table in a pavilion in a luxurious and spacious courtyard. There were two beautiful women sitting next to him. One of the women was constantly picking up grapes from the stone table, peeling them one by one and putting them into his mouth. The other woman was massaging his feet. Every movement was extremely gentle and just right. However, the middle-aged man was not looking at the two women. Instead, he was looking at the empty space in front of the pavilion. In the open space, there were 9 dancers swaying their graceful bodies. Their every movement was so professional that even people who didn't know how to dance would only feel a burst of joy when they saw their dance. Alliance leader Wang really knows how to enjoy life. Compared to Sin City, this place is much more comfortable, right? A voice suddenly rang in the air. The middle-aged man in the pavilion was taken aback. His expression changed immediately as he stood up. As for the two women beside him, they were also frightened to the point that their faces turned pale. "Who's there?" the middle-aged man shouted as he looked around. The 9 dancers were so frightened that they stopped what they were doing. Whoosh! At the same time, a purple-clad young man landed in front of the pavilion as though a gust of wind had blown past. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just left the Qiu clan's estate. Since Duan Lingtian was here, it was only natural that the middle-aged man's identity was revealed. He was none other than the leader of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Clarity City, Wang Efo. "Who are you? Why are you disturbing my dance?" Looking at Duan Lingtian, Wang Efo's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. Whoosh! As soon as Wang Efo questioned Duan Lingtian, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body surged out and formed a whirlpool in just a blink of an eye. Devouring skill. Soon after, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was completely absorbed by Duan Lingtian. His Sun Saint energy had also risen to its peak. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Wang Yifo could not react in time. When Wang Yifo came to his senses, he was naturally vigilant. At the same time, he raised his hand and a broad saber appeared in his hand. As the saint energy in Wang Yifo's body surged out and merged with the saber began to emit a sharp aura. One could tell it was 100 inscription saint weapon from the aura emitted by the saber. 100 inscriptions saint weapon. Not bad. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took a step forward. His expression was as calm as ever as he spoke. Just as Duan Lingtian's foot landed on the ground, a voice rang out. All of a sudden, whoosh! A fleeting sound of a sword whistling rang in Wang Yifo's ears. It was so sudden that Wang Yifo's heart skipped a beat. When he realized that he could not see the sword that had caused the whistling sound, his eyes narrowed and a horrified expression appeared on his face. Crack! As soon as Wang Yifo's pupils shrunk, he heard a clear voice in his ears. The sound that came from behind sounded like tofu being cut. Chapter 2086. At this moment, Wang Yifo was shocked. The 100 inscription saint saber in his hand, the 100 inscription saint saber that had been infused with saint origin, had been broken into 2. The cut was smooth and clean, as if it had been cut in 2 by some kind of sharp weapon. Wang Yifo felt his scalp tingle when he recalled the short-lived sword whistling sound. At the same time, Wang Yifo's eyes were filled with fear when he looked at the purple-clothed young man standing not too far away. Ah! Ah! Almost at the same time when the 100 inscription Saint Saber in Wang Yifo's hand was broken into 2 pieces, the 2 women beside Wang Yifo, as well as the dancers, were so frightened that they screamed. Their beautiful faces turned pale, and they looked very pitiful. All of you can leave now. I have something to say to Alliance Leader Wang. At the same time, Duan Lingtian spoke. When his words fell into the ears of the 2 women and the dancers next to Wang Yifo, the fear in their eyes disappeared. However, although they had obtained Duan Lingtian's permission, they still did not dare to leave. Their pitiful eyes fell on Wang Yifo as though they had discussed this beforehand. Obviously, they were waiting for Wang Yifo's permission as a distinguished guest. Wang Yifo was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he sensed their gazes. Could these women not see that the purple-clad young man in front of them was more powerful than him? It was fine if they did not listen to the order given by such a person, but now they were looking at him and asking for his permission. Was this not harming him? Sir asked you to leave, why aren't you leaving? Instantly, Wang Yifo was enraged as well. He roared, scaring the group of women away. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and Wang Yifo were left in the huge courtyard. Sir, please have a seat. When Wang Yifo looked at Duan Lingtian, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by a flattering expression. He immediately asked Duan Lingtian to sit at the stone table in the pavilion. Duan Lingtian didn't stand on ceremony and walked into the pavilion in 2 or 3 steps. Just now, when Wang Yifo saw him for the first time, he was not at all polite, so he was not surprised. That was why he had immediately displayed his strength to intimidate Wang Yifo. With the help of the Sun Saint energy that had been enhanced by the divine power, the devouring technique, and the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was able to break Wang Yifo's 100 inscription Saint Saber that was infused with Saint energy into half with just 1 slash. Before the Jasper Celestial Sword, the 100 inscription Saint Saber was as weak as tofu. This could be seen from the scene just now. The Jasper Celestial Sword had cut through the 100 inscription Saint Saber as easily as cutting tofu. Under Wang Yifo's uneasy gaze, Duan Lingtian walked into the pavilion and sat down at the stone table. Then, Duan Lingtian plucked a grape from a bunch of grapes on the stone table and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he spat out the grape skin. This grape is not bad. It tastes pretty good. Sir, if you like it, I'll ask them to prepare more later. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Yifo said with a flattering expression. Compared to the arrogant Wang Yifo from before, this flattering Wang Yifo seemed to be a completely different person. The reason why Wang Yifo changed so much was naturally because he had seen Duan Lingtian's strength. At first, he didn't know that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Now, he realized that Duan Lingtian was not only stronger than him, but he was so strong that he could kill him in the blink of an eye. Nothing else. Just like the sword just now, if it had not landed on the 100 inscription Saint Saber in his hand but on his head would have been cut open like a watermelon. Until now, Wang Yifo could not help but shudder when he recalled the sword just now. Sit. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Yifo and gestured for him to sit. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength, how could Wang Yifo have the courage to sit in front of Duan Lingtian? He quickly said politely, Sir, I'm a wretched person, I like to stand. I'm used to it. Since Wang Yifo was unwilling to sit, Duan Lingtian naturally would not force him. He went straight to the point and said, I'm here to ask you something. Sir, please ask away. As long as I, Wang Yifo, know, I won't hide it. After hearing the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit, Wang Yifo could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Just now, he was worried that Duan Lingtian was deliberately looking for trouble with him. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it would only take him a blink of an eye to kill him. I heard that you spent some time in Sin City? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Although Wang Yifo was curious why Duan Lingtian would ask this, he still answered truthfully. This was not a secret to many people in Clarity City. Sometimes, he would even use this matter as his capital to brag about himself. After all, Not everyone had the guts to go to Sin City. Even a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse would have to be careful in Sin City. Otherwise, if he accidentally offended someone he should not offend, he would be doomed eternally. Tell me about the City of Sin. Duan Lingtian said, Sir, could it be that you want to go to Sin City? Wang Yifo asked in surprise. His eyes shone brightly. He could tell the purple-clad young man did not ask him this because he was bored. He must have wanted to go to Sin City. Didn't you hear what I said? However, Duan Lingtian ignored Wang Yifo's question. Instead, he asked coldly with a grave expression on his face. Wang Yifo shuddered when he saw Duan Lingtian's sudden change in attitude. He no longer dared to ask any questions and hastily said, I'll tell you about Sin City. Then, Wang Yifo began to explain Sin City to Duan Lingtian. From the origin of Sin City to the current situation of Sin City. Wang Yifo had stayed in Sin City for some time after all. His understanding of Sin City was not something that Xueqi, who was just a passerby, could compare to. As time passed, Duan Lingtian learned a lot of useful information from Wang Yifo. Alliance leader Wang, why did you leave the City of Sin and come to Clarity City? Don't tell me it's just for fun? After Wang Yifo told Duan Lingtian everything he knew about Sin City, Duan Lingtian asked Wang Yifo about it. Wang Yifo did not mention anything about himself when he told Duan Lingtian about Sin City. With Wang Yifo's strength at the peak of the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was only an ordinary martial cultivator in Sin City. He was not as carefree in Sin City as he was in Clarity City. As the saying went, one would rather be the head of a lion than the tail of a phoenix. The current Wang Yifo was similar to this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well. Since the City of Sin was able to attract so many independent cultivators to gather there, it must have had its own charm. Otherwise, who would not want to be the king of a mountain? And Wang Yifo definitely didn't leave just to enjoy life in the city. Of course not. Wang Yifo sighed when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He said reluctantly, It's because I offended someone in Sin City. That person has a powerful background, so I had no choice but to leave Sin City. Although the entertainment in Clarity City is great, it can't help me improve my cultivation base. According to what you said, the cultivation environment in the City of Sin is very good? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel curious when he heard Wang Yifo's words. It's not just the cultivation environment. Wang Yifo shook his head. After a flash of light passed through his eyes, he said, There are many benefits in Sin City that I don't know how to explain. Sir, if you really intend to go to Sin City, you'll know when you get there. Although Duan Lingtian felt Wang Yifo was keeping him in suspense, he did not continue to ask. After all, he was about to depart to Sin City. Thank you, Alliance leader Wang. After obtaining the information he wanted from Wang Yifo, Duan Lingtian stood up and was ready to leave. Before he left, he did not forget to thank Wang Yifo. You're too kind, Lord. Wang Yifo was flattered by Duan Lingtian's gratitude. Then, under Wang Yifo's respectful gaze, Duan Lingtian left, leaving Wang Yifo with a suave silhouette. Who is he? Wang Yifo only regained his senses when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared. However, deep in his eyes, there was a hint of confusion. He had been in Clarity City for many years, but it was his first time seeing such a powerhouse in Clarity City. After all, Clarity City was only an inconspicuous city at the edge of the western region. Even if there were powerhouses who passed by this area, they would rarely stay here. After leaving the Emerald Cloud Pavilion, Duan Lingtian did not stop and left Clarity City immediately. After leaving Clarity City, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Clarity City again. His eyes flashed, but no one knew what he was thinking. Golden Crow's wings. After a while, a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. He had cast the high-grade movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. Without warning, the Golden Crow's wings flapped. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. Chapter 2087. The upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into a few regions. The North region, South Region, West Region, East Region, and Central Region. The North Region was covered in snow all year round. Due to the lack of Saint stones, the cultivation environment there was extremely bad. It was a remote place where even birds would not shit. Therefore, there were not many powerful forces stationed there. Currently, the 7 Absolute Sects temporary base was located in the North Region. The South Region was also known as the Wildlands. Based on the name alone, one could guess that the people there were tough. The Heaven Divination sect, one of the 3 great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land, was located in the South Region. The Heaven Divination sect was also the religion of most people in the South Region, just like how Zoroastrianism was the religion of most people in the West Region. However, there was no need to mention the West Region. The Eastern Region was also a place that lacked holy stone mineral resources, but it was much better than the Northern Region. There were many first-rate powers stationed in that area, and the Dragon Clan was also in that area. The Central Region was the most prosperous place in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. It was rich in saint stones. In the Central Region, apart from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, one of the 3 great sects, there was also an ancient city called Sin City. Even the Black Kshetra sect had to be wary of the existence of Sin City. Sin City was not a force. It was just a place where sectless cultivators gathered. However, if any forces were to make a move on Sin City, the sectless cultivators in Sin City would band together to fend off the enemy. Sin City. What's so attractive about it that so many sectless cultivators in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land are flocking to it? While Duan Ling Tian was making his way to Sin City in the Central Region, his heart was filled with curiosity about the city. Just what kind of city was it? It actually attracted so many rogue cultivators to gather there. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian flew past many towering mountains and lofty ridges, many vast lakes, plains, and deserts before he finally entered the Central Region of the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. The city of Sin is located at the center of the Central Region. This was what Duan Ling Tian had learned from Qiu Mu Qing, the eldest daughter of the Qiu clan in Clarity City. For this reason, after he entered the Central Region, he quickly decided on a direction and traveled at full speed. Duan Ling Tian entered the Central Region of the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and made his way to Sin City. Debussy Subterranean. Azure Cloud Mansion. Whoosh! A swift figure streaked across the sky and entered the Crouching Dragon Lake in the outer area of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Boom! 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 When the newcomer entered the Crouching Dragon Lake, the calm surface of the Crouching Dragon Lake shook. Then, 10 figures shot out and surrounded the newcomer. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Azure Cloud Mansion? The 10 people who flew out of the Crouching Dragon Lake were clad in black armor and looked majestic. The person who was surrounded by them was a woman who was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit. Apart from her beautiful figure, she also had a beautiful face. It was as though the Creator had given her the best. She had the face of an angel and the body of a devil. These words were enough to describe this woman's perfection. Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored army? The woman muttered to herself as she faced the 10 people who surrounded her. Then she did not beat around the bush as she said, "I'm a friend of Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of your Azure Cloud Mansion. My name is Wang Fei Xian, and I'm from the Mystical Sky Mansion." Based on her words, she was none other than Wang Fei Xian, whom Duan Ling Tian had met in the Mystical Sky Mansion. She was also one of Duan Ling Tian's few friends in the Mystical Sky Mansion. A friend of the young mansion master? Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, the fierce gazes of the 10 black-armored guards softened a little. At the same time, one of them immediately went to the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion to report this matter. Wang Fei Xian? In the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion, Duan Rufeng, the mansion master, quickly learned about the woman who claimed to be his son's friend. However, he was unfamiliar with the name Wang Fei Xian. He had not even heard of it before. Naturally, it was impossible for him to know all of his son's friends. Fei did you hear Tian mention a woman called Wang Fei Xian? Soon after, Duan Rufeng found his daughter-in-law, Li Fei. Li Fei was accompanying his wife, Li Rou, with her and Duan Lingtian's son, Li Fei. Wang Fei Xian? She seems to be Scoundrel's friend in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Li Fei was startled at first, but then she came back to her senses. However, after a while, a complicated expression appeared in the depths of her beautiful autumn eyes. She had heard her man mention Wang Fei Xian before. Although her man did not say much, with her shopwoman's intuition, she could tell this mystical Sky Mansion's disciple called Wang Fei Xian might have fallen in love with her man. She's really Tian'er's friend? Since you know her, come with me to greet her. Duan Ruffing said, Grandfather, I want to go as well. At this moment, Duan Ruffing, who was standing nearby, also ran over. He blinked his big innocent eyes as he said to Duan Ruffing, Grandma will go as well. Then, Duan Yen Tian looked at Li Ro and held her hand as he said with a pout on his face, Okay. Grandma will go as well. Li Ro patted her grandson's head affectionately and agreed immediately. Listen to Yen Tian. Let's go together. Duan Ruffing agreed as he looked at Duan Yen Tian affectionately. Following that, Duan Ruffing raised his hand, and an invisible force shrouded Li Ro, Li Fei, and Duan Yen Tian before it brought them away from the main mansion of Azure Cloud Mansion. After a while, Duan Ruffing brought them to a stop. They were already at the side of the Crouching Dragon Lake. Lord Mansion Master. Madam. Young Madam. When Duan Ruffing brought Li Ro and Li Fei to the 9 black armored guards, the 9 black armored guards quickly bowed at Duan Ruffing, Li Ro, and Li Fei. Since Li Ro was the wife of their mansion master, they addressed her as Madam. As for Li Fei, since she was the wife of their young mansion master, they addressed her as Young Madam. Mansion Master? Madam? Young Madam? Upon hearing the 9 black armored guards' greetings, Wang Fei Xian shifted her gaze to Duan Ruffing and the others before she quickly bowed at Duan Ruffing and Li Ro, who were standing side by side. Junior Wang Fei Xian greets Mansion Master Duan and Madam. When Wang Fei Xian bowed at Duan Ruffing and his wife, she could not help but look at Li Fei, who was standing next to Li Ro, from the corner of her eyes. At this moment, Li Fei was holding her son's hand. Duan Yen Tian was looking at Wang Fei Xian with his big watery eyes. It was as though he was curious about this auntie whom he had never met before. Miss Fei Xian, there's no need to be so courteous. Duan Ruffing smiled faintly. Listen to my daughter-in-law. You're my son's friend in the mystical Sky Mansion. This is not the place to talk. Why don't you follow us to the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion? In the end, Duan Ruffing even asked for Wang Fei Xian's opinion out of courtesy. All right. Wang Fei Xian was a valiant woman, so she agreed immediately. When Wang Fei Xian agreed, Duan Ruffing raised his hand again and brought the few of them with him as they disappeared from the side of the Crouching Dragon Lake. However, this time, Wang Fei Xian was among the people he brought away. When Duan Ruffing and the others appeared again, they were already in the main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. The majestic main hall took Wang Fei Xian a while to regain her senses. After Wang Fei Xian regained her senses, Duan Ruffing introduced the 3 people next to him, his wife, his son. Although Wang Fei Xian was mentally prepared, she could not help but feel a sense of loss when Duan Ruffing introduced Li Fei and her son. However, it was not obvious on her face. She even took the initiative to greet Li Fei politely. Li Fei, naturally, returned the greeting as well. She did not neglect Wang Fei Xian at all. To her, her man's friend was her friend as well. It seems like this girl's heart is also with Tian'er. Tian'er is really too much. He still hasn't settled Bai Yao and Lan'er at home, but why is he fooling around outside and even attracted such a good girl? Li Ro was a woman. Naturally, she could sense Wang Fei Xian's emotions fluctuating when she heard Li Fei was her son's wife. As a woman, she was certain. This woman called Wang Fei Xian also had her heart set on her son. Due to this reason, she sighed inwardly. If it was in the past, Li Ro would have been eager to have as many daughters-in-law as possible. Otherwise, she would not have brought Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao out of the mortal continent. But now, she didn't think so anymore. She even regretted bringing Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao out of the mortal continent because she felt she had let them down. Based on the current situation, it was still a question whether her son would accept them in the future. Currently, the matter between Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao had yet to be resolved, and now, Wang Fei Xian was here as well. She was puzzled. Sister Fei Lian, if you're here to look for my son, Duan Ling Tian, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. He's no longer in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ruffing said to Wang Fei Xian. I know that. Wang Fei Xian nodded and continued to say, I'm not here to look for him. I'm here to inform you, Mansion Master Duan. When Wang Fei Xian reached this part of the sentence, she paused for a moment. Fear rose in her eyes as though she had just recalled something terrifying. Leak information? Duan Ruffing was stunned. The mystical sky mansion is gone. My home, the fourth-rate force, the tyrannical saber mansion, is gone as well. Wang Fei Xian's tone instantly turned gloomy. Subsequently, the fear in her eyes grew even more intense. Monster. A monster with an ox head and a human body. Chapter 2088. The Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion was killed in just one move? Hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Li Ro and Li Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Especially Li Ro. As the wife of Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, she often spent time with Duan Ruffing. Naturally, she had learned a lot about the WCI subterranean from Duan Ruffing. This also included an in-depth understanding of the major forces in the WCI subterranean. As far as she knew, although the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion was not as strong as her husband, even her husband would not dare to kill the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion in just one blow before he had broken through to the quintessential saint stage. But now, Wang Fei Xian, there was a monster who killed the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion in just one blow. If it's true, just how powerful was that monster? Due to Duan Yentian's age, he did not know what Wang Fei Xian was talking about. As for Duan Ruffing, he was not surprised by Wang Fei Xian's words. Instead, his face darkened as he muttered, It seems like more than one bull demon has come to the WCI subterranean. What Duan Ruffing was worried about still happened. Previously, when the bull devil had barged into the Azure Cloud Mansion, although he had killed it, he did not feel relieved at all. Instead, he felt extremely gloomy. After all, the bull devil's appearance in the Dao Martial Saint Land was a bad sign. After all, the ox demon was a creature that only existed in the land of exile. Now that it had appeared in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there was no doubt that there was something wrong with the space barrier between the Dao Martial Saint Land and the land of exile. If there was a problem with the space barrier, it might have been discovered by one ox devil, and that ox devil might have come to the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, it could also be discovered by many ox devils, and that was why many ox devils came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was even more likely that they would be discovered by the devil clans in the land of exile. The ox devil from the ox devil clan was only the vanguard of the devil clans in the Dao Martial Saint Land. If it was the latter, there was no doubt the Dao Martial Saint Land would fall back into the human devil era, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Ox demon? Although Duan Ruffing's voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by Li Ro and the others. They immediately looked at Duan Ruffing. This was the first time in their lives that they had heard the term bull demon. Grandpa, what is an ox demon? Duan Yentian asked as he blinked his eyes innocently when he heard Duan Ruffing's mutterings. Fair, take Niantian and leave first. There are some things that I want you to know. However, I will tell Ro about that matter first. She will tell you later. At this moment, Duan Ruffing sent a voice transmission to Li Fei, asking Li Fei to bring Duan Yentian away. Unknowingly, it also revealed a message. It was not convenient for Duan Yentian to know what he was going to do next. Although Li Fei did not know what was going on, she could hear the seriousness in Duan Ruffing's voice. Since she was curious, she did not ask any questions. After some persuasion, she finally convinced Duan Yentian to leave. At this moment, only Duan Ruffing, Li Ro, and Wang Fei Xian were left in the spacious main hall. Brother Feng, did you ask Feier to bring Yentian away? Li Ro asked. As Duan Ruffing's wife and Li Fei's unusual behavior earlier, it was not difficult for her to figure out what was going on. It seemed like it was not suitable for her grandson to hear what her husband was going to say next. Yes. Duan Ruffing nodded. Then he said solemnly, Niantian is still alive. There are some things I don't want him to know so soon. I don't want him to live in fear from now on. The ox demon was related to the demon race in the land of exile, and it was also related to the human devil era many years ago. It was not hard to imagine. If his grandson knew that the human race had such a dark history, his grandson would definitely have a shadow in his heart. It would be detrimental to his grandson's growth, and it would do him no good. Upon hearing Duan Rufing's words, Li Ro knew she had guessed correctly. She could not help but gasp before she asked, "Brother Feng, don't scare me. What's the matter?" Li Ro knew her husband very well. He was cautious and would not speak without thinking. For this reason, she could not help but feel chills running up her spine when she heard her husband's words. "The ox devil is from the land of exile," Duan Rufing explained. Faced with Li Ro's question and Wang Fei Xian's curious gaze, Duan Rufing finally told them about the ox devil's origin. He also mentioned the human devil era that happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. At this moment, both Li Ro and Wang Fei Xian were so frightened that their faces turned pale. During the human devil era, humans and devils fought against each other. Countless humans were killed and devoured into dried corpses. Apart from the powerhouses, most of the humans who survived were at death's door. Many of them were demonized and became devil cultivators. All in all, during that era there was chaos everywhere. Nobody could live a peaceful life. Not even the people on the mortal continent. Devil clans? The land of exile. When Li Ro and Wang Fei Xian learned about the existence of the land of exile and the strength of the devil clans in the land of exile, both of them were terrified. "Miss Fei Xian, how tall was the ox devil that entered the mystical sky mansion that day?" Duan Rufing suddenly asked as he looked at Wang Fei Xian. Wang Fei Xian regained her senses when she heard his question. After she mustered her courage, her pale face regained some color. Then, she fell silent for a moment as she thought about it. "I think it was more than 4 meters tall. I think it was less than 5 meters tall, but I'm certain it was more than 4 meters tall." Wang Fei Xian replied to Duan Rufing after she recalled everything that had happened. "If that's the case, the strength of the ox devil that entered the mystical sky mansion is about the same as the ox devil that entered the azure cloud mansion that day." Duan Rufeng nodded. Although he sounded nonchalant, his expression was tense and did not relax at all. "Entered the azure cloud mansion?" Li Ro's expression changed when she heard Duan Rufing's words. A worried expression appeared on her face as she asked anxiously, "When? Brother Feng, why didn't you mention this before?" It was obvious Li Ro was unaware that the ox devil had entered the azure cloud mansion. "I didn't mention it because I didn't want you to worry." Duan Rufing sighed before he continued to say, "Moreover, I've already killed it." "You've already killed it?" Li Ro and Wang Fei Xian were stunned when they heard Duan Rufing's words. That was a powerful devil that could kill the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion with just a blow. However, it was killed by Duan Rufing even though it had entered the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the Ox Devil clan, in terms of strength, there are many Ox Devils who are much stronger than the Ox Devils who invaded the Mystical Sky Mansion and the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Rufing continued to speak in a solemn tone. "Initially, I was wondering if there was only one ox devil that entered the Debussy subterranean and entered the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, it seems like there's more than one ox devil." Duan Rufing said with a hint of dread on his face, "I've killed one, and another one has appeared in the Mystical Sky Mansion. I'm afraid there are more in other places as well." In the end, a hint of dread appeared on Duan Rufing's face. While Duan Rufeng, Li Ro, and Wang Fei Xian were discussing the human devil era, the land of exile, the devil clans, and the ox devil clan, Duan Rufeng continued to speculate. In the western region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Not many people knew that apart from the top force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Zoroastrianism, there was another powerful force in the western region that even Zoroastrianism was wary of. This force was the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan was a very mysterious clan. It was even more mysterious than the dragons. The reason the Phoenix clan was so mysterious was due to a rule set by the Phoenix clan's ancestor many years ago. The members of the Phoenix clan were not allowed to leave the Phoenix clan. Those who left without permission would be chased out of the Phoenix clan and would be hunted down by the Phoenix clan. Due to this reason, the members of the Phoenix clan were not allowed to leave the Phoenix clan no matter how much they longed to explore the outside world. As the saying went, a phoenix would not land in a place without treasures. The Phoenix clan's estate was located in the northern part of the western region. It was like a paradise that was completely isolated from the outside world. The reason the Phoenix clan chose this place as their estate was similar to the Zoroastrianism's estate. There was also a quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve underground. Naturally, it was much better than the quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve in the Zoroastrianism's estate. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was widely spread that there were only 3 quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserves in the world that were in the possession of the 3 great sections. In fact, to a certain extent, the 3 great sects had deliberately spread this news. They wanted to use this to show how different they were. The Phoenix clan's estate was isolated from the outside world through a formation. This formation was a gigantic hybrid formation that was a mixture of offensive formations and illusory formations. Without a cultivation base at the Saint Celestial stage or above, one would not be able to see through the illusory formations that were mixed with the formation. Without a cultivation base at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above, one would not be able to resist the offensive formations that were mixed with the formation. Today, an uninvited guest appeared outside the Phoenix clan's estate. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew past. In the next moment, an old figure appeared out of thin air outside the gigantic formation that enveloped the Phoenix clan's estate. It was a white-haired old man with a sage-like demeanor. As he hovered in the air, he looked like an old celestial from afar. If Han Xueqi was here, she would definitely recognize him. This old man was none other than her senior uncle, the Prophet. He was also the previous successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Chapter 2089. The Phoenix clan's encampment was shrouded by a gigantic hybrid formation. Even if someone passed by, they would not be able to discover the Phoenix clan's encampment. The Phoenix clan's encampment was located in a place surrounded by mountains. It was a real paradise. Not only was this place isolated from the rest of the world, but there were also mountains, rivers, lush flowers, and green trees. It formed a picturesque scenery that gave people a strong sense of belonging. Of course, this was only most of the scenery in the Phoenix clan's encampment. In the west of the Phoenix clan's encampment, the air was filled with an extremely hot aura. The temperature was so high that it would not take long for an ordinary person to be roasted. The deeper one went, the higher the temperature. In the deepest part of the west of the Phoenix clan's encampment, there was a vast altar. On the high platform in the middle of the altar, there was an extremely huge statue sitting there. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be stunned when he saw this statue. Moreover, a paragraph of words recorded in the ancient book, Classic of Mountains and Seas, that was passed down from ancient times in his previous life on Earth, would definitely appear in his mind. There was a bird in the world that looked like a chicken. It was called the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King was the earliest name for the phoenix. It was also the king of birds in Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth. Generally speaking, the male was called the phoenix while the female was called the phoenix. Collectively, they were called the phoenix. The phoenix was as famous as the divine dragon in his previous life. Just like the divine dragon, they were legendary existences. In Duan Lingtian's previous life's hometown on Earth, ever since the Qin and Han dynasties of ancient times, the dragon had gradually become the symbol of the emperor. The emperors, empresses, and concubines had begun to refer to themselves as phoenixes. The image of the phoenixes had gradually become androgynous. The statue on the high platform in the middle of the altar was a lifelike phoenix. It was completely fiery red. No one knew what material it was made of, but it was constantly emitting waves of hot aura. That old man is here so early? In front of the altar, a beautiful woman sitting cross-legged in the air suddenly opened her eyes. The beautiful woman's eyes were different from the black pupils of ordinary humans. Instead, they were fiery red. With just a glance, it might be enough to make a person feel as though he had fallen into a pit of fire. When the beautiful woman stood up, her voluptuous figure hidden under the loose robe was also exposed. Furthermore, although her face could not be considered to be exceedingly beautiful, it was still beautiful beyond compare. It was very pleasing to the eye. She stood there. Although her clothes were simple and plain, she still gave off a graceful and luxurious feeling. If only I had met that girl earlier. Thinking that she's about to leave, I'm really reluctant to part with her. As the beautiful woman muttered, there was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. It was as if the girl she spoke of was about to leave her. Lord Prophet. Suddenly, a respectful female voice came from outside the altar. Whoosh. Hearing the voice coming from outside, the beautiful woman's figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. When she reappeared, she was already outside the altar in front of a young woman dressed in green. She asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" The green-clad young woman was very respectful when she faced the beautiful woman. "Lord Prophet, Senior Prophet is here. He's waiting outside the Phoenix clan's estate." The beautiful woman's head had an "I already know" look on her face. "I already know. Tell him to wait outside. I'll bring him out in a moment." The green-clad young woman was not surprised when she heard the beautiful woman already knew. It was as though she was used to it. After all, the beautiful woman before her was the Phoenix clan's prophet. She could predict the future and destroy all living beings' dharma characteristics. In the eyes of the Phoenix clan, she was omnipotent. Even the patriarch of the Phoenix clan had to be respectful when she saw this Lord Prophet. After the green-clad young woman left, the beautiful woman disappeared again in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already back at the altar. Furthermore, he was behind the altar, behind the incomparably huge phoenix statue. All of a sudden, the beautiful woman raised her hand. Whoosh! As the beautiful woman raised her hand, a ferocious crack appeared in the air as though she had torn the space apart. Then, she flew into the ferocious crack in a flash, and the crack disappeared as well. If there was another person here, he or she would be dumbfounded when they saw this. It was as though the beautiful woman was swallowed by the crack in the air. Naturally, the beautiful woman who flew into the crack was not swallowed by the crack. Currently, she had entered the Phoenix clan's Saint Land that had been passed down since ancient times. The Phoenix clan's Saint Land was similar to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was also a pseudo-realm. However, it could not be compared to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land since it was only a pseudo-realm. It was also the Phoenix clan's rebirth ground. Any Phoenix clan's clansman with extraordinary innate talent would be able to undergo rebirth ground. Not only would they be reborn, but they would also gain more strength. Their cultivation base would also be improved compared to before they were reborn. For example, a Phoenix clan's clansmen who were limited by their innate talent and could not improve their cultivation base after reaching the third form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to break through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage if they underwent rebirth ground. In the Phoenix clan's rebirth ground, apart from the fiery red sky, there was only a fiery red ocean in the Phoenix clan's rebirth ground. The temperature here was much higher than the temperature outside. Even those with a weaker cultivation base would be vaporized in just a blink of an eye, let alone ordinary people. The beautiful woman hovered in the air as though nothing had happened. It was as though the environment here did not affect her at all. If one looked closely, they would discover that the fiery red ocean was filled with lava. There was a large fiery red ocean in this place. It was the fiery red magma. The magma was constantly rolling and boiling. It was enough to see that its temperature was very high. It made people feel a chill down their spines when they saw it. The temperature in this place was due to the lava. At this moment, the beautiful woman hovered in the air and looked down at the ocean of lava beneath her feet. It was as though there was something in it. Girl. Suddenly, the beautiful woman opened her mouth. She was actually speaking to the sea of magma beneath her feet. Her voice was not loud, but it seemed to have a terrifying penetrating force. It was as though it could penetrate all obstacles and reach the ears of the person she was speaking to. Based on her words, it seemed like there was someone under the boiling lava. Gulp, 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 gulp. Moments after the beautiful woman spoke, the magma that was originally boiling but still considered calm began to churn and boil even more violently. In the next moment, boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, one of the magma exploded, and a fiery red figure rushed out. From afar it seemed to have merged with the magma. The person who emerged from the ocean of lava was a woman dressed in a fiery red robe. She exuded a scorching aura and the pressure of a powerhouse. Senior Prophet. After she emerged, she appeared near the beautiful woman and bowed respectfully. Her voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. It seemed to contain endless charm. Her figure was graceful and perfect. It gave people the urge to go up and hug her. The woman dressed in red had beautiful long hair that fell on her shoulders and behind her back like a waterfall. Under the long hair was a beautiful face that could captivate even birds and beasts. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting. Her eyes were as clear as water in autumn. Her nose, red lips, and white teeth formed a perfect outline. She was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. She was like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would definitely recognize her with just a glance. This woman dressed in red who looked like a fire elf was none other than Feng Tianwu. Girl, you've completed your rebirth in our Phoenix clan's place of rebirth. I'm sure you've realized you're leaving soon, right? The beautiful woman sighed softly. Senior Prophet, is Senior Uncle Prophet here? Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, Feng Tianwu immediately figured it out. The old man who had sent her here had passed by. He would come to take her away after she had completed her rebirth in the Phoenix clan's place of rebirth. Yes. When the beautiful woman saw how smart Feng Tianwu was, the reluctance in her eyes intensified. It was as though she did not want Feng Tianwu to leave. Senior Prophet, if I have time in the future, I'll come back to visit you. Feng Tianwu saw the reluctance in the beautiful woman's eyes, and she immediately consoled her. You won't have the chance. However, when the beautiful woman heard Feng Tianwu's words, a hint of relief flashed in her eyes. She shook her head and said, The reason we allowed you to enter the Phoenix clan was to follow our ancestors' instructions. We wanted to repay the favor we owed to Feng Qingyang, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. We allowed you to enter the Phoenix clan's place of rebirth because you have a trace of the Phoenix clan's prophet's bloodline in your body. Now that the Phoenix clan has repaid the favor it owed to the Seven Absolute sect, it's impossible for us to let you in. The beautiful woman added, Senior Prophet, didn't you say I have the same bloodline as you? Can't you treat me as a member of the Phoenix clan? Feng Tianwu asked. If you want to be a member of the Phoenix clan, you can't leave the Phoenix clan. The beautiful woman looked at Feng Tianwu and said, However, are you willing to stay in the Phoenix clan until you die of old age or ascend to the immortal world? Feng Tianwu fell silent. Stay in the Phoenix clan until she died of old age or ascend to the immortal world. In that case, would she not be able to see the man she was so fond of? Naturally, she could not accept this. Therefore she shook her head. The beautiful woman was not surprised when she saw this. Chapter 2090. Will I really not be able to see Senior Prophet again? When Feng Tianwu thought about how she would never be able to see the beautiful woman before her, the Phoenix clan's prophet, again, she was filled with reluctance. Although she had not spent much time with the Phoenix clan's prophet, the Phoenix clan's prophet still cared for her like an elder. It made her feel as though she had regained her motherly love. I'm afraid there's no more chance. Unless... The Phoenix clan's prophet paused for a moment. Unless what? Feng Tianwu was curious. Unless the human devil era is coming again. However, that's almost impossible. At the very least, it's impossible for the human devil era to come again in our era. The Phoenix clan's prophet said decisively. The human devil era? Feng Tianwu was curious about this. The Phoenix clan's prophet was very patient with Feng Tianwu. She patiently explained the human devil era to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu learned that before the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, there was an era in the Dao Martial Saint Land called the Human Devil Era. During that era, a group of devils from the land of exile had invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land. To be more precise, they had invaded the realm where the Dao Martial Saint Land was located. During the Human Devil Era, the ancestors of the Phoenix clan killed countless devils. However, in the end, the Phoenix clan suffered a great loss. Since then, the ancestors of the Phoenix clan set a strict rule to ensure the survival of the Phoenix clan. The clansmen of the Phoenix clan are not allowed to leave the Phoenix clan without permission. Otherwise, not only would they be expelled from the Phoenix clan, but they would also be hunted down by the enforcement elder of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan's prophet continued to say, For this reason, the only person who can leave the Phoenix clan without violating the rules is the enforcement elder. Naturally, there's a condition for the enforcement elder to leave the Phoenix clan. There must be a member of the Phoenix clan who has violated the rules and left the Phoenix clan without permission. Normally, no one from the Phoenix clan would leave the Phoenix clan because even if they did, the enforcement elder would find them in the shortest time possible. The members of the Phoenixes all have innate marks on our bodies. It's impossible for us to escape from the investigation of the deacon. He knew that he was going to die, but he just wanted to see the outside world. In the history of our Phoenixes, there has never been such a stupid person. At this point, the beautiful woman paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, if the human devil era comes again, we won't have to abide by that rule anymore. After all, we'll have to leave the Phoenix clan and attack the devil clans from the land of exile. This is the ancestral instruction left behind by our Phoenix clan's ancestors. It's also the mission of our Phoenix clan. The Phoenix prophet's words also revealed a meaning. The era of non-humans and demons descended once again. Otherwise, the members of the Phoenix clan were not allowed to leave the Phoenix clan without permission. The human-demon era is coming again? Feng Tianwu looked disappointed. Just now, according to the Phoenix clan's prophet, she also learned that only a few 100,000 years had passed since the last human-devil era. It would take at least 1,000,000 years for the devil clans from the land of exile to break through the space barrier and enter the Dao Martial Saint land again. For this reason, the Phoenix clan's prophet said, it was impossible for the human-devil era to descend again in the current era they were in. Sometimes, things were just so miraculous. Things that you thought were impossible might happen all of a sudden. It was impossible for the human-devil era to descend again in the current era? To the current lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land, the Phoenix clan's prophet's words were undoubtedly a huge joke. However, it could be seen from this that although the Phoenix clan's prophet could foresee the future and calculate all the phenomena in the world, it did not mean that she could foresee everything. The old man, the prophet, is waiting for you outside. I'll send you out. With a wave of her hand, the Phoenix clan's prophet brought Feng Tianwu out of the Phoenix clan's Saint land, the land of rebirth, and back to the Phoenix clan's altar. Then, she brought Feng Tianwu out of the Phoenix clan's estate. Naturally, even though she was a prophet with a high status in the Phoenix clan, she could not violate the clan's rules and leave the Phoenix clan's estate. She could only send Feng Tianwu to the edge of the Phoenix clan's estate. Along the way, Feng Tianwu left with the Phoenix clan's prophet. When she thought about how she would be able to see the old man who called himself her senior uncle prophet, she felt as though she was dreaming. Previously, after she left the Green Wave Han mansion, a fifth-rate force in the WCI subterranean, she continued to search for the man she missed, Duan Ling Tian. At that time, the old man who called himself her senior uncle prophet appeared in front of her, and revealed that she had obtained the Blazing Phoenix progeny's inheritance from her master. He even mentioned the 7 Absolute sect that her master had mentioned to her before. For this reason, she believed the old man's words. Naturally, even if she did not believe him, she did not have the ability to resist when the old man wanted to take her away. Initially, she refused because of Duan Ling Tian. However, the old man told her that if she wanted to meet Duan Ling Tian, she would have to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Moreover, the old man promised that she would be able to meet Duan Ling Tian in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. In order to meet Duan Ling Tian, she finally left the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land with the old man and came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. She followed the old man's arrangement and came to the Phoenix clan. I can't believe that great-grandmother and I both inherited the Phoenix clan's prophet's bloodline. However, the bloodline great-grandmother inherited from the Phoenix clan's prophet's bloodline is much purer than mine. After arriving at the Phoenix clan, Feng Tianwu learned about the Phoenix clan's prophet's bloodline. She had inherited the Phoenix clan's prophet's bloodline. In the Phoenix clan, there would be a prophet in every generation. The prophet's bloodline was also a very noble bloodline in the Phoenix clan. Every prophet in the Phoenix clan was respected by everyone in the Phoenix clan. A prophet in the Phoenix clan could foresee the future and predict everything in the world. Back then, great-grandmother was a prophet. She divined the fate between me and elder brother Duan. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have met elder brother Duan back then. The moment Feng Tianwu thought of this, a blissful smile appeared on her face. Back then, it was because of her great-grandmother's reminder. That was why her father had brought her to that city at the border of the Darkstone Empire and had renamed that city as Phoenix Nest City. It was also because of her great-grandmother's reminder that her father had arranged the spouse selection martial competition for her, allowing her to meet Duan Lingtian and resolve the crisis of her fire spirit body. It's a good thing great-grandmother has the Phoenix clan's prophet's bloodline. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have met elder brother Duan in this lifetime. The moment Feng Tianwu thought of this, she felt a wave of lingering fear. However, no matter what, meeting that elder brother Duan was the happiest thing in her life. That elder brother Duan was also the man she had set her mind on in this lifetime. However, Senior Uncle Prophet is really amazing. He actually managed to predict that I have the Phoenix clan's prophet's bloodline in me. In terms of divination, his ability seems to be even stronger than Senior Prophet. Feng Tianwu thought to herself as she inadvertently glanced at the Phoenix clan's prophet beside her from the corner of her eyes. Naturally, she did not dare to say this out loud. We're here. As the Phoenix clan's prophet stopped moving, they had also arrived at the border of the Phoenix clan's encampment. Senior Prophet. Since they were about to part, Feng Tianwu was naturally very reluctant to part. In her heart, she had already treated the Phoenix clan's prophet before her as her mother. Go on. Faced with Feng Tianwu's reluctance, the Phoenix clan's prophet only felt a wave of panic in her heart. In order to hide her panic, she raised her hand and directly sent Feng Tianwu out of the Phoenix clan's encampment. After Feng Tianwu disappeared from her sight, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She could not calm the restless emotions in her heart for a long time. After interacting with each other for a period of time, Feng Tianwu treated her like a mother. So how could she not treat Feng Tianwu as her daughter? A gigantic hybrid formation seemed to have separated the Phoenix clan's encampment from the outside world into two different worlds. Whoosh! As the Phoenix clan's prophet made her move, Feng Tianwu only felt her vision turn dark. When her eyes lit up again, she realized that she had already left the Phoenix clan's encampment and appeared in the sky above a mountain range. Senior Uncle Prophet. After returning to her senses, Feng Tianwu saw the old man who was walking in the air not far away and greeted him respectfully. The old man was the Oracle man who had come from the northern region to pick up Feng Tianwu. The Oracle man had come to bring Feng Tianwu back so that he could activate the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation left behind by the 7 Absolute Sex Prodigy Sword Saint to help the current descendants of the 6 Absolutes, including Feng Tianwu, to defy the heavens and change their fates. Little Tianwu, you've successfully undergone rebirth? When he arrived near Feng Tianwu, the Oracle man could also sense the change in her aura. He was instantly shocked. After all, when he brought Feng Tianwu to the Phoenix clan back then, he had the intention of treating a dead horse as a living one. It just so happened that the Phoenix clan owed the 7 Absolutes sect a favor. Feng Tianwu, the current descendant of the 7 Absolute sect's blazing Phoenix progeny, had the Phoenix clan's prophet's bloodline. For this reason, he had tried to send Feng Tianwu to the Phoenix clan to ask the Phoenix clan to let Feng Tianwu enter the Phoenix clan's Saint Land, the Land of Rebirth. If the rebirth was successful, Feng Tianwu's innate talent and strength would be greatly improved. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded in the face of the Oracle man's question. Her face was filled with reluctance. If it wasn't for Senior Prophet sacrificing his cultivation base to help me, with the faint Phoenix clan's bloodline in my body, I wouldn't have successfully undergone rebirth. It seems like the Phoenix clan's prophet is really good to you, the Oracle man nodded and said excitedly. Now that you've successfully undergone rebirth, when you undergo the baptism of the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation, in the future, you might become the most powerful person after the first Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, the Fog Rain progeny. Chapter 2091. The 7 Absolute sect was divided into 7 Absolutes. For a long time, whenever the successor of the first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, appeared, he would be able to suppress the other 6 successors and become the leader of the 7 Absolute sect. Apart from the first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, not all of the other 6 Absolutes were good at fighting. For example, in the 7 Absolute sect, the second Absolute, Heavenly Secret, was more like a military advisor hidden behind a curtain. It was capable of strategizing from thousands of miles away. For this reason, based on the Oracle man's words, one could deduce that he had high hopes for the Oracle Man. He had high hopes for Feng Tianwu. However, Feng Tianwu did not react to the old man Tianji's words. Instead, she went straight to the point. Instead, she asked bluntly, "Senior Uncle Prophet, I don't care about other things. I just want to know when I'll be able to see my elder brother Duan." From the beginning until the end, Feng Tianwu had never forgotten the reason she came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. She was here to look for her elder brother Duan. As for the other matters arranged by the Old Man of Heavenly Secrets, it was only because the Old Man of Heavenly Secrets had promised her that he would definitely help her find her big brother Duan. She had followed the Oracle Man's orders unconditionally. Now, it was time for the Oracle Man to fulfill his promise. "Tianwu girl, it's time for me to tell you some things now." When the Oracle Man heard the serious tone in Feng Tianwu's voice, he realized he could not continue to brush her off. Otherwise, it might backfire. "However, before I give you my permission, I don't want you to talk to anyone, including people you know in the past," the Oracle Man said with a solemn expression on his face. "All right." Feng Tianwu nodded. She was not a talkative person. "The reason I came to the Phoenix Clan to pick you up is so that you can meet the current successors of the other 5 Absolutes in the 7 Absolute sect. The day the 6 Absolutes gather is also the day I activate the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation left behind by our 7 Absolute sect's ancestor," the Oracle Man said bluntly. "Gathering of the 6 Absolutes? 6 ultimate heaven-defying fate-changing grand array?" Hearing the Oracle Man's words, Feng Tianwu was naturally surprised. The gathering of the 6 Absolutes? As the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the 5th Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, Feng Tianwu, naturally, knew what it meant to have 6 Absolutes gathered. It meant that she would be able to meet the successors of the other 5 Absolutes of the 7 Absolute sect. Although she didn't look forward to it, she was still a little surprised. She never thought that, apart from the first Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, the old man had gathered all the successors of the other 6 Absolutes. 6 ultimate heaven-defying fate-changing grand array? What's that? Feng Tianwu could not help but ask. The 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation is a heaven-defying formation left behind by the previous successor of the Fog Rain progeny in the 7 Absolute sect. Even the Oracle Man could not help but feel deep respect for the previous successor of the Fog Rain progeny in the 7 Absolute sect. Then he continued, "The 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing formation is a formation prepared by the ancestor for the successors of the 6 Absolutes other than the successor of the first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. After the successors of the 6 Absolutes enter the formation, their cultivation base and martial talent will be greatly improved. In other words, after you and the successors of the other 5 Absolutes enter the formation, your cultivation base and innate spiritual root will be greatly improved." The Oracle Man finished his sentence in one breath. "My innate spiritual root will be greatly improved?" Feng Tianwu was shocked. "It has the same effect as the rebirth in the Phoenix Clan Saint Land, the Land of Rebirth?" In the Land of Rebirth, the Phoenix Clan Saint Land, Feng Tianwu had successfully completed her rebirth. Apart from her cultivation base being greatly improved, her innate spiritual root had also improved. Moreover, one's innate spiritual root would affect one's martial Dao innate talent. Yes, the Land of Nirvana had not only improved her cultivation, but also her talent in martial arts. It's similar to the Land of Rebirth's rebirth, but it's much more powerful than the Land of Rebirth's rebirth. At this point, Old Man Tianji's face was filled with pride. It was as though the 6 Absolute heaven-defying fate-changing array was something he had created himself. It's even more powerful than the Land of Rebirth's rebirth? For a time, Feng Tianwu was shocked to the point of being dumbstruck, and she was unable to recover from her shock for a long time. As someone who had entered the Land of Rebirth in the Phoenix Clan Saint Land and experienced rebirth, naturally, Feng Tianwu knew how powerful Rebirth's rebirth was. But now, the Old Man of Heavenly Secrets said, the effect of the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation was even more powerful than the Land of Rebirth's rebirth. "Of course, what I've said isn't more powerful," the Oracle Man said. His words caused Feng Tianwu to regain her senses. She looked at him with a puzzled expression on her face. Next, the 6 Absolutes of the 7 Absolute sect will be reunited. After that, the 7 absolutes will be reunited as well. However, there's still some time before the 7 absolutes reunite. The Oracle Man continued. The 7 absolutes reunite. Upon hearing the Oracle Man's words, Feng Tianwu could not help but feel curious. She was curious about the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. When she was still in the 7th-rate Drift Blaze sect in the 6th-rate Saint Nation, Windfall Nation, she had heard from her master, Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, that the 7 absolutes reunite. In the 7 absolute sect, the successor of the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, was the most mysterious and powerful. Once the 7 absolutes reunite, it meant that she would be able to meet the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. As for the day of the 7 absolutes reunite, the Oracle Man continued to speak. It's the day you meet your elder brother Duan. Boom! The Oracle Man's words were like a bolt from the blue when they entered Feng Tianwu's ears. Feng Tianwu was stunned and could not regain her senses for a long time. The day of the 7 absolutes reunite would be the day she would meet her elder brother Duan. Senior Uncle Prophet. What do you mean by that? After a long while, Feng Tianwu finally regained her senses. She took a deep breath before she asked in a slightly suppressed voice. Silly girl, I've already said so much. Isn't it obvious? The Oracle Man shook his head and smiled. Your elder brother Duan is the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. In fact, when the Oracle Man spoke earlier, Feng Tianwu had already guessed this. However, she found it hard to believe, so she asked the Oracle Man about it. With the old man of Heavenly Secrets' confirmation, she was absolutely certain. Her elder brother Duan was the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. I can't believe that elder brother Duan is the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Feng Tianwu's heart raced. She could not calm down from the excitement in her heart for a long time. No wonder Master would ask elder brother Duan if he knew about the 7 absolute sect. According to Master, the 10,000 Swords territory that elder brother Duan consolidated is the exclusive territory of the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Soon after, Feng Tianwu recalled the scenes in the Drift Blaze sect. At that time, her master, Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, had seen her elder brother Duan consolidate the 10,000 Swords territory. Due to this reason, she had asked her elder brother Duan if he knew about the 7 absolute sect. However, her elder brother Duan did not know about it. For this reason, her master, Zi Yun, was certain her elder brother Duan had nothing to do with the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Senior Uncle Prophet. I remember my master had asked elder brother Duan if he knew about the 7 absolute sect. However, elder brother Duan did not know about it. What's going on? Feng Tianwu was puzzled by this as well. It's not strange that he doesn't know about the 7 absolute sect. As far as I know, the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, usually doesn't mention the 7 absolute sect. However, he must know that he's the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. The old man of Heavenly Secrets explained with absolute certainty. Feng Tianwu finally understood. Senior Uncle Prophet. All of a sudden, Feng Tianwu seemed to have recalled something. She looked at the Oracle Man solemnly and asked earlier, did you say that the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation left behind by our 7 absolute sect's patriarch is meant to raise the cultivation base and martial Dao innate talent of the 6 absolute successors other than the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny? Yes. The Oracle Man nodded, puzzled. He did not know why Feng Tianwu would suddenly ask such a question. Senior Uncle Prophet. I want to give the opportunity to enter the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation to elder brother Duan so that he can raise his cultivation base and martial Dao innate talent. Feng Tianwu said solemnly as she looked at the Oracle Man. There was no hesitation in her words at all. She had no regrets. The Oracle Man was stunned when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. He realized Feng Tianwu had misunderstood him. However, he did not expose her. Instead, he asked calmly, Do you really intend to give the opportunity to enter the Six Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation to your elder brother Duan? After asking, the Oracle Man reminded her in a seemingly friendly manner, "Are you sure? If you give the opportunity to him, you'll only be at the bottom among the 7 Absolute Sect's 7 Absolutes in the future. It's not a good thing for you." "I've thought about it." Feng Tianwu replied without any hesitation when she heard the Oracle Man's reminder. To her, nothing was more important than her elder brother Duan. In the past, she was willing to sacrifice herself for her elder brother Duan. It was the same now. Her heart had never changed. "You're really..." A hint of envy appeared in the Oracle Man's eyes when he saw how much Feng Tianwu cared about Duan Lingtian. When he was in his prime, why was there no lady who would do this for him? Chapter 2092. All right, I won't joke with you anymore. After a while, the old man of heavenly secrets told Feng Tianwu the truth. After that he added, "Earlier, I told you that the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation was left behind by the previous successor of the Fog Rain progeny in our 7 Absolute sect. He's also your elder brother Duan's master. As your elder brother Duan's master, do you think he wouldn't give your elder brother Duan any benefits? He must have his own reasons for not allowing your elder brother Duan to enter the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. For this reason, you don't have to worry about your elder brother Duan at all," the Oracle Man said in one breath. "I see." Upon hearing the Oracle Man's words, realization dawned on Feng Tianwu. At the same time, she realized she had made a big mistake. At this moment, her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. "All right, it's time for us to leave. Follow me to another place, and we'll be able to return to the northern region." The Oracle Man changed the topic and told Feng Tianwu, "Where are we going?" Feng Tianwu, who had calmed down, asked curiously when she heard the Oracle Man's words. "We're going to pick up my direct disciple. He's also the current successor of the Prophet progeny, the 2nd Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect." When the Oracle Man mentioned his direct disciple, a satisfied smile appeared on his old face. It was as though he was very satisfied with his direct disciple. The current successor of the Prophet progeny? Feng Tianwu's eyes flashed before she asked teasingly, "Senior Uncle Prophet, are you looking for a little faker to inherit your legacy?" In Feng Tianwu's eyes, the Oracle Man was like an old faker, and the Oracle Man's direct disciple was naturally a little trickster. "That beautiful disciple of mine isn't a little trickster. In terms of beauty, she isn't inferior to you." The Oracle Man looked at Feng Tianwu with dissatisfaction and shook his head. "A woman?" Feng Tianwu was stunned. She had never expected that the Oracle Man would actually find a female disciple for the Heavenly Mystery Sect. Wouldn't that make her a female disciple? Of course, at the same time, Feng Tianwu was also curious about the Oracle Man's female disciple. What kind of woman would be chosen by the Oracle Man to be the successor of the 7 Absolute Sect's 2nd Absolute, the Prophet progeny? Although she hadn't spent a lot of time with the Oracle Man, she could still feel that he was different. He had very high standards and was very picky. It was not easy to be chosen by him. While Feng Tianwu was following the Oracle Man to look for the Oracle Man's female disciple, in the central province of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, after traveling for some time, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at his destination. A vast and imposing city stood in the distance, and it was clearly reflected in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Looking from afar, the city looked like an incomparably huge beast, creeping there, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. As for the city gates that were wide open, they were like the bloody maw of a giant beast, swallowing everyone who came from all directions into its stomach. "Why is it so lively?" Before he got close, Duan Lingtian could already see many people entering and exiting the city. It only served to accentuate the liveliness of the city. "This is the city of Sin?" Looking at it from the outside, I really can't tell what's so special about this city other than the fact that it's much bigger than the other cities I've seen before. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself when he got close to Sin City. Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian's thought left his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 swift sounds of wind whistling could be heard coming from Sin City. Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look. Following that, 3 figures appeared in front of him and flew toward him. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in blue. The old man seemed to be in a hurry. His face was filled with anxiety. His eyes were narrowed, and he was extremely nervous. The reason he was so anxious was because the 2 middle-aged men were chasing after him. Moreover, the 2 middle-aged men were faster than him. They were getting closer and closer to him. Finally, when the old man appeared near Duan Ling Tian, the 2 middle-aged men finally caught up to him. It seems like these 2 men are from one of the Sectless Cultivators Alliances in Sin City. When Duan Ling Tian saw the 2 middle-aged men wearing the same long green robes with an axe embroidered on their chests, he could not help but wonder who they were. Previously, when he was still in Clarity City, he had learned from the alliance leader of Clarity City's Sectless Cultivators Alliance, Wang Efo. There were many Sectless Cultivators Alliances in Sin City. Moreover, each Sectless Cultivators Alliance was formed by a certain number of Sectless Cultivators. They gathered together to stay together for warmth and to occupy a place in Sin City. Sectless cultivators with ordinary abilities would usually join a Sectless Cultivators Alliance and seek protection if they wanted to stay in Sin City. Of course, while seeking protection, they would also have to contribute to the Sectless Cultivators Alliance. Old man Xue, are you still trying to escape? One of the middle-aged men moved in front of the old man and blocked his path with his companion. The old man was caught in a dilemma. The old man Xue, had a gloomy expression on his face. After taking a deep breath, he removed the spatial ring from his hand and tossed it to the middle-aged man who blocked his path. He quickly expressed his stance. My friends from the Ground Axe Alliance, the things you want are in the spatial ring. I've already removed the ownership of the spatial ring. I've already handed the things over to the 2 of you. I hope you'll let me live on account of my cooperation. As old man Xue spoke, his attitude became extremely humble. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing nearby, could not help but stop moving. He looked at the scene in front of him as though he was watching a show. However, he did not notice anything. Apart from him, none of the passers-by stopped to watch. Instead, they avoided the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance and the old man who was being chased by the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance as if they were avoiding the plague. It was as though they were afraid of getting into trouble. The Ground Axe Alliance? This Rogue Cultivator Alliance didn't seem to exist among the Rogue Cultivator Alliances that Wang Efo mentioned to me. It seems like this is just a small Rogue Cultivator Alliance in Sin City. After recalling Wang Efo's words, Duan Ling Tian was certain Wang Efo did not mention the Sectless Cultivators Alliance, the Ground Axe Alliance. Previously, when he was at the Emerald Cloud Pavilion in Clarity City. When Wang Efo introduced the City of Sin to him, he also introduced him to some of the powerful Rogue Cultivator Alliances in the City of Sin. Of course, it was just a rough introduction. Duan Ling Tian remembered the names of the Sectless Cultivators Alliances. There was no Ground Axe Alliance. Based on this, Duan Ling Tian was certain. This Ground Axe Alliance was an unranked alliance of rogue cultivators in the City of Sin. This old man Xue seems to have obtained something good, so he's being chased by the 2 people from the Ground Axe Alliance. Now that they've caught up to him, he's forced to hand over his spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian could roughly guess what was going on. The thing is indeed inside. The Ground Axe Alliance's member who blocked Old Man Xue's way caught the spatial ring that Old Man Xue tossed over. After inspecting the spatial ring, he nodded at his companion. HM? As soon as the Ground Axe Alliance's member finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian saw the Ground Axe Alliance's member's eyes turn cold. The Ground Axe Alliance's member standing behind Old Man Xue turned cold as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the crisp sound of a saber and a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere. Old Man Xue was killed. The bloody scene before Duan Ling Tian's eyes shocked Duan Ling Tian. This is the City of Sin? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally felt the atmosphere in Sin City where people would kill if they disagreed with one another. At the same time, he no longer felt that Sin City was nothing special compared to other cities. Phew! Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief before he made his move. He was prepared to enter Sin City. However, just as he was about to make his move, 2 divine senses swept over at the same time and enveloped him, giving him a feeling of nowhere to hide. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, two figures appeared in front of him and blocked his path. It was clear they were not going to let him leave. Duan Lingtian took a closer look and realized who they were. The two people who had blocked his path with their divine consciousness were none other than the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance who had killed Old Man Xue earlier. Now that the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance had blocked his way, they were staring at him like hunters who had spotted their prey. I don't know that Old Man Xue, Duan Lingtian explained with a frown on his face. At this moment, he thought the two of them must have known each other. The two members of the Ground Axe Alliance had blocked his path because they thought he was related to Old Man Xue. We know you don't know that Old Man Xue. However, one of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance said with a grin on his face, Mastery Exemplary Saint Stage Cultivation Base. Boy, this is your first time in Sin City, right? Based on the words of the member of the Ground Axe Alliance, it was obvious he had discovered Duan Lingtian's cultivation base through his divine consciousness. So what if I am? Chapter 2093. So what if I am? When the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the grave expression on his face, they exchanged glances and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. How could an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator be so arrogant in front of them? Hey, do you know who you're talking to? The man from the Ground Axe Alliance who asked Duan Lingtian if this was his first time in Sin City asked in a deep voice. He was embarrassed by Duan Lingtian's arrogant question. I don't even know you. How would I know who I'm talking to? Duan Lingtian frowned. He looked at the man from the Ground Axe Alliance as though he was looking at an idiot. He was close to calling him an idiot. When the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw Duan Lingtian's expression, they were dumbfounded again. After a while, the other man from the Ground Axe Alliance regained his senses. He smirked coldly. It seems like this kid is really a hothead who has never been to Sin City before. You don't even know what it means to be wearing the same exclusive apparel. I don't have many hobbies. My only hobby is to teach hotheads like you who come to Sin City for the first time a lesson. The man from the Ground Axe Alliance who asked Duan Lingtian earlier regained his senses as well. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of mockery could be seen in his eyes as he sneered. Hey kid. Then the mockery in his eyes turned cold. It was replaced by a chilling gleam. I'll give you a chance. Remove the ownership of your spatial ring and hand it over to me now. Since the way you're looking at me pisses me off, I'll consider sparing your life if you cripple your own eyes. The man from the Ground Axe Alliance spoke in an unquestionable tone as though he was certain Duan Lingtian's life was in his hands. There was a reason why he thought that way. After all, he had used his divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian earlier. He had also discovered Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. He did not care about a mere Exemplary Saint stage powerhouse at all. Son, I advise you to cooperate. The other member of the Ground Axe Alliance looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. Based on his words, it seemed like he did not think much of Duan Lingtian at all. Although your cultivation base is only at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage, I'm sure you must have put in a lot of effort to reach this point. Instead of being killed, you might as well be blind. As for your storage ring, you won't be able to take it away after you're killed anyway, so why don't you hand it over yourself? What do you think? Although the member from the Ground Axe Alliance sounded like he was trying to persuade Duan Lingtian, he was in fact reminding Duan Lingtian, with your son's cultivation, it's not enough to challenge us. Hand over my spatial ring? Cripple my own eyes? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes before he smiled faintly. I'm afraid I won't be able to do as you wish. I don't like to torture myself. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian remained calm even when he was threatened by the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. It was as though he did not feel any pressure at all. His calmness caused the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance's hearts to skip a beat. Faced with their threats, the purple-clad young man before them was still able to maintain his composure at such a time. How could he remain so calm? In this case there were only two possibilities. First, This purple-clad young man had an impressive background and was not afraid of them at all. Second, this purple-clad young man was deliberately mystifying them. A hint of dread flashed in the eyes of the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. They were afraid of Duan Lingtian's background. If you really want my spatial ring and my pair of eyes, you can come up and take them yourselves, Duan Lingtian continued to say. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian saw the dread in the eyes of the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. He smirked disdainfully. If you don't have the guts, it's best for you to scram. Don't block my way. Duan Lingtian's words seemed to have ignited a fuse. The two members of the Ground Axe Alliance who had been suppressing their anger for a long time were instantly ignited. Son, do you think we can't tell you're deliberately mystifying us? How dare a mere mastery exemplary saint stage brat act so arrogantly in front of us? The two members of the Ground Axe Alliance were instantly enraged. Although they were members of the Ground Axe Alliance now, they had never been looked down upon by a mastery exemplary saint stage brat before they joined the Ground Axe Alliance. Now that they had the Ground Axe Alliance as their backer, what was there to be afraid of? Even if the purple-clad young man before them had a powerful background, how could he be more powerful than the Ground Axe Alliance? Even if he was more powerful than the Ground Axe Alliance, he would most likely be an organization outside of Sin City. Even if an organization outside of Sin City was more powerful than the Ground Axe Alliance, they would not dare to touch the Ground Axe Alliance. After all, the Ground Axe Alliance was stronger than the Sectless Cultivators Alliance. In Sin City, the Sectless Cultivators Alliance with ordinary strength would usually seek a powerful alliance to back them up. In order to gain the protection of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance, the Sectless Cultivators Alliance would give the Sectless Cultivators Alliance many benefits every year. The moment the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance thought of this, they immediately straightened their backs. They were no longer afraid of the organization behind Duan Lingtian. The reason they thought Duan Lingtian had an organization behind him was because Duan Lingtian was traveling alone. After all, even those who had been to Sin City once would not choose to travel alone. Only those who came to Sin City for the first time would choose to travel alone like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. Brat, since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. The member of the Ground Axe Alliance who had spoken to Duan Lingtian earlier snorted coldly. Then he made his move. With a raise of his hand, a sword ray flashed and swept toward Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The sword light was swift like a shooting star that tore through the night sky, and his gaze was directed straight at Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The other member of the Ground Axe Alliance made his move as well. He wielded a saber. As soon as he made his move, the saber ray was as bright as the moon as it swept toward Duan Lingtian. Humph! Faced with the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he activated the Sun Saint energy that he had been accumulating. As soon as the Sun Saint energy appeared, a whirlpool formed with Duan Lingtian as the center. This was the whirlpool formed by Duan Lingtian's devouring tactic. In the next moment, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. This sword was one of the spoils he obtained after killing Yang Wu, the second son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, in the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism. It was 100 inscriptions saint's sword. Duan Lingtian did not plan to use the Jasper Celestial Sword because he did not think it was necessary to deal with the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Earlier, he had already asked Hua Lao about the cultivation base of the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Two cultivators at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. This was the answer Hua Lao gave him. The two members of the Ground Axe Alliance were only martial cultivators at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, he could even kill ordinary powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Two martial cultivators at the peak of the quintessential saint stage, who had not even entered the Saint Celestial stage, were not worthy of him using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Whoosh! 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 The sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had consolidated his 10,000 swords territory and shrouded himself and the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance, blocking the view of others. Naturally. According to Hua Lao, not many people were paying attention to them. However, to be on the safe side, Duan Lingtian still consolidated his 10,000 swords territory just in case. Territory. When the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance saw Duan Ling Tian casting his territory, they could not help but laugh disdainfully. At their level, would a territory still be useful? Since their attention was focused on Duan Lingtian's territory, they did not notice Duan Lingtian's territory. Duan Lingtian's saint energy was different from the saint energy of an ordinary mastery exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. They did not notice Duan Lingtian's territory. Duan Lingtian's saint energy had unknowingly undergone a huge change. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base at the mastery exemplary saint stage, his sun saint energy was comparable to the saint energy of a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse. This was the uniqueness of the sun saint energy. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had cast the divine ability, the devouring tactic, and raised the sun saint energy in his body to the point where it was comparable to the saint origin of a saint celestial stage powerhouse. Otherworldly celestial. When the 10,000 swords territory was fully consolidated, Duan Ling Tian summoned 3 clones with just a thought. Including himself, there were a total of 4 Duan Ling Tian in the eyes of the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Nice divine ability. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is too weak. It'll be as easy as killing a chicken for us to kill you. One of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance sneered when he saw the 3 clones of Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he mobilized the saint energy in his body to increase the speed of his attack. He was getting closer to Duan Ling Tian, whom he had locked onto earlier. Naturally, he did not think it was a big deal even if Duan Ling Tian had only left a clone behind. Even if a mastery exemplary saint stage martial cultivator had mastered a high-grade divine ability or had comprehended it to its limit, he would not be able to do anything to him. After all, he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. The other person had similar thoughts as well. He had a mocking smile on his face when he was about to say something. However, the scene that suddenly appeared in front of him shocked him so much that his eyes widened. An expression of despair appeared on his face. Chapter 2094. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 4 sword cries rang in the air as soon as the man from the Ground Axe Alliance finished speaking. At the same time, the 100 inscription saint swords in the hands of Duan Lingtian's main body, and the 3 Duan Lingtian's clones disappeared from the sight of the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance. In the next moment, the 2 men's attacks, one from the saber and the other from the Ground Axe Alliance, were destroyed. They only had the time to see the blade and sword lights darting out from their hands being shattered, but they couldn't see what had shattered their attacks. All they heard was the sound of 4 sword cries. Wait a minute. 4 sword cries. Did this mean there were 2 more sword cries? The 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance felt chills running up their spines when they thought about this. Spurt, spurt. Accompanied by 2 soft sounds, a hideous and terrifying bloody hole appeared between their eyebrows. Dazzling and eye-catching blood continuously spurted out from it. Blood splattered in the sky, turning into a demonic bloody light that resembled stars. It was as if they had turned into blooming red roses. This was because all of this had happened in Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory. Most of the passers-by were not at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. For this reason, no one else had witnessed this scene. Duan Ling Tian would not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Hualao, help me devour their innate spiritual roots. After killing the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance, Duan Ling Tian contacted Hualao and asked Hualao to help him devour the 2 men's innate spiritual roots. As the saying went, a mosquito is still meat. Although Duan Ling Tian knew the 2 men's innate spiritual roots were not high-grade, he did not want to miss this opportunity. Both of them have light green innate spiritual roots. Hualao quickly informed Duan Ling Tian of the 2 men's innate spiritual roots. With Hualao's help, Duan Ling Tian also sensed the 2 men's innate spiritual roots. He cast the divine ability, the devouring tactic, to devour the 2 men's innate spiritual roots. Your innate spiritual root has reached its limit. Now, all you need to do is devour another green innate spiritual root to improve your innate spiritual root to an indigo innate spiritual root. Soon after, Hualao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's. Duan Lingtian was excited. Duan Lingtian divine ability spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual roots? My innate spiritual roots cultivation base cultivation speed. Duanling heavens. S. Duanling Tian. Duanling. Duanling Tian. Duanling. Duanling heavens. Duan heavens. Done. Duan heavens. Duan heavens. Duan. Duanling Tian's heartbeat quickened when he thought about this. A peerless genius with a violet innate spiritual root was a genius who stood at the peak of the Tao martial saint land. Duanling Tian was, naturally, excited when he thought about how he would be able to catch up to those geniuses with his cultivation speed. It took him a long time to calm down. Hualao! After a while, Duanling Tian finally calmed down. Then he asked, "Can my divine ability, the devouring tactic, help others devour their innate spiritual roots? For example, I can use the devouring tactic to devour A's innate spiritual root and transfer it to B's soul to help B improve his innate spiritual root." The reason Duanling Tian asked such a question was because he was reminded of his family and friends. If this method worked, he would be able to help those around him improve their innate spiritual roots and allow them to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. The seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the heaven-defying form. Once one broke through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, one would have eternal life. One's lifespan would be as long as heaven and earth. Duanling Tian hoped that the people around him would have eternal life. That way, he would not have to watch his family and friends die of old age one by one. Due to this reason, Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he asked this question. Theoretically, there's a 90% chance of it working. Naturally, it'll depend on how it works. In response to Duanling Tian's question, Elder Hua replied in a timely manner. Naturally, the prerequisite is that you've comprehended and raised the divine ability, the devouring tactic, to its limit. Naturally, your soul must be elevated to the Saint Celestial stage as well, since you'll have to rely on yourself to sense their innate spiritual roots when you devour their innate spiritual roots. I can't help you with this. Hualao finished his sentence in one breath. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard Hualao's reply. An excited expression could be seen on his face. Duanling Tian was even more excited than when he found out his innate spiritual root was about to become indigo. This was because the answer Elder Hua had given him was related to his family and friends. It was also related to his family. Fei mother, father, Nian Xiling, and the others. They'll be able to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, and live forever. Duanling Tian was excited when he thought about this. As for Ke, she already possessed a heaven-defying violet innate spiritual root. It was only temporarily sealed, so Duanling Tian did not have to worry about her. As long as he rescued Ke and asked Hualao to teach her how to remove the seal, Ke would be able to recover her innate spiritual root's martial Tao innate talent. Although Hualao had given him two conditions to help others improve their innate spiritual roots, Duanling Tian had to fulfill them. First, his soul had to be at the Saint Celestial stage. Second, he had to comprehend the divine ability, the devouring tactic, to its limit. However, in Duanling Tian's opinion, although he could not fulfill these two conditions now, as long as he was given time, he was confident he would be able to fulfill these two conditions in the future. Duanling Tian suddenly regained his senses as though he had sensed something. This was because he noticed that there was a strange energy fluctuation coming from the robes of the two Ground Axe Alliance members that he was carrying. It seems to be the aura of a Tao talisman from this mundane realm. At the same time, Hualao's voice entered Duanling Tian's ears. It was obvious he had also sensed the two energy fluctuations coming from the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance. Tao talisman? Duanling Tian frowned. He searched the two men's bodies for a while. When he did not find anything, he put away the two men's spatial rings and threw the bodies away. In the next instant, Duanling Tian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory and flew towards Sin City. While Duanling Tian was making his move, the bodies of the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance fell from the sky and attracted the attention of many passers-by. Those are the bodies of the men from the Ground Axe Alliance? Two men from the Ground Axe Alliance died just like that? Who's that purple-clad man? He's so bold to kill two men from the Ground Axe Alliance so close to Sin City. Isn't he afraid of the Ground Axe Alliance's revenge? This is how cruel the city of Sin is. Even if you have a backer in the city of sin, once you accidentally kick an iron plate, you will not be able to escape death. When the passers-by stopped and sighed, their eyes involuntarily fell on the purple figure in the distance. From the beginning until the end, no one had seen Duan Lingtian's face. As for those who were close to Sin City, they did not know what had happened, so they did not pay any attention to Duan Lingtian who had brushed past them. Sin City. I've finally arrived. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he arrived at one of the gates of Sin City. Although there were 4 gates in Sin City, not many people entered or left through them. Most of them flew out of the city of Sin, or flew in from outside the city of Sin. As such, the 4 wide-open doors seemed a little redundant. Duan Lingtian followed the crowd and flew into Sin City. It's huge. Although Duan Lingtian had noticed the size of Sin City from afar, he could not help but feel the vastness of Sin City when he entered the city. After entering the city of Sin, he felt that he was so insignificant, like a fish returning to the sea. In the city of Sin, there were many main roads that ran through the entire city of Sin. There were countless alleys and alleys. On the main road, many people had set up stalls by the side of the road. The items in their stalls were either saint weapons, medicinal pills, or Tao talismans. Many people were asking for prices in front of the stalls. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air above one of the main roads in Sin City. He could clearly feel the bustling atmosphere in Sin City. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, a loud noise resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, it attracted his attention. Duan Lingtian turned his head and saw 2 people fighting in the northern sky. Both of them were powerful. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could tell they were at the quintessential saint stage from their fight. One of them was a martial cultivator while the other was a Tao cultivator. Initially, the martial cultivator had the upper hand. Later on, the Tao cultivator took out a few Taoist talismans and crushed them. With the help of the Taoist talismans, he killed the martial cultivator who was fighting him. However, although he killed the martial cultivator, the Tao cultivator was already at the end of his rope. Haha, what a great opportunity for me. At this moment, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Then, Duan Lingtian saw another figure. A black-robed man with the symbol of a crow embroidered on his chest leaped into the air from afar. He flew high into the sky and killed the Tao cultivator who was at the end of his rope. Chapter 2095. When the black-clad man made his move, Duan Lingtian witnessed his strength. He was even weaker than a Tao cultivator when he was at his peak. However, since the Tao cultivator was severely injured, his strength was far from his peak. Therefore, he was easily killed by the black-clad man. After the black-clad man killed the Tao cultivator, he took the Tao cultivator's spatial ring. He took the spatial ring of the martial cultivator who was killed by the Tao cultivator as well. 2 idiots. What's the point of fighting? Didn't I benefit from it in the end? After the black-robed man killed the Tao cultivator, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he laughed and cursed before swaggering away. From the beginning until the end, the people in the surroundings merely watched. Nobody said a word. The people from the Black Crow Alliance are really shameless. Now, whenever there's a fight in Sin City, they have to avoid the people from the Black Crow Alliance to take advantage of the situation. That Tao cultivator was unlucky to have encountered the people from the Black Crow Alliance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. If he was at his peak, the person from the Black Crow Alliance wouldn't be as strong as the Tao cultivator. He took advantage of the fact that the Tao cultivator was at the end of his rope to kill him and take his spatial ring and loot. After the black-clad man left, the people in the surroundings began to discuss among themselves. As the group of people spoke, they sighed again. The people from the Black Crow Alliance? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Based on the discussion in the surroundings, Duan Lingtian learned about the black-clad man's identity. He was from the Black Crow Alliance, an alliance of sectless cultivators in Sin City. The people from the Black Crow Alliance loved to take advantage of others. Moreover, they had the backing of the Black Crow Alliance. Even if they were to take advantage of the situation, no one would take advantage of them and take advantage of the situation. In that case, the people from the Black Crow Alliance are really despicable. Duan Lingtian had never thought of himself as a saint who would enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. However, he was disgusted by the people from the Black Crow Alliance. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he made his way in the direction the Black Crow Alliance left. No one noticed Duan Lingtian's departure. After all, there were so many people at the scene. If one of them suddenly left, no one would notice. He's really swaggering, as it turned out. Duan Lingtian had instinctively followed the burly man from the Black Crow Alliance. He did not plan to chase after the burly man. He did not expect the burly man would appear in front of him again. It seems that even the heavens want me to be a hero, who upholds justice on behalf of the heavens today. Whether or not my innate spiritual root can transform into an indigo innate spiritual root depends on you. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian did not continue to follow the burly man from the Black Crow Alliance. Instead, he descended from the sky and arrived at a deserted alley. Looking around, Duan Lingtian swept out with his divine sense. After confirming that there was no one around, Duan Lingtian continued with the next step. Apart from the purple robes, I only have the Zoroastrianism disciple's uniform left? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to change his clothes, he discovered that apart from the purple robes, he only had the Zoroastrianism disciple's uniform in his spatial ring. Naturally, there were 3 types of Zoroastrianism disciples' uniform in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. One of them was the Zoroastrianism disciples' uniform in the Black Turtle Sanctum. The other one was the Zoroastrianism disciples' uniform in the Saint Land. The last one was the Zoroastrianism True Disciples' uniform in the Saint Land. Naturally, when Duan Lingtian was in the Zoroastrianism, he had worn the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples' uniform in the First Mind's punishment zone. However, he had returned the uniform when he left the First Mind's punishment zone. For this reason, he did not have the uniform with him now. Forget it. I'll just wear something else. In the end, Duan Lingtian chose the Zoroastrianism disciples' uniform in the Saint Land and changed into it. After Duan Lingtian became a Zoroastrianism true disciple, he had never worn this uniform again. It's better for me to change into the true disciple's uniform. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Then, he changed the Zoroastrianism Saint Land's elite disciples' uniform into the true disciple's uniform. After changing into the Zoroastrianism True Disciples uniform, Duan Lingtian activated the disguising secret method, causing the muscles on his face to contort before it turned into another face. If there was an Zoroastrianism Saint Land's elite disciple here, he would be able to recognize Duan Lingtian's face immediately. This was the face of the Zoroastrianism's true disciple, Bu Hong, who was ranked 3rd on the true ranking. Bu Hong was originally ranked 2nd on the Zoroastrianism's true ranking. After he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, he was replaced by Duan Lingtian. His ranking had dropped by 1 place as well. Bu Hong was unaware of Duan Lingtian's current actions. If he knew that not only did Duan Lingtian cripple his innate talent, but Duan Lingtian had also disguised himself as him and stirred up trouble in Sin City, he would be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood. Bu Hong's figure is similar to mine. Even those who are familiar with Bu Hong would think that I'm him if they don't know me better, right? Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction as he touched his face. Whoosh! Since he had changed his clothes and disguised himself, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the alley any longer. He immediately soared into the air and chased after the burly man from the Black Crow Alliance. Soon after, the burly man from the Black Crow Alliance appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. A Zoroastrianism's disciple? When Duan Lingtian flew out, he attracted many people's attention. After all, most of the people in Sin City were sectless cultivators. The sudden appearance of a Zoroastrianism's disciple from one of the 3 great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land naturally attracted many sectless cultivators' attention. He's wearing the uniform of a Zoroastrianism's true disciple. Many of the sectless cultivators present on the scene had sharp eyes. They quickly recognized the uniform of a Zoroastrianism's true disciple on Duan Lingtian. Who's he chasing? Soon after, many people noticed that Duan Lingtian was in a hurry. Isn't that the person from the Black Crow Alliance? It seems like a Zoroastrianism's true disciple is chasing after him. When they saw Duan Ling Tian was chasing after the burly man in the Black Crow Alliance's uniform, many sectless cultivators immediately flew out to join in the fun. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When the group of sectless cultivators flew out, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. As a member of the Black Crow Alliance, it was only natural that the burly man noticed the piercing sound of the wind behind him. He instinctively stopped in his tracks and turned his head around. A Zoroastrianism's disciple? With just a glance, he saw the group of people chasing after him. The person in the lead was the most eye-catching. This was because that person was wearing the uniform of a Zoroastrianism's disciple. A Zoroastrianism's true disciple? The burly man from the Black Crow Alliance narrowed his eyes when he saw the flame embroidered on the uniform of a Zoroastrianism's disciple. As far as he knew, this person was a true disciple. Any Zoroastrianism's true disciple was at the Saint Celestial stage or above. A mere mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivator like him could not compare to them. He seems to be targeting me? The burly man from the Black Crow Alliance was shocked that the person charging toward him was a Zoroastrianism's true disciple. However, he suddenly felt the other party's aura locking onto him. Moreover, he could feel waves of murderous intent from the other party's body. He instantly realized the other party was trying to kill him. Friend from Zoroastrianism. I'm from the Black Crow Alliance in Sin City. My name is Jiao Tuesday. My second brother is Jiao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Is there a misunderstanding between us? I don't think I know you. The burly man from the Black Crow Alliance exclaimed in a panicked manner when he sensed the killing intent coming from the burly man and saw the burly man closing in on him. Jiao Tu? It's Jiao Tu. Jiao Tu isn't a good person. He's been doing a lot of bad things just because his brother is the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. The sectless cultivators who came with Duan Ling Tian were stunned when they heard Jiao Tu's words. They began to discuss among themselves. Perhaps, some of them had never seen Jiao Tu before, but they were familiar with his name. Of course, Jiao Tu's fame was in the form of infamy. I don't know you as well. Duan Ling Tian replied coldly when he saw Jiao Tu, who was standing a distance away from him, had spoken in a fluster. Jiao Tu heaved a sigh of relief. However, I don't like you, so I want to kill you. Jiao Tu shuddered when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Horror dawned on him immediately. At this moment, Jiao Tu's expression changed drastically. Duan Ling Tian did not continue to fly at a leisurely pace. Instead, he activated the Sun Saint energy in his body that was not enhanced by the divine ability, the devouring tactic, and appeared in front of Jiao Tu at lightning speed. Logically speaking, Duan Ling Tian's current speed should be comparable to Jiao Tu's full speed. However, since Jiao Tu did not escape in time, Duan Ling Tian caught up to him. The reason Jiao Tu did not flee was because he knew it was impossible for him to escape under the nose of this true disciple from the fire worship sect. Therefore, he thought it would be better for him to use this time to exchange a few words and find a way out for himself. Friend of Zoroastrianism, your joke isn't funny at all. Jiao Tu took a deep breath and suppressed the panic in his heart. He forced a smile on his face as he spoke to Duan Ling Tian. Do you think I'm joking? Chapter 2096. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold as killing intent surged out of his body. Even the sectless cultivators who came to watch the show could feel it. This true disciple of Zoroastrianism wants to kill Jiao Tu? Many sectless cultivators were shocked. They did not expect this true disciple of Zoroastrianism would chase after Jiao Tu to kill him. How did Jiao Tu offend him? Some sectless cultivators looked at each other in confusion. Isn't he here already? He doesn't know Jiao Tu. He just doesn't like Jiao Tu, so he wants to kill him. Do you believe that? I think it's believable. After all, the Black Crow Alliance is famous for being the aureole behind the mantis to take advantage of others in Sin City. Maybe this true disciple of Zoroastrianism doesn't like this and wants to kill Jiao Tu, who's a member of the Black Crow Alliance. Why do I feel that this reason sounds so ridiculous? There are many members of the Black Crow Alliance. Why would this true disciple of Zoroastrianism target Jiao Tu? Moreover, Jiao Tu isn't an ordinary member of the Black Crow Alliance. I'm confused as well. Jiao Tu is the younger brother of Jiao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Jiao Zhan is a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. That's right. With Jiao Zhan's strength, there are only a few true disciples of Zoroastrianism who can defeat him. This true disciple of Zoroastrianism might not be one of them. Logically speaking, he shouldn't dare to touch Jiao Tu since he's afraid of Jiao Zhan's strength. The sectless cultivators who followed Duan Ling Tian discussed among themselves. They were confused by the situation. Naturally, some of them felt things were not as simple as they seemed. Jiao Tu must have offended this true disciple of Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, why would this person want to kill him? Friends of Zoroastrianism, although I, Jiao Tu, am just an ordinary member of the Black Crow Alliance, my second brother is the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Jiao Zhan. When Jiao Tu sensed the terrifying killing intent emanating from Duan Ling Tian, he realized Duan Ling Tian was not joking. He immediately mentioned his second brother, Jiao Zhan. He seemed worried that Duan Ling Tian might not have heard of his second brother, Jiao Zhan, so he added, my second brother, Jiao Zhan, is one of the strongest powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Jiao Tu heaved a sigh of relief after hearing that. In his opinion, now that he had revealed the ranking of his second brother, Jiao Zhan, on the Supreme Saint ranking, the disciples of Zoroastrianism would not dare to make a move on him. 566th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Jiao Tu's words. Yes. Jiao Tu nodded proudly. However, he did not dare to be as arrogant as usual. After all, although his second brother was strong, he was not by his side. It seems like this fellow from Zoroastrianism is afraid when he hears about my second brother's ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for confirmation. Jiao Tu thought to himself. The group of sectless cultivators who had come to watch the show shared the same thoughts as Jiao Tuesday. This true disciple of Zoroastrianism won't dare to make a move on Jiao Tu after he finds out Jiao Tu's second brother is Jiao Zhan, who's ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. That's for sure. Moreover, Jiao Zhan is famous in the Black Crow Alliance for being protective. He's very protective of ordinary members of the Black Crow Alliance, let alone Jiao Tu, who's his younger brother. It seems like there won't be a good show to watch. Many sectless cultivators whispered to each other in disappointment. They felt the true disciple of Zoroastrianism would not make a move on Jiao Tu after he found out about Jiao Tu's background. However, would Duan Ling Tian be afraid of Jiao Tu and not make a move on Jiao Tu just because he revealed his background? Naturally, the answer was no. If I'm not mistaken, my name seems to be on the Supreme Saint ranking as well. Duan Ling Tian's voice rang again. His voice was calm, but the killing intent on his body did not weaken at all. In fact, it seemed to be getting stronger. Jiao Tu's expression turned grave when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. A true disciple of Zoroastrianism who's ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking? In the entire Zoroastrianism, including the monstrous prodigy who recently appeared in Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian, there are only 8 of them, right? The 8 of them are the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism. I wonder which one of the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism he is. The sectless cultivators' eyes lit up when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. At the same time, they realized Duan Ling Tian was a true disciple of Zoroastrianism and one of the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism. For a moment, they were very curious which one of the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism Duan Ling Tian was. May I know which one of the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism you are? At the same time, Jiao Tu, who was frightened to the point of panic, took a deep breath to calm his surging emotions and mustered up his courage to ask. In any case, you're already a dead man in my eyes. Jiao Tu's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. It seemed like this true disciple of Zoroastrianism was determined to kill him. It doesn't matter if I tell you. I'm Bu Hong, a true disciple of Zoroastrianism. Jiao Tu's expression changed drastically when Duan Ling Tian reported his name. Naturally, he reported the name of the owner of his current face instead of his own name. Bu Hong. Jiao Tu's eyes widened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He was familiar with this name. In fact, most of the sectless cultivators present on the scene were familiar with this name. In Zoroastrianism, the 8 prodigies were led by 3 powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Among them, Bu Hong was ranked 2nd. He was also ranked 2nd on the true ranking in the fire worship sect. Naturally, the sectless cultivators present on the scene had not heard about Duan Ling Tian defeating Bu Hong in Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, they would not have thought Bu Hong was ranked 2nd among the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism. In their opinion, Bu Hong was ranked 2nd among the sectless cultivators. Bu Hong was the prodigy of the fire worship sect. He was ranked 421st on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was what the sectless cultivators present on the scene, including Zhao Tu, knew about Bu Hong. For a moment, many itinerant cultivators looked at Zhao Tu with mockery in their eyes. Using Zhao Zhan, who was ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, as a shield in front of Bu Hong, who was ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking, seemed like a joke to Duan Ling Tian. Would Bu Hong be afraid of Zhao Zhan? I didn't expect him to be Bu Hong. Many sectless cultivators who had regained their senses could not help but sigh. Apart from being ranked 2nd among the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism, Bu Hong is also the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. It's said that the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum is one of the strongest golden flame elders in Zoroastrianism. Some sectless cultivators knew Bu Hong's background like the back of their hands. With Bu Hong's strength and background, why would he be afraid of Zhao Tu? Soon after, a hint of pity could be seen in the eyes of the sectless cultivators as they looked at Zhao Tuesday. Remember to keep a low profile in your next life. Also, when you're on the road to hell, remember that the person who killed you is me, Bu Hong. Duan Ling Tian's indifferent voice rang in the air while everyone was still in a state of shock. As the person involved, Zhao Tu's expression changed drastically. Run! In the next instant, without any hesitation, he turned around in a panic and tried to flee. At this moment, Zhao Tu no longer looked as arrogant as before. He looked like a stray dog that had lost its master. Whoosh! As though he could predict the future, Duan Ling Tian followed closely behind Zhao Tu as he tried to flee. He maintained the same distance from Zhao Tuesday. From the beginning until the end, the distance between them did not change at all. In the eyes of the sectless cultivators behind Zhao Tu, Duan Ling Tian was not lying. Bu Hong, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, was deliberately toying with Zhao Tu. After all, most of the true disciples of Zoroastrianism were at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Only a few of them had become true disciples of Zoroastrianism due to their innate talent. Let alone Bu Hong, even an ordinary true disciple of Zoroastrianism would be able to catch up to Zhao Tu in just a blink of an eye. For this reason, they were certain Bu Hong was toying with Zhao Tuesday. However, they did not know that the fire worship sect's true disciple who was chasing after Zhao Tu was not Bu Hong. It was Duan Ling Tian, the monstrous prodigy who had recently risen to power in the fire worship sect. The reason why Duan Ling Tian's speed was so slow was because he didn't use the divine ability devouring technique or the divine ability golden crow wings. Otherwise, he would have caught up to Zhao Tu in the blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian did not use the 2 divine abilities because he did not want to expose his identity. Otherwise, he would not have disguised himself as Bu Hong. Currently, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Ling Tian's body was comparable to the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage Saint energy. It was similar to Zhao Tu, whose cultivation base was at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. For this reason, he did not have an advantage in terms of speed. Bu Hong, there's no enmity between us. Why do you want to kill me? When Zhao Tu saw Duan Ling Tian following behind him at a leisurely pace, he thought Duan Ling Tian was just toying with him. He panicked and began to flee as he yelled at Duan Ling Tian. I just don't like you, so I want to kill you. Duan Ling Tian replied at a leisurely pace. Chapter 2097. Since he had decided to impersonate Bu Hong, it was only natural that he had to take everything into consideration. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian cast the divine ability, the devouring tactic, Only after he was certain the sectless cultivators behind him could not see his movements clearly since they were too far away. Naturally, he did not cast it at full strength. Even so, a faint whirlpool still appeared around Duan Lingtian's body. The vortex moved along with his body, and wherever he passed, the heaven and earth spirit qi in the air was swallowed up by him. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's sun saint energy had risen to the peak of the quintessential saint stage. However, it did not stop there. It continued to rise. Meanwhile, the distance between Duan Lingtian and Zhao Tu had shortened. No, you're not Bu Hong. The sectless cultivators behind Duan Lingtian did not notice the divine ability, the devouring tactic. However, Zhao Tu, who was closest to him, could clearly sense the increase in Duan Lingtian's saint energy. As soon as Zhao Tu spoke, the sun saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body had risen to the level of the saint origin of a powerhouse at the first form of the saint celestial stage. At this point, the sun saint energy did not continue to rise. You only realized it now? It's too late. At the same time, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Before Zhao Tu, who had a look of despair on his face, could react, a vast energy swept out like a gigantic beast pouncing on Zhao Tu's day boom. A loud explosion rang in the air as Zhao Tu was engulfed by the energy from Duan Lingtian's palm. It was as though he had been swallowed by a giant beast. When the energy dissipated, Zhao Tu completely disappeared. Only a spatial ring was left hovering in the air. During this time, Duan Lingtian asked Elder Hua to help him devour the innate spiritual root in Zhao Tu's soul that had yet to dissipate after he was killed. Yellow spiritual root. What Hua Lao said next greatly disappointed Duan Lingtian. Zhao Tu only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Although Hua Lao possessed a dark yellow innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root did not turn indigo after he devoured Zhao Tu's innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian was naturally very disappointed. Your innate spiritual root has already transformed to the brink of becoming an indigo innate spiritual root. From now on, even if you only devour a yellow innate spiritual root, it'll be enough for your innate spiritual root to transform into an indigo innate spiritual root. What Hua Lao said next made the disappointment in Duan Lingtian's heart disappear. Forget it. Sooner or later, I'll be able to transform into an indigo innate spiritual root. It's only a matter of time. Duan Lingtian comforted himself inwardly. After Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he raised his hand and took the spatial ring that he had obtained as a reward. Then, he turned around and left the sectless cultivators behind. Following which, his figure also disappeared before the eyes of the group of rogue cultivators as if he had never appeared. Naturally, the group of sectless cultivators could not ignore Duan Lingtian's presence. Naturally, they were unaware of Duan Lingtian's true identity. They thought Duan Lingtian was the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, Bu Hong, who was ranked second among the 8 great prodigies of Zoroastrianism. Zhao Tu. He died just like that? Many sectless cultivators had a shocked expression on their faces. Although they could not see the movements of the true disciple of Zoroastrianism due to the distance between them, they saw the true disciple of Zoroastrianism was the only one who left. Zhao Tu had completely disappeared without a trace. That true disciple of Zoroastrianism, Bu Hong, is too domineering. Doesn't he know this isn't Zoroastrianism but Sin City? Moreover, Zhao Tu's second brother, Zhao Zhan, might seek revenge on him at any time? Some of the sectless cultivators were shocked by the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, Bu Hong's boldness. After all, one would not dare to kill the younger brother of the Vice Alliance leader of the sectless cultivators alliance in Sin City if one did not have a certain level of confidence. Since Bu Hong dares to do such a thing in Sin City, he must have something to rely on. I'm guessing he came to Sin City with his master. That's possible. With his master around, even the leader of the Black Crow Alliance won't be able to do anything to Bu Hong. If it was someone else who was killed, I might feel pity for them. However, I don't feel pity for Zhao Tuesday. Instead, I'm gloating over his death. I feel the same way as you. Zhao Tu used to rely on his identity as a member of the Black Crow Alliance and his identity as the younger brother of Zhao Zhan, the Vice Alliance leader of the Black Crow Alliance, to kill many people for no reason. This time, he finally got what he deserved. None of the sectless cultivators present on the scene felt pity for Jiao Tu's death. Many of them even cheered for Buhong, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, for his actions. Naturally, they were unaware that Buhong was not the true disciple of Jiao Tuesday. Instead, he was the new monstrous genius of Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian, who had recently risen to prominence in Zoroastrianism, had disguised himself as Buhong. Due to the fact that Duan Ling Tian's disguise technique and the fact that he did not leave any traces behind, the only person who knew the truth was Duan Ling Tian. After killing Jiao Tu, Duan Ling Tian immediately left. He looked for a secluded place and changed into a purple robe. At the same time, his face began to distort as he reverted back to his original appearance. It was the new face that he had put on a whim when he arrived near Sin City. Naturally, although his current appearance was different from his original appearance when he was a member of Zoroastrianism, the difference was not too big. Both of them had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. Both of them were extraordinarily handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. I've never heard Wang Efo, the alliance leader of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Clarity City, mention the Black Crow Alliance. It seems like it's just a Sectless Cultivator Alliance in Sin City, just like the Ground Axe Alliance. The Black Crow Alliance was not one of the Sectless Cultivators Alliances that Wang Efo had mentioned to Duan Ling Tian before. That was why he thought so. Let's find a restaurant to sit down and get to know Sin City better. With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian flew toward the city center of Sin City. He wanted to find a lively restaurant to sit down and gather some information. I wonder why so many itinerant practitioners have decided to settle down in the city of Sin, a place that is fraught with danger. Duan Ling Tian had always been curious about this. Previously, Wang Efo, the alliance leader of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Clarity City, had kept him in suspense. Until now, he was still curious about the answer. While Duan Ling Tian was looking for a restaurant. On the other hand, the Black Crow Alliance's base was not calm at all. Although the Black Crow Alliance was an alliance of sectless cultivators in Sin City, and their strength was average, they still had a place in Sin City. They had their own base in Sin City. Bang! In the Black Crow Alliance's base, Zhao Zhan, the vice leader of the Black Crow Alliance, was furious when he learned that his younger brother, Jiao Tu, had been killed. He slammed the table in front of him into dust. Who is it? Then, Zhao Zhan looked at the person who sent the message. His eyes gleamed coldly like a bloodthirsty venomous snake. It was no wonder Zhao Zhan was so angry. In the past, Zhao Zhan had 3 brothers. Apart from Jiao Tu, who was the oldest, he had an elder brother and a younger brother. The 4 of them were sectless cultivators and had always been wandering outside. During this time, his elder brother, Jiao De, and his 3rd brother, Jiao Hong, had died, leaving him and his 4th brother, Jiao Tu, to depend on each other for survival. Later on, he came to Sin City and formed the Black Crow Alliance. Since then, he had found a place to stay. As for his only remaining younger brother, he naturally doted on him. However, today, he learned that his younger brother, Zhao Zhan, was dead. His only remaining younger brother, his 4th brother, had been killed by someone. It's Buhong, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism. Sensing Zhao Zhan's towering rage, the messenger shivered and replied with a trembling voice. Buhong. Zhao Zhan's eyes widened when he heard the person who sent the message. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure the person who killed my brother is Buhong from Zoroastrianism?" Naturally, he had heard of Buhong. In terms of strength, Buhong was much stronger than him since he was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, that was in the past. Half a month ago, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage by relying on his various techniques, combat skills, and battle sense that he had mastered as a sectless cultivator. He was not afraid of Buhong at all. In fact, he was confident he could defeat or even kill Buhong. After all, Buhong was only at the bottom of the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. This could be seen from his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking. Zhao Zhan was not afraid of Buhong. He was afraid of Buhong's master, the Golden Flame Elder from Zoroastrianism, the Sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum. The Black Crow Alliance and the Ground Axe Alliance were in a mess. He's the one who killed 2 people from the Ground Axe Alliance and took away the spatial ring that contained the 1,000 inscription saint weapon? The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance saw an image when he crushed the Major Mirror Image Talisman in the Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman. In the image, a handsome purple-clad young man had killed 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance in a golden dazzling territory. Chapter 2098. There were many types of Dao talismans in the Dao Martial Saint Land with many functions. The Mirror Image Talisman was only one of them. Apart from that, the Mirror Image Talisman was divided into the Ordinary Mirror Image Talisman and the Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman. The Ordinary Mirror Image Talisman could be used to record the scene in front of one's eyes for a certain period of time. When one crushed the Mirror Image Talisman, one would be able to replay the recorded scene. This effect was similar to the video and video recording on Earth in Duan Lingtian's past life. The biggest difference was there was only a picture and no sound. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was still in the Moon Illumination sect, he was tricked by someone from the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch using the Ordinary Mirror Image Talisman. The person from the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch displayed the image recorded by the Ordinary Mirror Image Talisman in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect's estate. It shocked the entire Moon Illumination sect and caused Duan Lingtian to part ways with the Moon Illumination sect. The Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman did not refer to one Dao talisman but 2 Dao talismans. Generally, they were considered a set. A set of Minor Major Mirror Image Talismans consisted of a Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman and a Major Major Mirror Image Talisman. The Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman was usually carried around by the person. It would constantly record and refresh the scene in front of the person. Until the person carrying the Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman was killed, the Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman would record the last scene of the person's life and send it to the Major Major Mirror Image Talisman. As long as one crushed the Major Mirror Image Talisman, one would be able to see the last scene recorded by the owner of the Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman. Who's he? The expression of the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was extremely grave when he saw the handsome purple-clad young man with an extraordinary bearing in front of the Major Mirror Image Talisman. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was called Yao Buji. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, this ordinary-looking middle-aged man was the leader of a sectless cultivator alliance in Sin City. Apart from that, Yao Buji was also one of the strongest powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Through the Major Mirror Image Talisman, Yao Buji witnessed the death of 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Moreover, they were killed by a terrifyingly young man. If it was just the death of 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance, it wouldn't have been enough to make Yao Buji lose his composure. The reason why Yao Buji had lost his composure was because he had sent the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance to seize the 1,000 inscription saint sword. The 1,000 inscription saint sword was stored in the spatial ring that was given to the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance by the old man before they were killed by the purple-clad young man. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried that he or the experts from the Ground Axe Alliance would attract too much attention, and that the old man wasn't a threat, he wouldn't have been able to deal with him. He would not send 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance who were merely at the peak of the quintessential saint stage to snatch the old man's spatial ring that contained the 1,000 inscription saint sword. He had originally thought that it was in the bag, but who would have thought that a purple-clothed youth would appear out of nowhere? 2 idiots. Wouldn't it have been fine if they hadn't provoked him? Although Yao Buji had only seen the scene and could not hear anything, he could roughly guess what the purple-clad young man and the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance were talking about based on their mouths. Based on this, he realized that the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance had provoked the 2 of them. It was the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance who had provoked the purple-clothed young man, which was why the purple-clothed young man had killed them. It's a good thing I gave the 2 idiots a Minor Mirror Image Talisman before they left. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know who had obtained the 1,000 inscription saint sword. Yao Buji felt slightly relieved when he thought of this. At the same time, he felt his heart ache. An ordinary Minor Mirror Image Talisman was worthless. However, a Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman was extremely valuable. Even the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance only had a few sets of them. However, he had wasted 2 sets of them this time. As long as I can find the purple-clad young man and retrieve the 1,000 inscription saint sword, it's worth it to waste 2 sets of minor-major mirror image talismans. Yao Buji felt slightly better when he thought of this. The purple-clad young man in the scene was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just arrived at Sin City. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect that the old man would be able to retrieve the 1,000 inscription saint sword. He did not expect the old man who was being chased by the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance would possess a precious saint weapon like the 1,000 inscription saint sword. Moreover, the 1,000 inscription saint sword was currently in his spatial ring. To be more precise, the 1,000 inscription saint sword was in his spatial ring. The reason for this was also because the spatial ring that contained the 1,000 inscription saint sword belonged to the old man. The old man's spatial ring was in the Ground Axe Alliance's spatial ring. The spatial ring of the Ground Axe Alliance's spatial ring was in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know he had obtained a 1,000 inscription saint sword since he did not have the time to look through his loot. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was in a restaurant in the center of Sin City. This restaurant was one of the busiest restaurants in the center of Sin City. Duan Lingtian had been in the restaurant for quite some time now. He had gained a better understanding of Sin City. It's no wonder so many sectless cultivators want to settle down in Sin City. As it turns out, there would be a few sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who would take out some good stuff for the sectless cultivators to fight over. Duan Lingtian was sitting by the window in the restaurant when he heard the sectless cultivators talking about this. There were a few sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City. They did not belong to any of the sectless cultivators' alliances, but they had a high status in Sin City. They were loved by many sectless cultivators in Sin City. Every once in a while, these sectless cultivators would take out treasures that were considered treasures by ordinary sectless cultivators, and throw them everywhere in Sin City for the sectless cultivators to fight over. These treasures included celestial-grade saint stones, high-grade martial tactics, rare Dao talismans, and 100 inscription saint weapons. Those sectless cultivators are treating the sectless cultivators like monkeys. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he learned about this. He had learned from some of the sectless cultivators in the restaurant that sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above would take out treasures in Sin City and cause a commotion among the sectless cultivators. And every time, many rogue cultivators would die an unnatural death. Humans were greedy by nature. The items thrown out by a few rogue cultivators were probably just ordinary items that were not worth mentioning to them. However, to the sectless cultivators in Sin City, they were treasures that were worth risking their lives for. If one's unlucky, the treasures will fall into a crowd and have to be fought over. If one's lucky, the treasures will fall into a deserted place. Even a sectless cultivator with a weak cultivation base will be able to obtain them easily. Duan Lingtian sighed when he learned about this. Nothing else. Just this alone was enough to make many rogue cultivators fight tooth and nail to settle down in the city of Sin. Perhaps good luck would befall upon them one day? After all, there were many people who thought they were lucky. It's just like the lottery on Earth in my past life. Although the probability of winning is pitifully low, there are still many people who fight over it. The amount of prize money collected in each round is in the hundreds of millions. At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled the lottery on Earth in his previous life. Was there not a group of speculators who would fight to the death to buy it? It was all because of the pitifully low probability of winning. Compared to the probability of winning the lottery on Earth in my previous life, the probability of obtaining the treasures from the few powerhouses in the city of Sin is much higher. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The treasure vault left behind by sectless cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage before they underwent the heavenly tribulation and ascended? Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned about another attractive thing about Sin City from the sectless cultivators' discussion. That was, in Sin City, there would be news about the location of the treasure vault left behind by sectless cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage before they underwent the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm. Everyone knew that regardless if it was a martial cultivator, Dao cultivator, or devil cultivator, once they had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would have to face the heavenly tribulation before ascending to the Devata realm. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form. One would only have the opportunity to ascend after passing the heavenly tribulation. One could ascend immediately or wait for a period of time before ascending. Naturally, the period of time was limited. Generally, those who had passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to stay in the mundane realm for too long. After a certain period of time, they would be forcefully drawn to the Devata realm by the celestial ascension force. Naturally, even powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage were not certain they would be able to pass the heavenly tribulation successfully. The heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. Many powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage were turned into ashes by the heavenly tribulation. Powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage from various forces would only leave behind saint weapons and Tao talismans that would affect their strength before they underwent the heavenly tribulation. They would leave the rest of their belongings in their spatial rings for the forces they belonged to. After all, even a spatial ring would be blasted into pieces under the heavenly tribulation. If one successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, they would not bring anything with them when they ascended. Chapter 2099. Powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage could leave everything they had to the sect before they passed the heavenly tribulation or ascended. However, there were many sectless cultivators at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. They did not belong to any sect, family, or friends. Before these sectless cultivators transcended the heavenly tribulation or ascended to the immortal realm, they would usually take out their spatial rings or items from their spatial rings and store them somewhere else. After the sectless cultivator failed the heavenly tribulation and died, or after he successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm, it would become a treasure trove that the people of the mundane realms would scramble for. After all, the treasures left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage before they passed the heavenly tribulation or ascended would be stored there. It seems like this is one of the reasons sectless cultivators gather in Sin City. Duan Ling Tian discovered another reason why sectless cultivators at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage wanted to stay in Sin City, after he learned about the treasure vaults left behind by sectless cultivators at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even he was interested in the treasure trove left behind by a sectless cultivator at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Would something left behind by a sectless cultivator at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage be ordinary? Naturally, the answer was no. However, Duan Ling Tian did not hear any other useful information apart from that. After he had some food, he paid the bill and left. 4 sectless cultivators who had just arrived in Sin City. There were 3 options for a place to stay in Sin City. The first type was the residences that Sin City specially built for rogue cultivators. These residences required rogue cultivators to fight for them with their own strength. Rogue cultivators who were not strong enough would not be able to obtain them. The second option was to stay in a place provided by the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Sin City. One had to join the Sectless Cultivators Alliance first. The third option was to stay in the expensive inns in Sin City. These inns did not only have ordinary rooms, but they also had independent courtyards and mansions. Naturally, the independent courtyards were more expensive than the ordinary rooms. Furthermore, a mansion was not something that an ordinary person could afford. Let's find an inn to stay at first. After all, he had just arrived at Sin City. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian did not consider the other 2 residences and decisively chose the inn. The inns in the city of Sin were all owned by the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Under the protection of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, one would not have to worry about trouble if they stayed in the inns. It was much more reassuring. This was also the reason why Duan Ling Tian chose the inn. After leaving the restaurant in the center of the city of Sin, Duan Ling Tian found an inn that looked luxurious from the outside and walked in. The signboard in front of the inn had the words "Thank you for your hospitality" written on it. Guests staying in the hotel? Behind the counter at the entrance of the inn, there was an old man who was dozing off. When he heard Duan Ling Tian enter, he immediately opened his eyes and squeezed out a smile. A Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. As soon as the old man opened his eyes, Duan Ling Tian sensed the aura of a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse from his body. He guessed the old man must be a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. First form of the Saint Celestial stage. Hua Lao answered Duan Ling Tian's question, confirming Duan Ling Tian's guess. The innkeeper of an inn is a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. It seems like the rogue cultivator alliance behind this inn isn't simple at all. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yes, I'll be staying in the inn. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to the old man's question. Like most inns in Sin City, the rooms in our Thank You Inn are divided into 3 categories. Ordinary rooms, courtyard rooms, and mansion rooms. May I know which one you'd like to stay in? The smile on the old man's face widened when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted to stay in the inn. How much does it cost? Duan Lingtian asked. Although he had heard that the rooms in Sin City were very expensive when he was in the restaurant, he did not have a concrete idea of how expensive they were. Duan Lingtian's horizons were broadened when the old man spoke. Ordinary rooms cost 1/3 grade Saint Stone per day. Courtyard rooms cost 1 2nd grade Saint Stone per day. Mansion rooms cost 1 1st grade Saint Stone per day. The old man smiled. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he could not help but gasp when he heard the old man's price. Expensive. Too expensive. The old man's price was only the price of staying in the inn for a day. Perhaps, a day was not an exaggeration. However, how many people only stayed for a day? Is this your first time in Sin City? The old man asked with a smile on his face. He seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's surprise, but he did not reveal any other emotions. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There was nothing to deny. It was indeed his first time here. Sir, the rooms in our Decline Guest Inn are clearly priced. They are not as expensive as other inns. However, our service is definitely better than most inns in Sin City. The old man said confidently. Perhaps our Decline Guest Inn does not have an advantage in terms of the quality of the rooms. However, there are not many inns that can compare to our Decline Guest Inn in terms of safety. Our Decline Guest Inn is a property of the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance. Usually, there are powerhouses from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance on duty. Once you stay in our Decline Guest Inn, you won't have to worry about your safety. The confidence on the old man's face grew as he spoke. Mighty Tyrannical Alliance? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the old man's words. This was because he had heard of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance before he came to Sin City. Previously, when he was still in Clarity City, he had heard the alliance leader of Clarity City's Sectless Cultivators Alliance, Wang Efo, mention about the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Sin City. It was considered one of the stronger Sectless Cultivators Alliances in Sin City. It seems like you've heard of our Mighty Tyrannical Alliance. The old man was very observant. He quickly noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Yes, I've heard of it. Duan Lingtian did not deny it. After he nodded, he raised his hand and took out a 1st grade Saint Stone as well and placed it on the counter in front of the old man. Shopkeeper, a courtyard room for 10 days in advance. All right. The innkeeper became even more enthusiastic when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted to stay in the courtyard room. After helping Duan Lingtian register, the innkeeper passed a token with the words Earth 27 on it to Duan Lingtian. The token was slightly heavy in his hand. It emitted a strange wave. A formation? It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to detect the wave of a formation. Please wait for a moment, sir. I'll get someone to bring you over. At the same time, the innkeeper greeted Duan Lingtian before he took out a Dao talisman and crushed it. It took about 3 breaths after the Dao talisman was crushed. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and a short but nimble servant appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. After taking the token with the words Earth 27 from Duan Lingtian, he led Duan Lingtian through the inn and into the backyard. Sir, this is your room. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at a spacious courtyard under the servant's lead. There were flowers and grass in the courtyard. It was exquisite and pleasant. There was also a spacious room at the back. This token is also the room key. With it, you can easily pass through the hybrid formation that shrouds this room. At the same time, the servant returned the token to Duan Lingtian. At this time, Duan Lingtian saw a plaque with the words Earth 27, hanging in front of the courtyard. It was a perfect match for the token in his hand. The servant watched as Duan Lingtian entered the courtyard before he left. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the courtyard, he discovered the surroundings had become quiet again. Not a single sound could be heard. It seems like the hybrid formation that shrouds this courtyard also has a soundproof formation. However, it's still a little expensive to pay a second-grade saint stone a day. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A soundproof array could be easily set up by spending low-grade saint stones. In any case, Duan Lingtian finally had a place to stay in this unfamiliar Sin City after arriving at the Decline Inn and staying at the Earth 27 room. Meanwhile, Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, personally drew a portrait and made many copies before he distributed them to the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Then he ordered, "Find the person in the portrait at all costs. Those who have information on this person's whereabouts will be rewarded with 100 first-grade saint stones. Those who bring this person back to the Alliance will be rewarded with 100 quasi-celestial grade saint stones." As the saying went, generous rewards will attract brave men. The moment Yao Buji gave the order, the entire Ground Axe Alliance was in an uproar. Even the Saint Celestial stage powerhouses in the Ground Axe Alliance left the Ground Axe Alliance with the portrait and began to search Sin City. This was because the face Duan Lingtian was using was the same one he had used to kill the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Therefore, it did not take long before the members of the Ground Axe Alliance discovered Duan Lingtian was in the center of Sin City. They even found out which restaurant he had eaten at. They even found out which inn he was staying in. Welcome guests at an inn? Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, could not help but frown when he found out Duan Lingtian was staying in the Decline Inn. He didn't care about a mere inn that refused to entertain guests. Chapter 2100. The safest place to stay in Sin City was the Seckless Cultivator Alliance's base or the inn that was next to the Seckless Cultivator Alliance. Of course, in comparison, the inn was much safer. The strength of the Seckless Cultivator Alliances varied. If one joined a weak alliance, one would not be safe even if they hid in their base. But an inn was different. Although there were many inns in Sin City, there were not many of them. At the very least, not all Seckless Cultivator Alliances had the ability to open an inn to make a profit. Even if third-rate Seckless alliances like the Ground Axe Alliance and the Black Crow Alliance opened inns, not many guests would dare to stay there since they were not guaranteed their safety. Even the leader of such third-rate Seckless Cultivator Alliances was only at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. The deputy leaders and their subordinates were even weaker. Even if such a Seckless Cultivator Alliance opened an inn, it would only be a threat if the leader was there. However, was it possible for the leader to stay in an inn all the time? The mighty Tyrannical Alliance was not something Seckless Cultivator Alliances such as the Ground Axe Alliance and the Black Crow Alliance could compare to. The mighty Tyrannical Alliance was one of the top Seckless Cultivator Alliances in Sin City. It was said that the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance was a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance who stayed in the Declined Guest Inn was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, even if Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, barged into the Declined Guest Inn, he might not be able to get anything out of it. In fact, he might even offend the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. It seems like I can only wait for him to leave the Declined Guest Inn. Once he leaves the inn, the powerhouses from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance won't be able to protect him anymore. In the end, Yao Buji could only wait. Apart from that, he had no other choice. I don't believe that you can keep hiding in the inn and not come out, Yao Buji said in a deep voice. His eyes were as cold as a knife. Ever since Yao Buji made up his mind, more and more people had stopped and loitered around the inn. Every once in a while, a noob face would appear among these people. These people were the members of the Ground Axe Alliance that Yao Buji had sent out to monitor the situation. They had been loitering around the Xueqi Inn in order to keep an eye on Duan Lingtian. Once they discovered that Duan Lingtian had left, they would immediately track him down and report back to the Ground Axe Alliance. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that he had been targeted by the Ground Axe Alliance. However, as soon as he entered the guest room, he took a look at his loot and took out the 2 spatial rings from the members of the Ground Axe Alliance and the burly man from the Black Crow Alliance. Although it's not a great harvest, it's still not bad. A satisfied smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw the saint stones in the 3 men's spatial rings. This Sin City is really a perfect place for me to improve my innate spiritual root. In the city of Sin, there were plenty of people who hurt and killed people over a disagreement. The so-called evildoers accounted for more than half of the total population. Duan Ling Tian did not feel guilty about snatching and devouring these people's innate spiritual roots. This spatial ring. It seems to belong to the old man whom the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance were chasing. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian saw a spatial ring in one of the Ground Axe Alliance's spatial rings. The spatial ring looked familiar. It did not take long before he recalled where he had seen this spatial ring. This spatial ring belonged to the old man who was being chased by the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance outside the city of Sin. The two men from the Ground Axe Alliance had chased after the old man for this spatial ring. Could it be that there's a treasure in it? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought of this. At the same time, he dripped his blood on the ownerless spatial ring to establish ownership over it. After inspecting it for a while, his eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian only glanced at the other items in the spatial ring. He did not pay much attention to them. In the end, Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on a sword lying quietly in the spatial ring. The sword looked simple and unadorned, but it gave Duan Lingtian a different feeling. As a saint inscription master who specialized in the strange inscription Dao, Duan Lingtian had a keen sense of smell when it came to saint inscriptions. In this aspect, he was much better than ordinary saint inscription masters. Is this 1,000 inscription saint sword? After a brief inspection, Duan Lingtian confirmed the seemingly simple sword was indeed 1,000 inscription saint sword. It seems like the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance are after this 1,000 inscription saint sword. After looking through the other things in the old man's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian did not find anything valuable. Therefore, he quickly confirmed this. However, with that old man's strength, I wonder where he got this 1,000 inscription saint sword from. Also, how did the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance know the old man has 1,000 inscription saint sword? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Duan Lingtian was no longer the hothead he was when he had just arrived in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After spending some time in the Zoroastrianism, he had learned a lot about the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. This included the 1,000 inscription saint weapon. 1,000 inscription saint weapon was a top-notch treasure in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the Zoroastrianism, the value of 1,000 inscription saint weapon was as high as 10 million contribution points. In the Zoroastrianism, apart from the high-ranking officials who were golden flame elders and above who possessed 1,000 inscription saint weapon, only a few silver flame elders possessed 1,000 inscription saint weapon. Based on this, one could see how precious 1,000 inscription saint weapon was. However, such a precious 1,000 inscription saint weapon had fallen into the hands of an old man at the quintessential saint stage before it was snatched away by two men from the Ground Axe Alliance who were also at the quintessential saint stage. If the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance did not provoke him, he would not have obtained the 1,000 inscription saint sword. In that case, I should thank them for provoking me and trying to kill me. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but laugh. This was probably what they meant by the saying, "Nothing is certain in the world." Duan Lingtian no longer thought about how the 1,000 inscription saint sword ended up in the hands of an old man at the quintessential saint stage. Since the 1,000 inscription saint sword had fallen into his hands, it was already his. With this 1,000 inscription saint sword, the 100 inscription saint sword can no longer be used. I can use this 1,000 inscription saint sword in the future. As for the Jasper Celestial Sword, I won't use it unless I have to. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he smiled in satisfaction. Although it's just 1,000 inscription saint sword, it'll still attract unwanted attention. The most important thing now is for me to raise my strength. As long as I'm strong enough to wield the 1,000 inscription saint sword, nobody will dare to covet it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian did as he was told. With just a thought, he entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and began to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. As soon as Duan Lingtian circulated his cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit energy surged into his body as though it was free. During this process, Duan Lingtian discovered his cultivation speed was much faster than before. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. After all, his innate spiritual root was no longer the same as before. He was only half a step away from attaining an indigo innate spiritual root. At this rate, I'll definitely be able to break through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage in 2 months. Duan Ling Tian made a conservative estimate when he sensed his cultivation speed. He was certain his cultivation base would be able to break through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage in 2 months. Once his cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage, his strength would increase as well. As time continued to pass, Duan Ling Tian calmed himself down and began to cultivate. His strength continued to increase. Initially, it was only a slight increase. However, as time passed, the increase became clearer and more obvious. Zoroastrianism in the Western region. No. In one of the floating islands around the Saint Island in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, a hysterical and tragic cry suddenly rang in the air. This roar was like the roar of a wild beast, but it was also like a thunderclap. It was so shocking that several people appeared in the air above the nearby small floating islands. It's senior brother Bu Hong's voice. The few people who appeared above the floating islands were true disciples of Zoroastrianism. The floating islands they were standing on were also the cultivation grounds of true disciples of Zoroastrianism. Now, several true disciples were looking at the small floating island from which the voice came, and they were stunned. This was because they knew who the owner of the floating island was. It was none other than Bu Hong, the person who was currently ranked third on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism. Although Bu Hong had been defeated by Duan Ling Tian, a prodigy who had recently risen to prominence in Zoroastrianism, it was only because Duan Ling Tian was too monstrous. It was not because Bu Hong was weak. For this reason, Bu Hong was still a lofty existence in the eyes of the true disciples of Zoroastrianism. However, today, Bu Hong had lost his composure and shouted. The few true disciples who lived nearby were at a loss. What's wrong with senior brother Bu Hong? I don't know. Ever since he was defeated by senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I've never heard of him leaving his cultivation grounds. I didn't expect him to leave so suddenly today. Based on his voice, it seems like he's suffered a huge blow. Could it be that he's still traumatized by being defeated by senior brother Duan Ling Tian and can't extricate himself? That's possible. The true disciples discussed among themselves as though no one was around. In the end, they reached a consensus that Bu Hong was still unable to accept the fact that he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 2101. No. This is impossible. How? How can my cultivation speed be so slow? How is this possible? In one of the rooms on the floating island, Bu Hong was lying limply on the ground. His eyes were glazed over, and his face was pale as he muttered to himself. He seemed to have lost his mind and was in a wretched state. He looked like a cripple. Not long ago, he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian, the monstrous prodigy from the Zoroastrianism. Bu Hong was filled with grief and indignation. He wanted to work harder in his cultivation to reach a higher level. Duan Ling Tian had defeated him and knocked him out in front of everyone. This was a great humiliation to him. He swore he would take revenge for this. He would kill Duan Ling Tian in the Palace of Death and use Duan Ling Tian's blood to wash away the humiliation he had suffered. However, just as Bu Hong was about to cultivate, he discovered he could no longer sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. Soon after some effort, although he could sense the heaven and earth spirit chi again, he found that the heaven and earth spirit chi he sensed was very weak. Moreover, the speed at which he absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy was so slow that it was as slow as a snail. I'm afraid his cultivation speed is even worse than those mediocre people who possess red innate spiritual roots. This was what Bu Hong thought at that time. Initially, Bu Hong thought the slow speed at which he sensed the heaven and earth spirit energy was due to the aftereffects of being knocked out by Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, he thought he would be able to recover in a few days. However, as the days passed, everything remained the same. Bu Hong's heart sank day by day. At this moment, Bu Hong finally realized a problem. He was crippled. He was completely crippled. What did Duan Ling Tian do to me? What did he do to me? Bu Hong finally regained some of his vitality. However, his eyes were cold and filled with hatred. It was as though he wanted to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces. Find Master. Let's go find Master. After taking a deep breath, Bu Hong finally remembered his master, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum of Zoroastrianism. Following that, the fire worship sect's true disciples who were alarmed by Bu Hong's roar also saw him leaving his residence. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared from their sight. However, they could still vaguely grasp Bu Hong's whereabouts. Senior brother Bu Hong seems to be heading in the direction of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Soon, a core disciple recovered from his shock and exclaimed in surprise. Is he planning to look for his master? Another true disciple guessed. Is he going to find his master to avenge him? Another true disciple shook his head as he looked at Bu Hong's back that was about to disappear. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Despite being a direct disciple as well, after being defeated, the other party did not show any signs of improvement. Instead, he complained to his elders and complained to them. Such actions were despicable. There were rules in Zoroastrianism. Saint Land disciples, whether they were direct disciples or elite disciples, were not allowed to enter the four symbol sanctums without the permission of the sanctum leaders. Those who violated the rules would be severely punished. However, for some people, this rule existed in name only. These people were the direct disciples of the sanctum leaders of the four symbol sanctums. Even if the direct disciples of the sanctum leaders of the four symbol sanctums trespassed without prior notice, the sanctum leaders of the sanctums would definitely protect them since they were their masters. As the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Bu Hong, naturally, had this privilege as well. After leaving the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism and entering the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Bu Hong easily entered the cultivation place of the high-ranking officials in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Similar to the cultivation place of the Black Turtle Sanctum and the other three sanctums, the cultivation place of the high-ranking officials in the Azure Dragon Sanctum was segregated into a quiet area. This was also the forbidden area of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Bu Hong's intrusion had alerted one of the Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame Elders. Initially, he thought it was someone who dared to trespass. However, when he saw it was Bu Hong, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a flattering smile. Bu Hong was the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Moreover, he was the eldest direct disciple. With Bu Hong's monstrous innate talent, he would definitely surpass the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum in the future. Even if he did not become the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, he would definitely become a vice-sect leader. Such a person was worth it for him to try his best to curry favor with. However, the Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder soon discovered that Bu Hong was not bothered at all. Bu Hong, who was in a hurry, did not pay any attention to him, and he happened to see Bu Hong's pale and gloomy face. What's going on? Upon seeing this, not only was the Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder not angry, but he was also puzzled. Bu Hong was the eldest direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. He was also a prodigy among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. Why would he lose his composure? Don't tell me it's because of Duan Ling Tian again? The Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder suddenly recalled the incident where Bu Hong was defeated and knocked unconscious a few days ago. After that incident, Bu Hong has been completely silent. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian has offended Bu Hong again by coming here to look for Lord Sanctum Leader? The moment the Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder thought of this, his expression changed. However, that Duan Ling Tian is really monstrous. I wonder where he came from. In less than a year after he joined the Zoroastrianism, he has already become the second prodigy among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. When the Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder thought of Duan Ling Tian, who had risen like a comet in the sect, he was shocked again. Even in the history of Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian's rise was unprecedented. Master! Bu Hong hurried from the holy land of Zoroastrianism to the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the four symbol sanctums. When he arrived at the entrance of his master's mansion, he greeted his master respectfully. Come in. Soon after, a loud voice resonated from the mansion. Based on the voice alone, one could tell the owner of the voice was a burly man. Apart from being loud and energetic, the voice was also loud and boorish. Bu Hong entered the mansion and walked to the front yard with ease. He stood outside the pavilion in the front yard respectfully. In the pavilion, there was a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure standing there. The muscles all over his body bulged, causing the clothes on his body to appear somewhat tight, as if they were cast from steel. The middle-aged man who looked like an iron tower had a determined expression on his face. He had thick eyebrows and thick lips, exuding a majestic aura. He was none other than the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Lu Tai. Bang! A loud noise resonated in the air as Bu Hong's body became lighter. He fell to his knees and knelt in front of Lu Tai. Bu Hong, I've embarrassed master. After kneeling, Bu Hong lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Get up," Lu Tai said nonchalantly. His tone was calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Yes. Bu Hong did not dare to disobey Lu Tai's words. He immediately rose to his feet. However, he bowed and lowered his head as though he was too ashamed to face his master. Based on what happened earlier, I've listened to Yan Er. Lu Tai's tone was as calm as before as he said nonchalantly, "It's not unjust that you were defeated by Duan Lingtian. However, with your innate talent and indigo innate spiritual root, as long as you cultivate diligently, it's only a matter of time before you catch up to Duan Lingtian and wash away the humiliation. At that time, we'll just have to get our revenge." In the end, Lu Tai's tone changed and became much gentler. There was a hint of encouragement in his words. Lu Tai was very satisfied with this direct disciple. If it was not for his good luck, he would not have been able to take Bu Hong as his disciple. Bu Hong possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. With such innate talent, it was more than enough for him to become a direct disciple of a sect leader or a guardian of the fire worship sect or a vice sect leader. Among the Golden Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism, he was the only direct disciple who possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. The other Golden Flame Elders who had a direct disciple with an indigo innate spiritual root treated him like a treasure. How could he not? "Master, I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future." However, when he heard Lu Tai's hopeful words, Bu Hong's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. His voice became even more hoarse. At the same time, Bu Hong clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. It was obvious he was extremely agitated. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Tai's expression darkened when he heard Bu Hong's words. Then, an expression of disappointment appeared on his face. "You're resigned to your fate after just one failure?" "Resigned to my fate?" A bitter smile appeared on Bu Hong's face. So what if he did not resign to his fate? With his current cultivation speed, how was he going to seek revenge from Duan Lingtian? The gap between him and Duan Lingtian would only grow bigger and bigger until he could no longer catch up. What's going on? At the same time, Lu Tai also realized that there was something wrong with his first direct disciple. His face immediately turned gloomy. Bu Hong took a deep breath and told Lu Tai everything that had happened. He did not dare to hide anything from Lu Tai. "If that's the case, your talent seems to have vanished into thin air overnight?" Lu Tai's expression changed drastically as he said, "I'll use my divine consciousness to check the innate spiritual root in the depth of your soul. Don't resist." Chapter 2102. How's this possible? After probing with his divine sense, Lu Tai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was filled with shock. At the same time, he cried out in disbelief. "Master!" Bu Hong was shocked when he heard Lu Tai's words. Am my innate spiritual root? Is there something wrong with my innate spiritual root?" If there was something wrong with his innate spiritual root, it was understandable that his cultivation speed was so slow. The only thing he was concerned about was his innate spiritual root. He wanted to know if there was a way to recover his innate spiritual root. If he could recover his innate spiritual root, he would be able to regain his innate spiritual root and regain his cultivation speed. At that time, he would still be a genius with an indigo innate spiritual root in Zoroastrianism. As long as he was given enough time, he might be able to kill Duan Lingtian in the future to wash away the humiliation he had received from Duan Lingtian. "There's nothing wrong with your innate spiritual root." When Lu Tai heard Bu Hong's question, he shook his head in a daze. Bu Hong's eyes lit up when he saw this. "There's nothing wrong with my innate spiritual root?" In his opinion, There was nothing wrong with his innate spiritual root. As long as there was nothing wrong with his innate spiritual root, no matter what caused his cultivation speed to slow down, there would definitely be a way to solve this problem. Instantly, he let out a sigh of relief. There's nothing wrong with your innate spiritual root. Lu Tai hesitated for a moment before he finally revealed the truth in a deep voice. It's because your innate spiritual root is gone. Your innate spiritual root is gone. When Bu Hong heard Lu Tai's words, it was like a bolt from the blue. He was completely stupefied and collapsed to the ground with a look of despair on his face. Although he was in despair earlier, he still held on to the hope that he would be lucky. But now, Lu Tai's words were like a death sentence to his innate talent. Since his innate spiritual root was gone, what talent did he have left? How could this be? Bu Hong was in complete despair. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Bu Hong heard his master, Lu Tai, roar. This was the first time he had heard his master speak in such an angry tone. Don't worry. I'll definitely avenge you. Lu Tai solemnly swore to Bu Hong with a cold glint in his eyes that was as sharp as a knife. Master, why you mean the loss of my innate spiritual root has something to do with Duan Ling Tian? While feeling despair, Bu Hong also heard something from Lu Tai's words. It must have something to do with him. Lu Tai said coldly. When Duan Ling Tian was still in the Black Turtle Sanctum, Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, brought his direct disciple, Gu Chun, to denounce him. He was the one who destroyed Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. At that time, nobody, including me, believed Duan Ling Tian had such a technique. After all, those below the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to sense another person's innate spiritual root with their divine consciousness. Even if a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage or above could sense another person's innate spiritual root, they wouldn't be able to destroy another person's innate spiritual root without damaging their soul. Li An and Gu Chun didn't have any evidence. Moreover, Gu Chun wasn't sure if Duan Ling Tian was the one who destroyed his innate spiritual root. For this reason, he didn't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. For this reason, this matter was left unsettled in the end. Initially, I thought this was just a farce. I thought Li An and his disciple were slandering Duan Ling Tian. However, it seems like Duan Ling Tian really knows how to destroy a person's innate spiritual root. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Did you lose your innate spiritual root after you fought with him as well? Lu Tai's words confirmed Bu Hong's speculation. His speculation was flawless as well. He had destroyed another person's innate spiritual root before me? Upon hearing Lu Tai's words, Bu Hong was certain Duan Ling Tian had used the same technique to destroy his innate spiritual root. I'm avenging you. As for you, you can stay here and wait for the good news. As soon as Lu Tai finished speaking, he disappeared before Bu Hong's eyes without waiting for a reply. When he left, Lu Tai's anger soared to the extreme. Although he had two personal disciples, the one he valued the most was Bu Hong, his eldest personal disciple. Now that Bu Hong had been crippled by someone else, it destroyed the high hopes he had for Bu Hong. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Ling Tian with his own hands to vent his anger. Since Lu Tai was certain Duan Ling Tian had destroyed his direct disciple's innate spiritual root, he no longer had any qualms. Whether it was using the soul-searching secret tactic to force Duan Ling Tian to submit or using other methods, he was determined to destroy Duan Ling Tian. Unfortunately, Lu Tai was destined to fail. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was no longer part of Zoroastrianism. Even if he wanted to take revenge on Duan Ling Tian, he could only wait for Duan Ling Tian to return. However, due to Lu Tai's actions, Lu Tai finally learned about this. Only then did he learn that Duan Ling Tian had left the fire worship sect. At the same time, Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, also received the news. Duan Ling Tian has left Zoroastrianism? How's this possible? Dong Yuanjin found it hard to believe. He had ordered people to keep an eye on Duan Ling Tian, who had repeatedly humiliated his son, Dong Lin. How could Duan Ling Tian have left Zoroastrianism? However, regardless of whether he believed it or not, it was a fact. This was because Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, had come to the enforcement hall to accuse Duan Ling Tian of destroying Bu Hong's innate spiritual root. The enforcement hall had also sent out their enforcement elders to follow Lu Tai into Duan Ling Tian's residence. However, they did not manage to find Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was nowhere to be found in Zoroastrianism. With this, it was certain Duan Ling Tian had indeed left Zoroastrianism. He had left Zoroastrianism right under Dong Yuanjin's nose. Don't worry, father. Since we're certain Duan Ling Tian has destroyed Bu Hong's innate spiritual root, he won't be able to escape punishment as long as he returns. Dong Lin smiled sinisterly. Moreover, I heard from Sanctum leader Lu that Gu Chun, the direct disciple of Black Turtle Sanctum's elder Lian, had his innate spiritual root destroyed by Duan Ling Tian as well. In that case, he can be sentenced to death. However, Dong Yuanjin suddenly thought of something. He said warily, currently, I'm afraid everyone in the enforcement hall has learned about Duan Ling Tian destroying Bu Hong's innate spiritual root. If news of this spreads out and Duan Ling Tian, who has left Zoroastrianism, finds out about this, I'm afraid he won't return. As long as Duan Ling Tian did not return, the enforcement hall of Zoroastrianism would not convict him of any crime, let alone send powerhouses to kill him. After all, it was impossible for them to convict Duan Ling Tian based on the words of Sanctum leader Lu Tai alone. Lin I'm glad you've thought of this. Dong Yuanjin was relieved when he heard Dong Lin's words. You've thought of this as well. Moreover, you've ordered a lockdown on this news. For this reason, this news won't spread out of the enforcement hall before Duan Ling Tian returns. As long as this news doesn't spread out of the enforcement hall, naturally, it won't spread out of the sect. It's impossible for Duan Ling Tian to know about this. In the end, Dong Yuanjin's face was filled with confidence. You're wise, father. Dong Lin's eyes lit up. An expression of admiration could be seen on his face. Dong Yuanjin could not help but frown. However, I still don't understand how he left Zoroastrianism. Dong Yuanjin found it difficult to accept the fact that Duan Ling Tian had left Zoroastrianism under his watch. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was in Sin City in the central region, was unaware that a trap had been set in Zoroastrianism. He was not aware that someone had already prepared a trap for him in Zoroastrianism. I've finally made a breakthrough. Just as Duan Ling Tian had expected, it only took him 2 months to break through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Naturally, the reason he was able to make a breakthrough so quickly in an environment without a soul-gathering formation was mostly due to his innate spiritual root that was close to an indigo innate spiritual root. It was also due to his hard work. I've spent more than 50 days on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, but only slightly more than 5 days have passed in the outside world. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. I'll spend the next few days comprehending the divine ability. When the room fee is due, I'll leave the inn and look for prey. It's time for my innate spiritual root to transform into an indigo innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian had already made up his mind about what he would do in the next few days. Naturally, the few days he spent here were the time in the outside world. Compared to 4 days in the outside world, Duan Ling Tian could stay in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for more than a month. After a month, Duan Ling Tian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Although Duan Ling Tian did not make a breakthrough in the divine ability he comprehended during this period of time, he was becoming more and more familiar with it. He was one step closer to making a breakthrough. After opening the door and walking out, Duan Ling Tian had a pleasant expression on his face as he breathed in the fresh air that was filled with the scent of flowers and plants in the courtyard. Soon after, he left the guest room in the courtyard where he had stayed for 9 days and checked out. After checking out, he immediately left the Decline Inn. As soon as he left the inn, Duan Ling Tian's sharp senses told him a few pairs of eyes were on him. However, they only lingered on him for a moment before they left. If he was not a weapons specialist who was adept at anti-tracking and anti-reconnaissance in his previous life, he would not have noticed the malicious intent in those eyes even if his cultivation base was high. Chapter 2103. Don't tell me they're targeting me and want to kill me? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he no longer cared about it. It would be fine if these people did not provoke him. However, if they really dared to provoke him, he would just devour all of their innate spiritual roots. Currently, his innate spiritual root was only a little bit away from becoming an indigo innate spiritual root. Walao, what's the cultivation base of these people? However, out of concern for his own safety, Duan Ling Tian still asked Elder Hua to help him investigate the cultivation base of these people who were staring at him with ill intentions. When Hua Lao heard Duan Ling Tian's question, he immediately replied to Duan Ling Tian, "They're all at the quintessential saint stage. They're nothing to you." Quintessential saint stage? Duan Ling Tian chuckled when he heard the answer from Hua Lao. Do I look like a weakling? Even a few small fries at the quintessential saint stage dare to target me? Fortunately, the people who were secretly monitoring him did not hear Duan Ling Tian's words. Otherwise, they would be so angry that they would throw up blood. No matter what, they were still at the quintessential saint stage. Although they were not the best in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, they were still considered to be above average. However, in Duan Ling Tian's mouth, they had actually become shrimps. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Based on his current cultivation base, he was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Anyone who was at the quintessential saint stage or above would not take him seriously after probing his current cultivation base. They would only think of him as an ordinary exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. So, after Duan Ling Tian found out the people who were staring at him with ill intentions were only at the quintessential saint stage, he no longer had any concerns. He immediately flew away from the Decline Inn. And according to Hua Lao's answer just now, those people could threaten him, so he would return to the Decline Guest Inn to renew the room. If we really can't afford to offend them, can't we just avoid them? Although it was important to improve his innate spiritual root, it was not as important as his own life. Duan Ling Tian was very clear about this. After Duan Ling Tian left the inn, he left. Your group will continue to follow him. Our group will return to the Alliance and report this matter to the Alliance leader. Alright. The group of people who had been staring at Duan Ling Tian with ill intentions quickly divided into two groups. One group followed Duan Ling Tian, while the other went in the opposite direction. These people were from the Ground Axe Alliance. The group that went in the opposite direction made their way to the Ground Axe Alliance's estate. Their goal was to return to the Ground Axe Alliance's estate and report to the Alliance leader that their target had left the Decline Guest Inn. They could sense the Alliance leader's high regard for this person, so they did not dare to neglect him. Not all of them are following me? Could it be that they're not a group? When Duan Ling Tian saw the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance following him, he noticed many of them had left. For this reason, he guessed they were not a group. Humph! Duan Ling Tian snorted inwardly as he flew out of Fallen City. Soon after, he left Sin City. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian's speed was not fast. It was similar to an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He's left Sin City. After Duan Ling Tian left Sin City, the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance who were following him was stunned. Should we still follow him? Of course. Lord Alliance leader has ordered us to follow him as soon as he leaves the inn. Don't lose him. Based on this person's speed, I'm afraid his cultivation base is only at the exemplary saint stage. I really don't know why Lord Alliance leader thinks so highly of him and even promised such a ridiculous reward for him. Judging by the time, Lord Alliance leader should be here soon. After Duan Ling Tian left Sin City, the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance followed him. Naturally, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, they still kept a distance from Duan Ling Tian. Little did they know Duan Ling Tian had already noticed them. Let's do it here. After leaving Sin City, Duan Ling Tian, who was flying north, saw a mountain forest with a complicated terrain. His eyes gleamed as he thought of something. Before he left the city of Sin, he had a thought in his mind. He wanted to find a place where the people who were following him would not be able to hide. At that time, he would like to ask these people what they wanted to do. If they could not provide him with an answer, he did not mind turning their innate spiritual roots into nourishment for his innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian had his eyes on the mountain forest with a complicated terrain. He wanted to find a place where the people behind him would not be able to hide. After arriving near the mountain forest, Duan Lingtian continued to fly forward as he descended from the sky. Swoosh! He seemed to have turned into a parabola as he descended into the mountain forest. At the same time, he disappeared from the sight of the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance. What's that guy doing here? Don't tell me there's something good here. Don't tell me it's a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance could not help but discuss among themselves when they saw Duan Lingtian disappearing into the mountain forest. As they discussed animatedly, their eyes couldn't help but light up. After all, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance had asked them to follow the purple-clad young man. Since the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was so concerned about the purple-clad young man whose cultivation base was only at the exemplary saint stage, they did not believe the purple-clad young man had nothing to do with them. If it's really a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Ground Axe Alliance is going to strike gold this time. Many of the people from the Ground Axe Alliance's eyes lit up. As members of the Ground Axe Alliance, even if they could not obtain any treasures from the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would still be able to benefit from following the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance. He has already entered the mountain forest. Let's follow him. Don't lose him, one of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance suddenly said. His voice was loud, causing the other members from the Ground Axe Alliance to snap out of their daze. That's right. We can't lose him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Immediately, a group of Ground Axe Alliance's members descended from the sky and entered the mountainous forest with complicated terrain. They were stunned when they entered the mountain forest, because they discovered that the purple-clothed youth they were following had completely disappeared after entering the forest. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air before their eyes. He's gone. We didn't arrive much later than him. Why did he suddenly disappear? With his speed, it's impossible for him to shake us off even if we're quite a distance away from him. The group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance was dumbfounded when they entered the mountain forest. They felt that something was amiss. If the purple-clad young man was really at the exemplary saint stage, even if he was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, it was impossible for him to disappear from their sight in such a short time. What's going on? Did we lose him? If Lord Leader finds out we've lost him, based on how much Lord Leader values that person, I'm afraid we'll be severely punished. Punishment is one thing, but I'm afraid the Ground Axe Alliance will miss the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The members of the Ground Axe Alliance looked at each other anxiously. Why don't we split into a few groups and look for him separately? One of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance suggested. How about this? There are 9 of us here. We'll split into 3 groups. Each group will have 3 people. We'll look for the purple-clad young man in the north, west, and east. What do you think? Another member of the Ground Axe Alliance agreed and gave his own suggestion. The other 8 people agreed to his suggestion as well. Let's go! One of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance shouted. The 9 members from the Ground Axe Alliance were about to split into 3 groups and search in 3 different directions. There's no need to search. I'm here. A voice that seemed to come from all directions rang in the air. It clearly entered the ears of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance, causing their expressions to change drastically. Immediately after, their pupils constricted. That was because a person had suddenly appeared before their eyes. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This speed, naturally, the members from the Ground Axe Alliance did not think the person had appeared out of thin air. Due to this reason, they felt chills running down their spines when they saw the person had appeared out of thin air. Among these people, the strongest ones were at the peak of the quintessential saint stage while the rest were at the intermediate quintessential saint stage or the mastery quintessential saint stage. However, they did not see the purple-clad young man's figure when he appeared. A Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. The same thought appeared in the minds of the 9 members from the Ground Axe Alliance at once. It was precisely because of this that their expressions had completely changed. Oh God! The person they were tailing was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse? To think they had thought the person was only at the exemplary saint stage due to his slow speed. However, It seemed like the person had done it on purpose. Perhaps, the person had discovered them long ago. The person who had appeared out of thin air in front of the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance was, naturally, Duan Lingtian. He had used the tactic of luring the enemy into a trap to expose the 9 people who were tailing him. All of you are from the Ground Axe Alliance. Chapter 2104. As soon as Duan Lingtian asked this question, his son's saint energy that had been boosted by the divine ability, the devouring tactic, emitted a terrifying aura that swept toward the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, his son's saint energy was comparable to the saint energy of an ordinary quintessential saint stage martial cultivator even without the help of the devouring tactic. With the help of the divine ability, the devouring tactic, his saint origin was comparable to a saint celestial stage powerhouse. For this reason, the aura of Duan Lingtian's son's saint energy pressed down on the members of the Ground Axe Alliance, causing them to tremble violently as their faces turned pale. It was obvious they were under great pressure. Yes, my lord. A few members with a weaker cultivation base were the first to succumb to the pressure. They replied in a trembling voice. At the same time, they lowered their heads humbly, not daring to look at Duan Lingtian. The remaining members of the Ground Axe Alliance did not dare to slack off when they realized Duan Lingtian was a saint celestial stage powerhouse. At this moment, they could not help but feel resentment toward the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance. If they had known the purple-clad young man was a saint celestial stage powerhouse, they would not have dared to follow him even if they were given 100 guts. Facing a group of Ground Axe Alliance members who were almost scared out of their wits, the rest was simple. No matter what Duan Lingtian asked, they did not dare to hide anything from Duan Lingtian. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance has his eyes on me? At the same time, Duan Lingtian learned that Duan Lingtian had been sent by the Ground Axe Alliance. These members of the Ground Axe Alliance were sent by Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, to keep an eye on him. As for why Yao Buji would target him, the members of the Ground Axe Alliance had no idea. However, they guessed he had information about the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless when he heard the members of the Ground Axe Alliance's speculations. He did not expect the members of the Ground Axe Alliance to be so imaginative. This is strange. Why would the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance have his eyes on me? Duan Lingtian, naturally, was puzzled. He was certain. When he had killed the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance outside the city of Sin, no one had seen his face clearly. That's right. After the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance died, I sensed a Dao talisman fluctuation from their bodies. Could it have something to do with that? Duan Lingtian was Duan Lingtian's Dao sect had a Dao origin body. Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Elder Hua when he thought of this. It's a possibility. Dao talismans used body used Dao talismans of the Dao talismans on the talismans was sect consumed Dao talismans. This means the 2 Dao talismans can be activated automatically if the owner of the Dao talisman is dead. I think the 2 Dao talismans must have the ability to transmit images. They must have transmitted the scene of you killing the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance to the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance through the Dao talisman's power. Hua Lao said. There's such a Dao talisman? Duan Lingtian was shocked by Hua Lao's words. He found it hard to believe there was such a Dao talisman in this world. There must be. Hua Lao answered Duan Lingtian's question with certainty. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to believe it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, it seems like I should learn more about the Dao talismans in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land when I return to Sin City. Even if I killed 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance, there's no need for the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance to make such a big fuss over it. Could it be because of the 1,000 inscription Saint's sword? Duan Lingtian thought about the 1,000 inscription Saint's sword he had found in the spatial ring of one of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. The 1,000 inscription Saint's sword belonged to the old man who was killed by the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was even more certain of his guess. What's the cultivation base of the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance? Apart from the leader, what's the cultivation base of the other high-ranking officials? Duan Tian asked in a deep voice as he looked at the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Duan Tian learned from the members of the Ground Axe Alliance that the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was the strongest. The strongest person in the Ground Axe Alliance was Yao Buji. He was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was also the only powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Ground Axe Alliance. Although Yao Buji's strength was not the strongest among all the powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he could easily be ranked in the upper middle. Similarly, Duan Tian was a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Before Duan Tian defeated Bu Hong in the Zoroastrianism tournament, he was ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, was ranked at the 266th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Based on this, one could see the gap between the two of them. The Ground Axe Alliance only has one powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage? Naturally, Duan Tian was not afraid even if he knew Yao Buji was much stronger than Bu Hong. With his current strength and the Jasper Celestial Sword, he could kill Yao Buji in a blink of an eye if Yao Buji was not at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Yao Buji was the only powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Spiritual Eyes form, in the Ground Axe Alliance. In other words, Duan Tian was the only one. Apart from Yao Buji, no one else in the Ground Axe Alliance could capture the Jasper Celestial Sword when Duan Tian activated the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. As for Yao Buji, he might be able to vaguely capture the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, at that time he would be a dead man. The 9 of you. Do you want to live or die? Duan Tian asked indifferently as he looked at the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. His voice was so calm that it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. My lord, I want to live. My lord, I want to live as well. The 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance heard Duan Tian's words and expressed their opinions one after another. They gave the same answer to Duan Tian. What a joke! Who would want to die if they had a chance to live? Lead the way. Bring me to the Ground Axe Alliance. Duan Tian said again. Although his voice was calm, a murderous intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes. It was obvious he was enraged and intended to kill his way to the Ground Axe Alliance. Gasp, 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 gasp. The 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance gasped when they heard Duan Tian's words. Based on the purple-clad young man's words, it seemed like he was going to the Ground Axe Alliance. Was he not walking into a trap and seeking his own death? However, no matter how they looked at it, they did not think the purple-clad young man before them was someone who would seek his own death. In that case, there was only one possibility. I'm afraid this lord isn't afraid of Lord Alliance leader. The moment the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance thought of this, their hearts skipped a beat. A bitter smile appeared on their faces. Lord Alliance leader, what kind of people did you offend? They believed the purple-clad young man before them did not casually ask about the cultivation base of the Ground Axe Alliance's high-ranking officials. He was trying to figure out the Ground Axe Alliance's cultivation base. Naturally, the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance did not dare to reject Duan Tian. They immediately brought Duan Tian away from the forest and made their way back to Sin City. Lord, I used a communication jade token before we entered the forest. Soon after they left the forest, one of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance stammered to Duan Tian. I'm afraid the Lord Alliance leader of the Ground Axe Alliance is heading in this direction. He's coming. As soon as the member of the Ground Axe Alliance finished speaking, Duan Tian seemed to have sensed something. He looked in the direction of Sin City. Whoosh! Along with the sound of wind whistling that was getting closer and closer, Duan Tian saw a figure flying toward him at an extremely fast speed. The figure was so fast that even a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage might not be able to move as fast as him. After a while, the figure appeared out of thin air in front of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. The appearance of the figure caused the members of the Ground Axe Alliance to perk up. They bowed respectfully in unison. Lord Alliance leader. It was Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance. At the same time, Duan Tian had also confirmed the newcomer's identity. At the same time, he sized up the newcomer. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, Yao Buji ignored the members of the Ground Axe Alliance when he appeared. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a piercing gaze. This was because he was a young man. He had seen the purple-clad young man through the major mirror image talisman earlier. The purple-clad young man had killed his subordinate and taken the spatial ring that contained the 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword. You. Just when Yao Buji spoke coldly and wanted to say something to Duanling Tian. Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the ears of Yao Buji and the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. As Yao Buji's pupils shrank, he saw a swift sword light flying towards him. The speed was so fast that he couldn't dodge it. No. There was no way he could dodge the sword ray. He did not even have time to react. Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the ears of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. They were so shocked that their hearts skipped a beat. In the next moment, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Yao Buji, was a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, he was killed by a sword that pierced the space between his brows. An indigo innate spiritual root. Chapter 2105. Indigo innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian was very excited. Currently, even a person with a yellow innate spiritual root would have an indigo innate spiritual root after he had devoured it. Moreover, Yao Buji's innate spiritual root was not as simple as a yellow innate spiritual root. Although Yao Buji was only a sectless cultivator, he was still the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance in Sin City. Moreover, his cultivation base had broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if his innate spiritual root was bad, it would not be too bad. Before arriving at Sin City 10 days ago, Duan Lingtian had disguised himself. His current appearance was not the same as when he was in the Zoroastrianism sect or Clarity City. Moreover, the members of the Ground Axe Alliance were only at the quintessential saint stage. For this reason, he did not plan to use his 10,000 swords territory to block the members of the Ground Axe Alliance's sight before he devoured Yao Buji's innate spiritual root. Hualao! Duan Lingtian called out to Hualao as the members of the Ground Axe Alliance looked at him in shock. With Hualao's help, he quickly devoured Yao Buji's innate spiritual root. Yao Buji's innate spiritual root did not disappoint Duan Lingtian. Blue innate spiritual root. After devouring Yao Buji's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had turned indigo, just as Hualao had said. Your innate spiritual root is already an indigo innate spiritual root. As soon as Elder Hua's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, he immediately tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air. Then, he began to circulate the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique using his cultivation method, the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. Using the Nine Dragons energy, he began to circulate the heaven and earth spirit energy into his body. My cultivation speed is more than twice as fast as before. After sensing his current cultivation speed, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly like two dazzling stars in the night sky. After retrieving Yao Buji's storage ring, Duan Lingtian loosened his grip, allowing Yao Buji's body to fall from the sky. Boom! With a soft sound, Yao Buji's body fell to the ground and turned into a pile of mud. The 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance snapped out of their daze. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with fear and shock. Thinking back to the scene just now, they still couldn't believe it. I'm not dreaming, right? Someone as strong as Lord Alliance Master didn't even have time to finish his sentence before he was killed by him in a single move. It doesn't seem like he launched a sneak attack. He attacked head-on, and Lord Alliance Master didn't even have a chance to react before he was killed. The 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance looked at each other and whispered to each other. Their voices trembled at the same time. The strength of the purple-clothed youth before them completely exceeded their imaginations. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, such a powerhouse was killed by the purple-clad young man in just a single blow. Just how terrifying was this purple-clothed youth's strength? Fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Or perhaps, even higher? Duan Ling Tian heard the whispers of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. He glanced at them indifferently and decided to ignore them. His figure flashed, and he was ready to leave. In his opinion, these Ground Axe Alliance members were sent by Yao Buji to follow him. They had no intention of killing him, so he had no reason to kill them. Furthermore, now that Yao Buji was dead, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of making things difficult for them. Lord. However, when Duan Ling Tian was about to leave, one of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance mustered up his courage and called out to him. Duan Ling Tian had just mobilized his Sun Saint energy, so he did not leave immediately. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the member of the Ground Axe Alliance who had called out to him. He frowned slightly and asked, "Is there anything else?" The other members of the Ground Axe Alliance sighed in relief when they saw Duan Ling Tian had no intention of making a fuss about it and was about to leave. When they saw their companions calling out to Duan Ling Tian, they were so frightened that their hearts were in their mouths. "Idiot! What are you trying to do? Damn it! That fiend is about to leave. Why did you call out to him? What if this fiend suddenly goes back on his word and attacks us again? Even if you want to die, don't drag us down with you." The other members of the Ground Axe Alliance immediately sent voice transmissions to the member who had called out to Duan Ling Tian. It was as though they wanted to rip his mouth off. However, the member of the Ground Axe Alliance ignored their voice transmissions. He looked at Duan Ling Tian respectfully and asked, "Lord, may I know your name?" "Why are you asking this?" Duan Ling Tian replied coldly. It was clear he did not intend to tell the member of the Ground Axe Alliance. "Lord, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Yao Buji, is ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking," the member of the Ground Axe Alliance said solemnly. The member of the Ground Axe Alliance said solemnly, "Today, all of us witnessed how you killed Yao Buji with our own eyes. As long as we know your name, we'll spread the news so that you can replace Yao Buji on the Supreme Saint ranking. Of course, if you're ranked higher than Yao Buji on the Supreme Saint ranking, you can just pretend I'm not here." The member of the Ground Axe Alliance said sincerely as though he was concerned about Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing the member of the Ground Axe Alliance's words, the other members of the Ground Axe Alliance's eyes lit up immediately. Why did they not think of this? To a certain extent, their actions could be considered as flattering this powerhouse before them. They did not have to worry about Duan Ling Tian going back on his word and killing them. "Lord, he's right. As long as you tell us your name, we'll spread the news of today's incident. Lord, don't worry. If anyone doesn't believe us, we're willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove it." Although the other 8 members of the Ground Axe Alliance were slightly slow to react, they still began to flatter Duan Ling Tian after the first member of the Ground Axe Alliance reminded them about the situation. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance and nodded nonchalantly before he said, "I'm Li Feng." As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared before the eyes of the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. After Duan Ling Tian left, the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance sighed in relief. They knew they had escaped death. Li Feng? This name? Is there a person with this name on the Supreme Saint ranking? One of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance asked curiously after he caught his breath. "I pay attention to every issue of the Supreme Saint ranking. However, there's no Li Feng on the latest issue of the Supreme Saint ranking. It seems like Li Feng was a sectless cultivator who lived in seclusion before this." Another member of the Ground Axe Alliance said. Although the Supreme Saint ranking was said to have gathered the 1,000 most powerful people in the Dao Martial Saint land, the Supreme Saint ranking was still considered as a saint ranking. However, the Dao Martial Saint land was so huge that some sectless cultivators who lived in seclusion would not appear on the Supreme Saint ranking no matter how strong they were. In the eyes of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance, the powerhouse who had killed the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Yao Buji, who called himself Li Feng, was one of those sectless powerhouses who lived in seclusion. As soon as he appeared, he went from a nobody to the 266th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. From today onward, the name Li Feng will definitely spread throughout Sin City and the entire Dao Martial Saint land. The members of the Ground Axe Alliance were certain of this. In the eyes of the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, The upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land represented the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. In fact, this was indeed the case. In this era, the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had become a vassal of the upper province to a certain extent. Although the upper province and the lower province only made up the Dao Martial Saint Land, all the powerhouses in the upper province were in charge. When the members of the Ground Axe Alliance returned to Sin City, they did not dare to slack off. They quickly recounted everything that they had witnessed today to their superiors. This news instantly caused a commotion in Sin City. Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, was a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Such a powerhouse could be considered one of the top powerhouses in Sin City. For this reason, the sectless cultivators in Sin City were shocked when they learned he had been killed. A powerhouse called Li Feng killed Yao Buji? Moreover, he killed Yao Buji with just a blow? He didn't even launch a sneak attack? Many sectless cultivators in Sin City were stunned when they heard the news. It was not as simple as being half as strong as Yao Buji. As a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, Yao Buji is ranked in the upper middle among all the powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. How could such a powerhouse be killed with just a blow? Li Feng's strength is most likely at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or even higher. Many people speculated. Many people agreed with this speculation. They believed Yao Buji was a powerhouse. Even the most powerful powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land would not be able to kill Yao Buji with just a blow. The news continued to spread. Chapter 2106. The Supreme Saint ranking was the most authoritative ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It would be updated every month. The Supreme Saint ranking would appear in the form of a book. It was similar to the magazines on Earth where Duan Ling Tian was from in his past life. It was circulated in the Dao Martial Saint Land. As Li Feng's name spread in Sin City in the Central Province, more than half of the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land learned about him. Another sectless cultivator who had been in seclusion had appeared in front of everyone. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Due to this reason, Li Feng's name was the most eye-catching on the Supreme Saint ranking. Anyone who had a book on the Supreme Saint ranking would know about Li Feng's existence immediately. Li Feng had gone from an unknown person to a famous figure in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in just one night. Even the person involved, Duan Ling Tian, did not expect this to happen. After killing Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, and returning to Sin City, Duan Ling Tian had immediately looked for an inn to stay in and focus on his cultivation. Currently, his innate spiritual root had already turned indigo. For this reason, he wanted to strike while the iron was hot and break through to the quintessential saint stage. I won't come out of closed-door cultivation until I've broken through to the quintessential saint stage. After entering the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian had set a goal for himself before he entered closed-door cultivation. As for the outside world, no matter how popular something was, it would gradually die down after a while. Li Feng's name had only spread in Sin City for a while before it was rarely mentioned anymore. Naturally, this was also because the people in Sin City were the first to learn about Li Feng's existence, and how Li Feng had killed Yao Buji, who was ranked 266th on the original Extreme Saint ranking. Outside, in many small cities, the discussions about Li Feng did not die down at all. During this period of time, almost everyone in the Central Province knew about Li Feng. In the Qiu clan's estate in Clarity City at the border of the Western Province. Miss Mu Qing, good news, good news! Early in the morning, an excited and aged voice broke the silence outside Qiu Mu Qing's residence. Of course, the visitors only dared to stand at the entrance of the mansion. Without permission, they did not dare to enter. It was an old man with a brand new book in his hand. The words Supreme Saint Ranking were written on the book. It was the latest issue of the Supreme Saint Ranking. Elder Liang, Miss invites you in. A moment later, a maid walked out and said to the old man. When the old man heard this, he followed the maid into the residence. He saw the young miss of the Qiu clan, Qiu Mu Qing, in the pavilion in the front courtyard. Qiu Muqing was as beautiful as ever. She looked like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. Elder Liang, you said you had good news early in the morning. I wonder what it is. Qiu Muqing asked with a smile when she saw the old man walking into the pavilion. The old man was none other than the second elder of the Eastern Fang clan, Dongfang Liang. He was also one of the few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses in Clarity City. If anyone saw him behaving so respectfully in front of the young miss of the Qiu clan, their eyes would have popped out of their sockets. It was shocking and unbelievable. In Clarity City, there were very few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses, and their statuses were high. Dongfang Liang, the second elder of the Eastern Fang clan, was not an ordinary Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Even the clan leader of the Qiu clan, who was also a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, did not dare to slight him. However, he was like a servant in front of the daughter of the clan leader of the Qiu clan. In fact, Dongfang Liang was indeed a servant by Qiu Muqing's side. Initially, Dongfang Liang was reluctant. However, when he discovered Qiu Muqing did not treat him as a servant just because he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, he no longer resisted and gradually got used to his role. Perhaps, this was what it meant to win someone over with virtue. Miss Muqing, take a look. Dongfang Liang raised his hand and passed the latest Supreme Saint ranking to Qiu Muqing. The second page is the headline at the back of the table of contents. Take a look. Qiu Muqing took the Supreme Saint ranking curiously. Then, she opened it and flipped to the second page according to Dongfang Liang's instructions. It did not take long for Qiu Muqing's eyes to light up again. This was because she saw the name Li Feng. Li Feng, a sectless cultivator who lived in seclusion. He killed Yao Buji, who was ranked 266th on the original Supreme Saint ranking in the north of Sin City in the central region in just one blow and replaced him. Apart from this sentence, the entire page was filled with information about Yao Buji's past achievements to show how extraordinary Li Feng was. Moreover, the Supreme Saint ranking also stated, Li Feng's true strength was most likely ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Central Region, Sin City. Li Feng. Moreover, he was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. For this reason, Qiu Muqing was certain of this. This Li Feng was the man who had been haunted by her dreams. Naturally, she knew Li Feng was only a pseudonym. His real name was Duan Lingtian. He was one of the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism. He was famous for a long time. I can't believe he's been gone for so long. However, I still feel as though I've just seen him yesterday. Qiu Muqing sighed inwardly. A complicated expression appeared on her face. In the past, she would not have believed she would fall in love with a man she had only known for a day. Initially, she thought she would forget about him as time passed. At that time, there was no need for her to continue with her plan. However, it seemed like she had not forgotten about him at all. For so many years, she had never put a man in her heart. But now, a man had entered her heart. It was like a gangrene attached to the bone. While she was suffering, she could not get rid of it. Perhaps, it's time for me to leave Clarity City. Qiu Muqing thought to herself as her eyes glinted. Miss Muqing, do you think he's Lord Li Feng? Dongfang Liang asked when he saw Qiu Muqing was in a daze for a moment before she regained her senses. Although he guessed that Li Feng was Lord Li Feng, who had displayed his invincible might in the Qiu family's main hall, he was not certain. It's him. Qiu Muqing nodded before she said, before he left, he told me he's going to Sin City in the central region. Dongfang Liang gasped when he heard Qiu Muqing's confirmation. It was really him. Meanwhile, in the western region, Zoroastrianism, one of the 3 strongest sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land, had also made its way to the central region. Everyone from Zoroastrianism knew about Li Feng. However, it did not cross their minds that Li Feng was a disciple of Zoroastrianism. His name was Duan Lingtian, a true disciple of Zoroastrianism. In the Azure Dragon Sanctum of Zoroastrianism. Recently, Bu Hong, the eldest direct disciple of Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, had been staying in his mansion. A few days ago, a piece of news had spread from Sin City in the central region. Bu Hong, who was already in a bad mood, was so angry that he almost threw up blood. Previously, He had been to Sin City in the central region and killed the younger brother of the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, a sexless cultivator alliance. He had made an enemy out of Sin City. Although he had Zoroastrianism and the Sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum as his backing, he was not afraid of the Black Crow Alliance. However, he was still furious that he was wronged. Li Feng, a sexless cultivator who lived in seclusion, killed Yao Buji, who was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking, and replaced him. At this moment, Bu Hong was holding the new Supreme Saint ranking in his hand. In the new Supreme Saint ranking, he had fallen from the 421st place to the 537th place. He was frustrated. How good would it be if I can enter the top 300 of the Supreme Saint ranking like Li Feng, and become famous in the Dao Martial Saint land? At that time, even Master would be proud of me. Bu Hong clenched his fists so tightly that the Supreme Saint ranking began to distort. With my innate talent, it's only a matter of time before I enter the top 300 of the Supreme Saint ranking. As long as I'm given enough time, I might even be able to enter the top 100, top 50, or even top 30 of the Supreme Saint ranking. This is because I possess an indigo innate spiritual root. With an indigo innate spiritual root, I'm considered a top genius in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, all of this is gone now. It's gone. Bu Hong muttered to himself as his eyes turned red. He was so agitated that his body began to tremble. He felt as though he had fallen from heaven to hell in just one night. And all of this is because of Duanling Tian. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I wouldn't have lost my indigo innate spiritual root. Bu Hong continued to mumble to himself as he grew increasingly crazed. However, in the end, he strangely quieted down. In his mind, the scene of the battle with Duanling Tian that day replayed before his eyes, and it was extremely clear. At this moment, Bu Hong was extremely calm. Although this calmness was very short, it still reminded him of a very important matter. That day, Duanling Tian defeated me. Based on his assist-type divine ability, it's impossible for him to be stronger than me even if he comprehended his martial tactics and divine abilities to the peak. However, his sword was so fast that I couldn't react at all. Based on his strength and techniques, it's impossible for him to achieve that even if he used the 1,000 Inscription Saint sword. Chapter 2107. Bu Hong's master was Lu Tai, the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Lu Tai was a golden flame elder of the Zoroastrianism sect. Not only that, but he was also one of the strongest golden flame elders in the Zoroastrianism sect. It was only natural that someone like him would possess a 1,000 Inscription Saint weapon. Due to this reason, Bu Hong's understanding of 1,000 Inscription Saint weapons was much deeper than ordinary people. If the sword he used was only a 1,000 Inscription Saint sword, his sword wouldn't have been so ridiculously fast even if he had cast a high-grade martial tactic and comprehended a high-grade sword-type divine ability to its limit. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage is also known as the Spiritual Eyes form. After I entered the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, I've also awakened a pair of spiritual eyes. Even then, his sword strike was just a flash in my eyes. What does this mean? This means the sword he's using must be a sword of a higher grade than the 1,000 Inscription Saint sword. In the Dao Martial Saint land, only 10,000 Inscription Saint swords have a higher grade than a 1,000 Inscription Saint sword. There are a total of 10,000 Inscription Saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint land. They're the 10 grade level Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Among these 10 grade level Saint weapons, only 2 of them are swords. The 9 Cloud Sword and the Traceless Sword. I wonder which sword does Duanling Tian have? Bu Hong's breathing quickened when he thought of this. If my innate spiritual root wasn't destroyed by Duanling Tian, I definitely wouldn't have spread this news. After my cultivation base surpasses his, I'll enter the Palace of Death and sign a death pact with him. I'll kill him and take the 10,000 Inscription Saint sword for myself. As Bu Hong muttered to himself, a chilling light shot out from his eyes. However, now that my innate spiritual root has been destroyed by him, I won't be able to defeat him in the future. If that's the case, there's no need for me to keep this news to myself. Should I only tell Master, or should I spread the news widely? As Buhong muttered to himself, a trace of hesitation flashed across his eyes. It was difficult for him to make a decision. Master definitely wouldn't spread the news if he only told it to him. That's a 10,000 inscription saint sword. A level 10 saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Even Master would be tempted by it and want to take it for himself. Human nature was selfish. Buhong was very clear about this. He was certain if he told this news to his master, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, his master would definitely not spread the news. He would also forbid him from spreading the news. As long as one was a person, they would want to take possession of a sacred artifact. Forget it. I should tell Master first. With his master's strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill that Duan Lingtian and seize the 10,000 inscription saint sword from him. This way, it can be considered as revenge for me. Soon after, Buhong made up his mind. He would tell his master that Duan Lingtian possessed the 10,000 inscription saint sword. If Master obtains the sword, he'll definitely feel indebted to me in the future. After all, he only managed to obtain the sword because of my reminder. Buhong thought to himself. In Buhong's opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian was dead, it did not matter who killed him. If it was his master who did it, that sacred artifact would only be beneficial to him and not harm him. Moreover, it would be beneficial to him. Since Buhong had made up his mind, he immediately left to look for his master. Master. Buhong entered the backyard of his master's residence. His master, Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, was tending to some flowers and plants. When he heard Buhong's voice, he immediately stopped what he was doing and turned around to look at Buhong. What's the matter? A puzzled expression appeared on Lu Tai's face. Ever since his first direct disciple found out that Duan Lingtian had secretly left the Zoroastrianism, he had been in seclusion all day. Today, in order to relieve Buhong of his boredom, he had even sent the latest issue of the Supreme Saint ranking to Buhong's room. However, he did not expect Buhong would come out of his room to look for him. Master, I just remembered something very important, Buhong said solemnly. Oh, what is it? Lu Tai knew his direct disciple very well. He knew his direct disciple was not a person who would speak without thinking. Since he said it was something important, it must be something important. Master, I suspect that Duan Lingtian who defeated me possesses a level 10 saint weapon. When Buhong spoke again, he did not beat around the bush and spoke bluntly. Level 10 saint weapon. As Buhong's voice fell, Lu Tai's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and a look of horror appeared on his face. At the same time, his heart began to beat faster. Even in the entire Dao Martial Saint land, there were only 10 level 10 saint weapons. Moreover, they were famous in the 10 great saint weapons ranking of the Dao Martial Saint land. Even the Zoroastrianism only had one level 10 saint weapon. It was the inheritance saint weapon of Zoroastrianism. It was in the hands of the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. Based on this, one could see how precious a level 10 saint weapon was. However, his first direct disciple was telling him that Duan Lingtian possessed a level 10 saint weapon? How could he not be shocked? Are you sure? Are you sure Duan Lingtian has a level 10 saint weapon? When Lu Tai looked at Buhong again, he had a solemn expression on his face. It caused the atmosphere in the backyard to turn solemn. Master, that Duan Lingtian. Then, Buhong began to tell Lu Tai about the details of his battle with Duan Lingtian that day. He even told Lu Tai about his suspicions. His suspicions were well founded, so Lu Tai had no choice but to believe him. If that's the case, he must have obtained the 9-cloud sword or the traceless sword from the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Lu Tai took a deep breath. After a while he said, based on what you said, he must have obtained the traceless sword. The traceless sword is known as the traceless sword. It's impossible to guard against it. Your cultivation base has broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, the spiritual eyes form. With your spiritual eyes, it's normal for you to only be able to catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's traceless sword. However, for those below the third form of the Saint Celestial stage who haven't awakened their spiritual eyes, it's impossible for them to catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's traceless sword. Lu Tai said, if that's the case, we can explain why Duan Ling Tian has mastered the mysterious sword-wielding art. It's because he has the traceless sword that not many people can catch a glimpse of his sword. Even your junior sister was defeated by his traceless sword. If he doesn't have the traceless sword, he might not be a match for your junior sister. Lu Tai became more and more certain as he spoke. As for Bu Hong's junior sister, she was none other than his other direct disciple, Wan Yan. The traceless sword. He's really lucky. He actually obtained the traceless sword, one of the 10 great saint weapons. Bu Hong's expression was filled with jealousy. After his master's confirmation, he was even more certain that Duan Lingtian's sword was the traceless sword that was listed on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. He's really lucky. Unfortunately, he's destined to be mine. Lu Tai's eyes flashed as a sneer appeared on his face. Based on his words, it was as though Duan Lingtian's sword was already his. Indeed, he felt the same way. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, he was still far from being a match for Lu Tai. Hong if Master obtains the traceless sword, you'll be the one to take the credit. Lu Tai turned to look at Bu Hong with a smile on his face. No matter how he looked at Bu Hong, he found his eldest direct disciple pleasing to the eye. Master, if you want to obtain the traceless sword, you'll have to make a move against Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian returns, he'll be arrested by the enforcement hall to determine if he destroyed my innate spiritual root or not. Bu Hong seemed to have recalled something as he said with a worried expression on his face. Once this matter is confirmed, Duan Lingtian will definitely be punished by the enforcement hall. Perhaps, the enforcement hall won't execute him. However, he has offended Dong Yuanjin, the vice hallmaster of the enforcement hall. Once he's convicted, Dong Yuanjin will seek revenge for destroying Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. It won't be difficult for Dong Yuanjin to kill Duan Lingtian in the enforcement hall. If Duan Lingtian is killed by Dong Yuanjin in the enforcement hall, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to obtain the traceless sword. Bu Hong voiced out his worries in one breath. You're right. After hearing Bu Hong's words, Lu Tai couldn't help but frown because he knew that what Bu Hong said was very likely to happen. Dong Yuanjin, the vice hallmaster of the enforcement hall, was a vengeful person who was much stronger than Lu Tai. If the traceless sword fell into Dong Yuanjin's hands, it would be impossible for Lu Tai to obtain it. If the traceless sword fell into the hands of the enforcement hall, it would be even more impossible for Lu Tai to obtain it. Hong. Lu Tai quickly made up his mind. He looked at Bu Hong and said, Master plans to go to the enforcement hall and withdraw the charges against Duan Lingtian. We'll just say that you destroyed your innate spiritual root due to a mistake in your cultivation. However, don't worry. Even if the enforcement hall doesn't stand up for you, I'll do my best to kill Duan Lingtian and avenge you. At the end of his speech, Lu Tai solemnly swore and promised. Of course, I believe in Master. Bu Hong nodded. He knew this was the best way for his master to obtain the traceless sword in Duan Lingtian's possession. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was not here. Otherwise, he would be rendered speechless. When did he obtain the traceless sword, one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Chapter 2108. Due to the interference of Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, had gone to the enforcement hall to file a complaint against Duan Lingtian for crippling his eldest direct disciple's innate spiritual root. This matter did not spread to the outside world, let alone Zoroastrianism. Lu Tai could understand Dong Yuanjin's actions, and he agreed with him. After all, if news of this matter spread out, it would alert the Duan Lingtian to the point that he would no longer dare to return to Zoroastrianism. Lu Tai did not want that to happen as well. Today, Lu Tai had gone to the enforcement hall to file a complaint against Duan Lingtian. Although this matter did not cause an uproar in Zoroastrianism, it still caused a commotion in the enforcement hall. Lu Tai's actions could be considered a false accusation. According to the rules of the enforcement hall, Lu Tai had to be punished. However, the enforcement hall's elder in charge of the registration was only a Silver Flame elder. For this reason, he had no right to punish Lu Tai. Under such circumstances, Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, stepped forward. Sanctum Leader Lu, are you really going to file a complaint against Duan Ling Tian? Dong Yuanjin frowned as he looked at Lu Tai. He was puzzled as he asked, "Can you tell me why?" He did not believe Lu Tai's excuse about Bu Hong's innate spiritual root being crippled due to qi deviation. He felt there must be a deeper reason behind this matter. As it turned out, Dong Yuanjin was right. However, he could not figure out the real reason even in his wildest dreams. "Vice Hall Master Dong, I've already done what I should." Lu Tai replied indifferently as though he was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water when faced with Dong Yuanjin's doubts. Naturally, Lu Tai knew Dong Yuanjin's doubts. It was obvious Dong Yuanjin was unwilling to let go of the opportunity to avenge his son, Dong Lin. "Sanctum Leader Lu, are you sure you're making a false accusation? It's slander." Although Duan Ling Tian is no longer a member of Zoroastrianism, the enforcement hall still has the right to punish you according to the rules. Dong Yuanjin said in a deep voice. It was obvious he was threatening Lu Tai. However, was Lu Tai someone he could not threaten? "Vice Hall Master Dong, I'm aware of this. I'm prepared to accept the punishment. However, as far as I know, my punishment will be reduced to 50% since I've surrendered, right?" From beginning to end, Lu Tai's face was calm, as if the punishment he was about to face was nothing to him. Indeed, it was Dong Yuanjin's Lu Tai. With his cultivation base at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, these wounds were no different from scratching an itch to him. Seeing that Lu Tai had already made up his mind, Dong Yuanjin did not say anything else. However, in the depths of his heart, a seed of doubt had been planted. He had a feeling that there was something behind Lu Tai's actions that he did not know. Hall Master Sanctum Leader Hall Division Master. Dong Hall Leader, S Hall Sex New Zone Master. Shalav of Lu to Lu 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 Ren Hall Dong's Hall Leader Hall Not Lu 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 Li and Lu 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 Master Lu Lu. Hall's Tai. In the end, he could only resign himself to his fate. Although he had resigned himself to his fate, he was still unwilling to accept it. He finally had a chance to openly deal with Duan Ling Tian, but now, it had just passed him by. How could he be willing to accept this? A few days later, the peace of Zoroastrianism was broken by the arrival of a person. The person who had arrived was none other than Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. He was also a good friend of Li En, the 1st Silver Flame elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Yang Chong had come to look for Li En. However, when he arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum, he discovered Li En was not around. Under his request, the other Black Turtle Sanctum Silver Flame elders went to check on Li An's soul pearl. They discovered Li An's soul pearl had shattered, and it seemed like it had been shattered for quite some time. Something's wrong. As expected, something's wrong. Yang Chong's expression turned grave when he saw Li An's soul pearl had shattered. "Elder Yang Chong, what happened?" Tang Shan, the Black Turtle Sanctum Silver Flame elder, asked in a deep voice as he looked at Yang Chong. Gua Xiong and Meng Jin, who were also Black Turtle Sanctum Silver Flame elders, looked at Yang Chong in confusion. They did not know what Yang Chong meant. Naturally, the death of Li En, who was also a Black Turtle Sanctum Silver Flame elder, had stirred up a storm in their hearts. Some time ago, Yang Chong revealed the whole story under the watchful eyes of the 3 Black Turtle Sanctum Silver Flame elders. Naturally, he did not bring a few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect to investigate Duan Ling Tian. Lian had only brought a few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, when he discovered Li An and the others had yet to return, the soul pearls of the few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect had shattered. At this moment, he realized something might have happened to Li An and the others. The first thing he wanted to do was to head to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to investigate what had happened. However, when he arrived at the nearest inter-province transportation formation, he discovered the inter-province transportation formation could not be activated. At that time, he thought there was something wrong with the inter-province transportation formation. When he went to the other inter-province transportation formations in an attempt to teleport to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he discovered the inter-province transportation formations could not be activated. At this moment, He heard from someone who was near the inter-province transportation formation. It had been a while since the inter-province transportation formation could not teleport people to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. That's why I came to Zoroastrianism. As expected, something has happened to Lian as well. Yang Cheng's expression was grave as he continued to say, I heard from some people who are familiar with the inter-province transportation formation that many of the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land are connected to the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. If there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province, we won't be able to teleport people there. If there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province, the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province won't be affected because the latter doesn't need to rely on the former. Usually, the people who are teleported to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land will be sent to random places in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Yang Cheng said. Just like when Duan Ling Tian, Gu Li, and Zhu Luqi were teleported to the upper province through the lower province's inter-province transportation formation, they were sent to random places in the upper province. They did not appear near the inter-province transportation formation. For this reason, I think there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province. Yang Cheng said in a deep voice. There's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province? Guo Xiong's expression turned solemn as he continued to say, as far as I know, the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province is much more stable than the ones in the upper province. It's said that when the inter-province transportation formation was set up, those seniors had fused it with the Grand Sealing Formation that sealed the Land of Exile and shared the defensive formation in the Grand Sealing Formation. Let alone a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Even if a few powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage join forces, they might not be able to break through the defensive formation. Apart from being the Black Turtle Sanctum Silver Flame Elder, Guo Xiong was also the Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder. He was also the most knowledgeable person in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He had done some research on some of the ancient stories in the Tao Martial Saint Land. He had read about the inter-province transportation formation in the Debussy subterranean being merged with the Grand Sealing Formation used by the powerhouses during the Human Devil era to seal the Land of Exile in an ancient book. The Grand Sealing Formation was used to seal the Land of Exile. In fact, it was used to seal the entrance from the Land of Exile to the Tao Martial Saint Land. The entrance was also a gap in the space barrier. The gap in the space barrier had prevented the Devil clans from invading the Tao Martial Saint Land for hundreds of thousands of years. One could easily imagine how terrifying the defensive formation in the Grand Sealing Formation was. Although there were not many powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had not ascended in time, there were still a few of them. However, they still could not break through the Grand Sealing Formation. For this reason, Guo Xiong was confident. Even if a few powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage joined forces, they might not be able to break through the inter-province transportation formation that shared the defensive formation in the Grand Sealing Formation. If the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province is really destroyed, doesn't that mean the Grand Sealing Formation is destroyed as well? Guo Xiong's expression changed when he thought about this. In Sin City in the central region. Boom! In the quiet guest room of the inn, the 4th floor of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda that had turned into dust in front of the bed suddenly exploded. Rolling waves of air swept out as if it had been affected by some kind of power. Ha ha ha! At the same time, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, opened his eyes and laughed excitedly. He had made a breakthrough. After 2 months, he had finally made a breakthrough. Early quintessential saint stage. After he stopped laughing, Duan Ling Tian tried to circulate the Sun Saint energy in his body. He discovered his Sun Saint energy had transformed again. Now, even without using the divine ability, the devouring tactic, my Sun Saint energy is comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial Stage. My light blue innate spiritual root has given me such an innate talent. If my innate spiritual root transforms into a violet innate spiritual root, how terrifying would my cultivation speed be? The moment he thought of this, Duan Ling Tian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. However, his excitement did not last long. When Duan Ling Tian was about to leave the inn, he overheard some passing sectless cultivators mentioning something. For some reason, the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land could no longer send people to the lower province. Chapter 2109. The inter-province transportation formations in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land can't send people to the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard this news. The excitement that had arisen in his heart due to the breakthrough in his cultivation had also vanished in an instant. Perhaps, this news was nothing to most people in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. After all, not many people from the upper province would use the inter-province transportation formations to travel to the lower province. However, to Duan Lingtian, this news was like a bolt from the blue. The reason being that his family and friends were all in the lower district. Could it be that there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province? Duan Lingtian tried his best to calm down. He felt this news was a little exaggerated. Would the inter-province transportation formations that connected the upper province and the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land lose their effectiveness just because they failed? He did not believe it. He thought this was just a rumor. However, as he wandered around Sin City, he heard the same news again and again. It shook his firm belief. Could it be that there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he thought of this. If he could not return to the lower province from the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, it meant he would not be able to see his family and friends again. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he began to feel anxious again. It seems like there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province. The inter-province transportation formations in the upper province are still intact. It's only because there's no inter-province transportation formation in the lower province that the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province can't be activated. I heard about it as well. One has to rely on the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province to travel from the upper province to the lower province. However, there's no need to rely on the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province to travel from the lower province to the upper province. It's a one-way, random transportation. Now that there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province, it means people from the lower province can't come to the upper province and people from the upper province can't go to the lower province. In any case, I've never thought of going to a god-forsaken place like the lower province. It has nothing to do with me if there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province. Similar discussions could be heard all over the city of Sin. Most of them had the mentality of, it has nothing to do with me. After all, it did not matter to them whether they could go to the lower province or not. However, similar remarks were quickly crushed by a cruel reality. Do you really think it's as simple as us not being able to move to the lower district? Soon after, an even more shocking piece of news spread throughout Sin City without any warning. It was like a hurricane and a swarm of locusts that swept through the entire Sin City. This shocking news was spread by a group of rogue cultivators in Sin City. If there's really something wrong with the transportation formation in the lower province, it means there's something wrong with the grand ceiling formation left behind by our ancestors in the Dao Marshal Saint Land hundreds of thousands of years ago. You asked me what the Grand Ceiling Formation from more than 100,000 years ago was? The Grand Ceiling Formation is a formation that seals the land of exile. To be more precise, it exists to repair the gap in the space barrier between the Dao Marshal Saint Land and the land of exile. What's the land of exile? It started from the Human Devil era more than 100,000 years ago. The Human Devil era. The land of exile. The Devil clans. Many people did not know about this in the past. However, now that the news had spread through Sin City, it caused a huge panic in Sin City. At this moment, many people finally found out. As it turned out, the Dao Marshal Saint Land had fallen into a dark era more than 100,000 years ago. That era was called the Human Devil era. During that era, a group of devils had entered the Dao Marshal Saint Land from the land of exile through the gap in the space barrier. They carried out a large-scale massacre. Almost all those who were killed were devoured by them and turned into dried corpses. More than 90% of the devils relied on devouring the vital essence and blood of other living beings to strengthen themselves. The human devil era? The land of exile? The devil clans? At the same time, Duan Lingtian also learned about the human devil era, the land of exile, and the devil clans. There's no lack of powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the devil clans. As for the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province, it shares the defensive formation in the Grand Ceiling formation. If the transportation formation in the lower province is damaged, it means the Grand Ceiling formation is damaged as well. It won't be able to seal the gap in the space barrier between the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Land of Exile. After learning about this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned graver and graver. Previously, when he found out he could not return to the lower province from the upper province, his first thought was that he would not be able to see his family and friends again. However, he was not worried about their safety at all. With his father and the Azure Cloud Mansion around, he believed the safety of his family and friends would not be a problem. However, all of this was under the premise that the devil race did not invade. If that's the case, the devil clans will invade the Dao Martial Saint Land from the Land of Exile. To be more precise, they'll invade the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. 100,000 years ago, the Dao Martial Saint Land wasn't divided into two. There were many powerhouses, and there were many powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, in the current lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, powerhouses at the quintessential Saint stage are as rare as phoenix feathers, let alone powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage. If the devil clans invade the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'm afraid none of the humans will survive. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he was so anxious that he almost went crazy. His family and friends were all still in the lower district. If the devil clans invaded, they would not be able to defend themselves with their strength. The devil clans are invading the Dao Martial Saint Land again? They're invading the lower province, right? Although the upper province exists in the lower province and is surrounded by the lower province, it's an independent space and realm. If that's the case, the devil clans won't be able to affect the upper province? That seems to be the case. To think I was worried about this. It seems like I was worried for nothing. If the devil clans invade, the lower province is doomed. However, if the devil clans really invade, it means the transportation formations in the lower province are destroyed. In that case, the devil clans in the lower province won't be able to come to the upper province. I was planning to go to the lower province to have a look. Fortunately, I didn't go. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to return. At this moment, all over the city of Sin, there were all sorts of voices saying that they had gotten lucky. However, it did not take long before they were drowned out by another piece of cruel news. It won't affect the upper province? It won't be able to come to the upper province? I think you're dreaming. That's right. There's no lack of powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage and formation experts in the devil clans. They can repair the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province or set up a new one. At that time, they can easily invade the upper province. Do you really think there's no one in the devil clans? How naive. As the cruel news spread, the people in Sin City began to feel threatened. They felt it was not safe even if they stayed in the upper province. It was only a matter of time before the devil clans invaded the upper province. Now, I can only hope that there's another reason why the people from the upper province can't use the inter-province transportation formation to go to the lower province. Otherwise, not only will the lower province be doomed, but the upper province will be doomed as well. Just thinking about the human devil era is terrifying. I just hope that era never comes again. Just hearing about the devil clans makes me shudder. I don't want to fight them. If it's possible, I don't want to see them for the rest of my life. The atmosphere in the city of Sin gradually became stifling. It did not take long for the oppressive atmosphere to spread and sweep out in all directions. As time passed, the news had spread to half of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, causing everyone in the upper province to feel threatened. Many people even made their way to the inter-province transportation formations to see if they could not return to the lower province. Duan Lingtian was one of them. For an entire month, Duan Lingtian had made his way to the inter-province transportation formations near Sin City at his fastest speed. He had even made his way to the inter-province transportation formations near Sin City. However, he received the same answer. It was true that the inter-province transportation formations could no longer send people to the lower province. Could it be that there's something wrong with the lower province's inter-province transportation formations? Did the devil clans really invade the lower province from the land of exile? Is the human devil era from hundreds of thousands of years ago really coming again? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about it. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became about the safety of his family and friends. However, there was nothing he could do no matter how worried he was. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. Hualao, is there really no other way? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao bitterly. A few days ago, he had asked Hualao if there was a way to return to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land without using the inter-province transportation formation. Hualao had given him an answer. Only after he had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and passed the heavenly tribulation would he be able to tear open the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province and enter the lower province before he ascended. However, it was not realistic for him to do that now. Even if he had a violet innate spiritual root, it would still take a long time for him to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone an indigo innate spiritual root. Distant water could not quench a present thirst. At that time, there would be no one left alive in the lower province. Chapter 21:10. Urgent. 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 At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he was about to lose his mind. Many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were also on the verge of losing their minds. Once the devil clans invaded the upper province, they might not even be able to survive. At that time they could no longer just hide. Once the human devil era arrived, the devil clans would wreak havoc in every corner of the upper province like locusts. As humans, no matter where they hid, they would eventually be found. Damn it! How can there be creatures like the devil clans in this world? If it weren't for this incident, I wouldn't have known that devil cultivators originated from the devil clans. The human devil era and the devil clans are too terrifying. I really hope it's just a guess and the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province isn't destroyed. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in Sin City. As time passed, the people began to relax. Although they were still worried about the devil clans invading the upper province, they were no longer as worried as before. No matter what, the devil clans had not invaded the upper province yet. Moreover, it was just a guess. It was possible that the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province was not destroyed. However, due to some other reason, the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province could not be used to travel to the lower province. Naturally, even if all the guesses were true, there was nothing they could do now. They could only wait. It's useless to be anxious now. I can only hope it's just a guess and that the situation won't really happen. Duan Lingtian prayed in his heart when he returned to Sin City. At the same time, he gradually calmed down. As time passed, the atmosphere in Sin City began to change. The originally anxious crowd gradually calmed down. Naturally, most of them only appeared calm on the surface, but they were still worried inwardly. However, with the influx of people from the major forces in Sin City, the atmosphere in Sin City became tense again. The people from the major forces came to Sin City to collect all kinds of resources. Their purpose for collecting supplies was also obvious. It was to prevent the devil clans from invading. They had to prepare a large amount of resources in advance so that they could defend their positions when the devil clans invaded. Before they ran out of resources, they could prepare for a battle with the invading devil clans. This was also the best choice. Recently, many people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism have come to collect resources from all over the city of Sin. They're even offering double the price of ordinary forces. The other forces have also increased their prices. But even so, no one is willing to sell their resources to them. That's right. Although it was still uncertain whether the demons would invade, it was still necessary to take precautions. At this time, only a fool would hand over the resources in his hands. In a restaurant in the city of Sin, many of the customers were in a heated discussion. Based on his words, he scoffed at the actions of the major forces including Zhuangzi Buddhism. Zhuangzi Buddhism? Duan Lingtian, who was sitting by the window, could not help but narrow his eyes when he heard the discussion of the group of customers. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. When he heard the word Zhuangzi Buddhism, the first person he thought of was Elder Xueqi of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, who had snatched his devil seal tablet away from him. Sometimes the world was just this simple. Excuse me, I just saw Elder Xueqi of the Zhuangzi Buddhism in the city earlier. A dringer's voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing him to open his eyes immediately. There was a cold gleam in his eyes that was as cold as a blade. Xueqi was in Sin City? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he had seen the hope of revenge. Xueqi? The son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism? Yes, that's him. Speaking of him, he's really lucky. I heard he went to the Lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and snatched the Devil Seal tablet from someone from the Lower province. The Devil Seal tablet can only deal with some devil cultivators in the past. However, if the devil clans invade the Upper province, the Devil Seal tablet will be very effective. It is said that the power displayed by the demon sealing tombstone when it was used to kill the devil race was much stronger than when it was used to kill ordinary devil cultivators. If sect leader Xueqi of the Zhuangzi Buddhism uses the Devil Seal tablet, even a devil at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage won't be able to do anything to him. If the human devil era comes again, the Devil Seal tablet will become the most useful super saint weapon among the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Even if it's not ranked in the top 3 of the 10 great saint weapons ranking, it's destined to shine during the human devil era because of its ability to suppress devils. After the group of customers in the restaurant mentioned Xueqi, they shifted the topic to the Devil Seal tablet, one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. They did not change the topic for a long time. They had been talking about the Devil Seal tablet for a long time. The Devil Seal tablet? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he heard the customers mentioning the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet was originally the super saint weapon in his possession. It was only because Xueqi had snatched it from him that he lost it. Xueqi, I heard you left Zhuangzi Buddhism and came to Sin City. Since you're here, don't even think about going back. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned even colder. Anyone who was stared at by him would feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. I can only hope the Devil Seal tablet is still with him. If that's the case, I can kill him and take back the Devil Seal tablet that belongs to me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, he knew it was impossible. After all, the Devil Seal tablet was a super saint weapon. After Xueqi returned to Zhuangzi Buddhism, he had most likely passed it to his father, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 imperial kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The 4 imperial kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism were as famous as the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism. All of them were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. However, it doesn't matter if the Devil Seal tablet is with him or not. Since he came to Sin City and delivered himself to me, not only would I be letting myself down, but I would also be letting Elder Ku and the 10 black armored soldiers of the Azure Cloud Mansion down if I don't kill him. The killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes intensified as he thought to himself. Then, Duan Lingtian paid the bill and left the restaurant. After he left the restaurant, he began to search for Xueqi's whereabouts. 15 minutes had passed, but he found nothing. Half an hour had passed, but he still found nothing. After an hour, he finally found Xueqi's whereabouts. Xueqi's cultivation base has already broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from that, Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism, who's at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, is with him. Although he leaves him occasionally, he's not too far away. If you kill him directly, there's a high chance you'll succeed. However, it'll alert Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism, who's at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He might even kill you. Hua Lao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, reminding Duan Lingtian not to act rashly. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian asked Duan Lingtian to investigate Xueqi and the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism who were near Xueqi, Duan Lingtian was anxious. He could hear the impatience in Duan Lingtian's tone. It was as though he could not wait to kill Xueqi. It's better for you to wait for the right time. Wait until they're further away from each other before you make a move. Hua Lao reminded Duan Lingtian again. It was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would act rashly and kill Xueqi. Don't worry, Hua Lao. Xiezong isn't worth my life. When Duanling Tian heard Elder Hu's concern, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Third form of the Saint Celestial stage. According to Hua Lao, he's only at the early stage of the third form of the Saint Celestial stage? Unknowingly, a sneer appeared on the corner of Duanling Tian's mouth. Xiezong, it seems like you've been making no progress at all. Perhaps, even in your dreams, you've never imagined that the person who was like an ant in your eyes not long ago has the strength to kill you with just a blow. Just like what Duanling Tian had said to Hua Lao, he did not think Xiezong was worth his life. However, in the next 2 hours, Duanling Tian became more and more anxious when he saw Xiezong and the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage kept moving from place to place to purchase resources. Elder Duanling Tian from the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder keeps moving closer to Xiezong. He must be trying to protect Xiezong. Soon after, Duanling Tian came to a conclusion. It seems like there's no point in waiting any longer. I have to take the initiative to attack. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Naturally, Duanling Tian was not impulsive enough to make a move on Xiezong. He might be able to kill Xiezong in just one move. However, after he killed Xiezong, he would not be able to escape from the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He would have to exhaust almost all of the Sun Saint energy in his body to kill Xiezong with the Jasper Celestial Sword. Even if he did not exhaust any of his Sun Saint energy, he would not be a match for Elder Duanling Tian from the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could kill Xiezong in just one move. Similarly, Elder Duanling Tian from the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder would be able to kill him in just one move. I have to think of a way to lure Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism away or make Xiezong distance himself from Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism. That would give me a chance to kill him. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he racked his brains to come up with a plan. I've got it. Heaven rewards those who work hard. After about 15 minutes, Duanling Tian finally came up with a plan. Chapter 21:11. Recently, news of the devil clans from the land of exile invading the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land had spread to the Black Kshetra sect. Moreover, news that the devil clans might invade the upper province at any time had spread to the Black Kshetra sect. Everyone in the Zhuangzi Buddhism was shocked when they learned about this. However, compared to the people in the upper province, the Zhuangzi Buddhism was much calmer. No matter what, the Zhuangzi Buddhism was one of the three great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land. It was one of the strongest forces in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Ordinary people might be afraid of the devil clans and feel uneasy because of the appearance of the devil clans. However, to the people in the Zhuangzi Buddhism, although the devil clans were terrifying, the Zhuangzi Buddhism was not weak either. They could fight the devil clans with all their might. If the devil clans invaded the upper province, the Zhuangzi Buddhism, one of the strongest forces in the Tao Martial Saint Land, would become the last hope of mankind along with the other two great sects. Regardless of whether the devil clans would invade the upper province in the future, the Zhuangzi Buddhism was prepared to make a move as soon as possible. For this reason, the Zhuangzi Buddhism elders came to Sin City to purchase resources. Xiezong was one of the Zhuangzi Buddhism elders who came to Sin City. Humph! There are fewer and fewer people who are willing to sell resources to us. Xiezong, who was flying side by side with another Black Kshetra sect's elder, said in a deep voice with a grave expression on his face. If it's me, we'll just kill those who refuse to sell their resources to us. If the devil clans invade the upper province in the future, the Zhuangzi Buddhism will be the main force. The sectless cultivators in Sin City are only a bunch of cannon fodder. It's a waste to leave the resources to them. Killing intent could be seen on Xiezong's face when he finished speaking. Elder Xiezong, even if that's the case, it'll be bad if we kill them. The Zhuangzi Buddhism elder next to Xiezong shook his head and said, no matter what, those people are sectless cultivators. In Sin City, sectless cultivators at or above the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage don't care about the fights between sectless cultivators. However, if we, the Black Kshetra sect's elders, kill the sectless cultivators in Sin City, there's a 90% chance that they'll kill us. The Zhuangzi Buddhism elder had a solemn expression on his face. Elder Chu, are there so many sectless cultivators at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City? Xueqi Chu Li Elder. I'm afraid the number of cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City is no less than our Zhuangzi Buddhism. Otherwise, do you think our Zhuangzi Buddhism would allow such a chaotic city to exist so close to our Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate? The Zhuangzi Buddhism elder who was walking next to Xueqi shook his head again. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. Xueqi was speechless when he heard this. The Zhuangzi Buddhism elder next to him was not an ordinary Zhuangzi Buddhism elder. He was a Zhuangzi Buddhism elder who was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Xueqi Chu believed the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder's words. At this moment, Xueqi and the other Zhuangzi Buddhism elder next to Xueqi did not notice that someone was staring at them from afar. Far away, there was a person staring at them without blinking. This person was none other than Duan Lingtian, who wanted to kill Xueqi. Xueqi, an elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, had entered the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only did he snatch the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, but he had also killed Xueqi's father's right-hand man, Elder Ku, and a group of black-armored guards. At that time, Duan Lingtian had regarded Xueqi as his mortal enemy. Today, Duan Lingtian saw Xueqi again in Sin City. He was certain this was the best opportunity to kill Xueqi. Otherwise, he did not know when Xueqi would return to the Zhuangzi Buddhism. After all, the group of Zhuangzi Buddhism elders, including Xueqi, had been purchasing resources from all over Sin City in preparation for the devil clans from the land of exile who had invaded the upper province from the lower province. If Xueqi returned, he would not be able to leave the Zhuangzi Buddhism for the time being. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not want to miss this opportunity. I'll just have to wait for them to separate. As soon as they separate, I'll be able to carry out my plan. Duan Lingtian waited silently as he stared at Xueqi and Duan Lingtian from afar. As the strongest weapons specialist on Earth in his past life, Duan Lingtian's tracking ability was extraordinary. Although the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder next to Xueqi was a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he still did not notice Duan Lingtian spying on him. About 15 minutes later. Perhaps, God had heard Duan Lingtian's thoughts. The Zhuangzi Buddhism elder next to Xueqi finally separated from him. At the same time, the distance between them increased. When the distance between them reached a certain distance, the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage would take the initiative to move closer to Xueqi. It was as though he was intentionally keeping a certain distance from Xueqi so Xueqi would not leave the range of his divine consciousness. Xueqi was the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Since Xueqi had come with him, it was only natural that he had to keep an eye on Xueqi. Otherwise, if something happened to Xueqi, he would not be able to bear the consequences even if he returned to the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Although he was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was like an ant in front of the Golden Lion King. This was because the Golden Lion King was a Zhuangzi Buddhism Karmapa, and all the Zhuangzi Buddhism Karmapa were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. This is the time. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered there was quite a distance between them, so he immediately made a move as well. Naturally, when he made his move, his speed was neither too fast nor too slow. It was similar to an ordinary early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. So, soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived near Xueqi. He flew past Xueqi when he was about 10 meters away. Duan Lingtian's approach naturally attracted Xueqi's attention. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed, he did not even look at Duan Lingtian. He thought Duan Lingtian was only an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator who posed no threat to him. Whoosh! Just as Duan Lingtian was about to pass by Xueqi, Duan Lingtian suddenly raised his hand as though he had caught something. Then, he came to an abrupt halt. Xueqi felt as though he was facing a formidable enemy when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions. He immediately came to a halt and stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. He extended his divine consciousness in an attempt to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base through Duan Lingtian's soul. Early quintessential saint stage? Xueqi was relieved when he discovered Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. He felt he had been overly cautious. A mere early quintessential saint stage powerhouse was not a threat to him at all. He didn't stop because of me. Xueqi shook his head when he saw Duan Lingtian did not even look at him. He was about to leave when he saw Duan Lingtian had come to a halt. At this moment, Azura Saber! Duan Lingtian cried out in surprise. Xiezong's eyes lit up immediately. Azura Saber? Wasn't that one of the Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking? Why would this early quintessential Saint stage disciple suddenly say Azura Saber? Was there a reason behind this? Xiezong discovered something else. The early quintessential Saint stage disciple who did not look at Xiezong initially glanced at his surroundings secretly after he cried out Azura Saber. When he saw Xiezong, horror dawned on his face. Then, he saw the Azura Saber. After taking a deep breath, the early quintessential Saint stage disciple turned and headed west. He mentioned the Azura Saber first, and now he's heading west? He seemed to have raised his hand earlier. He must have received a voice transmission Jade token. Could it be that the voice transmission Jade token contains news about the Azura Saber? It said that the Azura Saber appeared in the western region some time ago. Now that he's heading to the western region, many thoughts appeared in Xiezong's mind at once. Let's follow him and see. Perhaps, he really has news about the Azura Saber. If I can obtain the Azura Saber and give it to Father, I'm sure Father will be happy. A hint of greed flashed in Xiezong's eyes as he followed the early quintessential Saint stage disciple whom he had his eyes on. The purple-clad young man had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was a handsome young man. I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before. Xiezong, who was following the purple-clad young man to the west, found the purple-clad young man's figure familiar. However, he could not recall where he had seen this person before. However, he was certain this person was not a stranger to him. He had never seen this purple-clad young man before. Otherwise, it was impossible for him not to recognize him. Elder Chu, I have something to attend to. I'll meet you later. As he followed the purple-clad young man, Xiezong sent a voice transmission to Elder Xuanzi Buddhism, who was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage through divine consciousness. Xiezong immediately left the detection range of Elder Chu's divine consciousness. He did not want Elder Xuanzi Buddhism, who was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, to know about the Azura Saber. Otherwise, he would not be able to obtain the Azura Saber. Although Elder Xuanzi Buddhism could not compare to his father in terms of status and strength in Zoroastrianism, Elder Chu was still a Saint Celestial stage disciple. However, the Black Kshetra sect's elder had a Karmapa as well. If he gave the Azura Saber to the Karmapa, it would have nothing to do with him and his father. That was not what he wanted. Chapter 21:12. Chu Tanshang was the Xuanzi Buddhism elder who had parted ways with Xiezong not long ago. His cultivation base was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he was far away from Xiezong, his divine consciousness was constantly on Xiezong, keeping an eye on Xiezong's safety. If Xiezong was in danger, Chu Tanshang would immediately sense it and rush to Xiezong's side to save him. However, Chu Tanshang knew nothing about Xiezong's surroundings. This was because the focus of his divine sense was always on Xiezong. Only when Xiezong had any unusual movements would he be able to detect it. As for who appeared or what happened near Xiezong, as long as it did not affect Xiezong's safety, Chu Tanshang would not be alarmed, because he had no time to be distracted. Elder Chu, I have something to attend to. I'll meet you later. Suddenly, Xiezong's voice came through Chu Tanshang's divine sense, causing Chu Tanshang to be stunned. When Chu Tanshang regained his senses, he discovered Xiezong had left his divine consciousness. Xiezong had already left the detection range of his divine sense. Even if he spread out his divine sense at the right time and focused on the surrounding situation, he still did not discover Xiezong's whereabouts. Xiezong is really spoiled by the Golden Lion King. Doesn't he know that danger lurks everywhere in the city of sin? Chu Tanshang's expression darkened when he realized that even though he had extended his divine consciousness to search for Xiezong's whereabouts, he still could not find anything. I hope he's fine. Otherwise, the Golden Lion King will kill me when I return to the Xuanzi Buddhism. Among the 4 kings of the Xuanzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King was the most hot-tempered one. None of those who died in the Golden Lion King's hands had a complete corpse. Let's continue searching. When Chu Tansheng thought about how terrifying the Golden Lion King was, he no longer had the mood to purchase resources. He began to search for Xuezong in Sin City. Unfortunately, he began his search in the east. When he couldn't find any trace of Xuezong in the east of Sin City, Xuezong had already left Sin City with a purple-clad young man and arrived at the west gate of Sin City. The Azura Saber. The reason Xuezong had set his eyes on the purple-clad young man and followed him out of Sin City was because of the purple-clad young man's cry of surprise. It made Xuezong realize that the purple-clad young man had obtained clues about the Azura Saber. The purple-clad young man had turned west in time. This confirmed Chu Tansheng's suspicion. For this reason, he had followed the purple-clad young man. His target was the Azura Saber, one of the 10 Super Saint Weapons rankings 10 Super Saint Weapons. The purple-clothed youth that Xuezong was staring at was none other than Duan was. It's a success. When Duan Ling Tian discovered he had successfully lured Xuezong out, he could not help but feel excited even though he was mentally prepared. Was he elders to kill? Was he's? Old was he was Buddhism, Xieli Dun En was Long's long. This was the only way he could be sure Xuezong would not be killed by Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism after he killed Xuezong. If he wanted Xuezong to leave Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism's side, he would need something that Xuezong was unwilling to share. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian thought about the Azura Saber. The Azura Saber was a super saint weapon. It was ranked on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. The reason Duan Ling Tian brought it up was because he had heard a piece of news in Sin City some time ago. Not long ago, the super saint weapon, the Azura Saber, had appeared in the western region. Now, almost everyone in Sin City knew about this news. Since the Zhuangzi Buddhism was right next to Sin City, they must have heard about it as well. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was certain Xuezong had heard about it as well. Therefore, he planned to use the super saint weapon, the Azura Saber, to lure Xuezong out of Sin City. He wanted Xuezong to leave Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism's side. Before they left Sin City, Hua Lao had informed Duan Ling Tian that Xuezong had killed Xuezong. Xuezong had left Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism's side. Now that they had left Sin City, Duan Ling Tian knew it was time for him to make his move. However, he was not in a hurry to make his move. Instead, he continued to head west. The further I go, the safer I'll be. This was Duan Lingtian's thought. Humph! Xuezong, you can only blame yourself for being too greedy even if you die today. There are only 10 Super Saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint land. You're not satisfied with just one Super Saint weapon, and you want a second one? Duan Lingtian snorted inwardly as he continued to head west. Do you really think you're favored by God? Duan Lingtian knew very well that Xuezong was the one who had killed Xuezong. The reason Xuezong had followed him alone was because he wanted to take the Azura Saber for himself. This time, he had taken advantage of one of the weaknesses in human nature to lure Xuezong out. At this moment, it seemed like Xuezong was an insatiable person. When they were about 10,000 miles away from Sin City, Duan Lingtian finally came to a halt. He immediately mobilized the Sun Saint energy in his body and released it without holding back. Devouring Tactic. Duan Lingtian instantly cast the divine ability, the Devouring Tactic, and caused the Sun Saint energy he released to form a whirlpool. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, it began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area. At the same time, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body rose at a ridiculous speed. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint energy was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, after casting the divine ability, the Devouring Tactic, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint energy had risen again. Although it did not rise to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was very close to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. After breaking through to the early quintessential saint stage, my Sun Saint energy has risen a lot as well. Now, even if I don't use the Jasper Celestial Sword, ordinary powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage are no match for me with the various divine abilities and techniques I've mastered. Duan Lingtian felt his body was filled with explosive energy when he sensed the Sun Saint energy in his body that had become extremely powerful after being enhanced by the divine ability, the devouring tactic. He could not wait to find someone and fight for 300 rounds. If I use the Jasper Celestial Sword, no one below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage is a match for me. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to escape death if I use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian's confidence grew when he thought of this. It's just as well. I don't want Xuezong to die so easily. Now that I've broken through to the early quintessential saint stage, I can slowly toy with him with the various divine abilities and techniques I have. I'm going to let him have a good taste of what regret and despair are like. When Duan Lingtian recalled Elder Ku and the Black Armored Army soldiers who were killed by Xuezong in such a domineering manner in the Azure Cloud Mansion, fury rose in his heart. It was as though a prairie fire was about to burst out at any moment. Ha! Why did he stop all of a sudden? What's he doing? Why does it feel like his energy has undergone such a huge change in just a blink of an eye? Did he cast an assist-type divine ability earlier? Xuezong, who had been tailing Duan Lingtian, came to a halt when he saw Duan Lingtian had stopped moving. Soon after, he noticed the strange movement in Duan Lingtian's body. In just a blink of an eye, the purple-clad young man whose cultivation base was only at the early quintessential saint stage possessed energy that was even stronger than the saint origin of an ordinary powerhouse at the 2nd form of the saint celestial stage. Although it was not as strong as the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the saint celestial stage, it was not much different. Looks like this guy seems to have quite a few secrets on him. Even then, Xuezong did not feel any sense of danger. After all, even after Duan Lingtian had cast all sorts of techniques, his strength was still weaker than his. Xuezong had not even cast any techniques yet. He was confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian if he cast all his divine abilities. Xuezong! However, just as Xuezong was immersed in his thoughts, a thunderous voice rang out beside his ear. You're right. Xuezong found the voice familiar. It was as though he had heard it before. However, he could not recall where he had heard it from. When Xuezong regained his senses, he saw the purple-clad young man had turned around. He did not know when the purple-clad young man whom he had been tailing had turned around and soared through the clouds. He was standing not far away from Xuezong, staring at him. You noticed me? Xuezong's expression changed slightly when he realized Duan Lingtian had noticed him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian seemed to know him. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian know his name? I intentionally lured you out. Do you think I wouldn't notice you were tailing me? Duan Lingtian said disdainfully as he stared at Xuezong coldly. You lured me out? Xuezong would have lived in vain if he still could not figure out what was going on when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had mentioned the super saint weapon, the Azura Saber, to lure him out. Xuezong's expression darkened as he looked around warily. He thought Duan Lingtian had other helpers since he did not think Duan Lingtian alone was a match for him. There's no need to look around. There's only the two of us here. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew what Xuezong was thinking when he saw Xuezong's reaction. He could not help but sneer. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.